Alright, welcome back, folks. It is day 76. Get to that streak in a bit. For now, it is the big day. We've reached our number 3 duration milestone, I suppose. Once again, Maku desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. Let's start off. We gotta jump right in, largely for the interest of time. Right. Hello? What the heck? Oh, I'm hitting the wrong buttons. Okay. Alright. So, it's that time again. Starting to feel like this is my personal exam day. Kinda nervous, kinda interested. You know, had to prepare a little bit. There's some reviews, some improvs. You know, it gives me that feeling of you're preparing for a lot. Up to the moment, it doesn't ever feel like you're prepared. And in the moment, it feels pretty great. And then after the moment, there's that, you know, follow-up dopamine, like, I'm glad I did it, kind of thing. So, let's start. We should start by doing our usual reviews, right? Usual reviews. So, this is what I call the tentative takes. I might rename this now that we're doing it more like in a study thing. But usually we're gonna go with writing session first, right? That includes this would be more of a meditative thing at this point. Pretty sure meditative has an I in it, but we'll keep it there just to demonstrate how poor my English is. Writing, so it's more of a meditative thing. Work on our kana writing and our kanji writing to start off the session. Then we go into, I think what we're gonna do today is gonna be, I've kind of reviewed it, so it's gonna be topic oriented recall. So probably try to stick to as closely as I can to the Duolingo order, as opposed to taking it from outside. That will help me reorganize the thing. I haven't really formally had time to organize all the information in a manner that is outside Duolingo. So we'll try to do that. Like, for example, Unit 11 is about negative verbs and classes, I think. So we'll do that. That's our topic-oriented recall, which, as per usual, this will be the one that takes the most time. I think this part will probably take maybe an hour. We'll give it an hour. This part is probably going to take 4 hours. If I'm being conservative, we'll cap it. This is more of a soft cap, because I don't think I'm going to be able to focus on recall that long. It'll probably meander a little with some just fun talking to myself kind of thing to try to recall. So this is more this is contextless. How long do I study each day? I'm about to go over that, actually. So Give me a minute. Contextless recall. Basically, I provide the context. So this is not a dictated context, which is how most people actually learn, right? So this is our review. So it will be contextless dictation, not dictated, basically, not dictated. The context will be provided by myself. And to answer your question, which great reminder, Boros, I forgot to say this. So this is going to be covering the last 25 days. It's approximately last 25 days. It's a little bit less, with the average session time of 6 hours. Still, we maintain our 6-hour session time, and this is specifically live and with Duo as our backdrop. In this, where it's a little bit lower this time over the last 25 days, 40% of it are discussions, so not specifically using Duolingo at the time, because we engage in a lot of discussions outside. So we're sitting at like probably approximately, give it like 3 to 4 hours for 25 days. That's what it's covering for hours. That's about all I can say about that without going into too much detail. And yeah, so that's where we at right now. So using our tool recall, we're going to try to cover, stuff, more stuff, which is relevant to this part. That is 10 units, no, 8 units. It's actually 7.5 units, because unit 18 of section 2 is a half unit. So this is covering units Duo 11 through 18, section 2. I'm starting to organize things like Japanese, where I would say the other thing first and then the broader thing second. So 8 units. Anything else I could say about this? No, that's it. This is pretty good. And of course, this is of the 2024 Japanese Duolingo course, right? It's very important that is 2024 Japanese Duolingo course before anyone starts spouting things about the 2024 course. Okay, so after we do total recall, then I will be talking about the majority, my motivation for these type of reviews, and that is usually this is where I provide some observations on things that on the maturation of Duolingo techniques, or like input methods, because they can change. There is a chance that they will change or add. So like additions, it's usually additions, if there are any. So that's a little bit of a, and then like things about frequency, whatever they use to balance new additions, frequencies since the last 25 days. And then lastly, this would go into my alternatives or strategies that I've integrated. So my personal pros cons or observations, and then what I did with those alternatives as I went through the last 25 days. And then lastly, I kind of want to do maybe whatever suits me, but usually some retrospection. Some retrospection, and I missed the S, that's fine. Retropection of things of a psychological nature. I kind of talked about, I couldn't resist, but I talked about it a little bit at the end yesterday. Psychological things like maybe health oriented, mental health oriented, something like habit formation, something of that nature that is relevant to Duolingo, at least my relations with Duolingo and moving forward. Alternatives would be something like what I'm going to do in the next 25 days. Some thoughts and things that I'll do moving into the next 25 days and section 3. And lastly, probably like lightning round stuff. Which anything comes up, usually it has something to do with what I look forward to. What I look forward to, perhaps. Sorry, I'm thinking of a Japanese phrase, look forward to, at the moment. Lightning round, what I look forward to, or maybe some expectations, etc. Usually it's nice to end sessions with perhaps if we get to here. And usually this part will take 4 hours. So I don't know if I'm going to cut something short because we're already at 9 hours. And the combination of this is probably like 1 hour. We'll see how my stamina holds up. Plans are made to be adjusted, as I would say. Not broken. I don't like the word broken. Sorry, guys. If you like the idiom, plans are the most well-laid plans are made to be broken. That's not my jam. They're made to be adjusted. Okay, so yeah, that's it. That's all we gotta say. So I like how I did it last time. The last tentative talks, I did like a separate canvas for everything. So we're gonna start with that. And then I'm gonna name these. You can't see them because it's where my cam is, but I'm gonna name these so I can organize these. I don't really save these, but let's just say this is our writing channel. All right, so let's start with writing. Okay. Okay. I have done this less and less frequently now, maybe once a week, if not. Okay. So. That's awful. Let's try again. Sure, that's okay. All right, this part is meditative, so I'm gonna focus on writing and just think to myself. That's kind of bad. Let's center this a little bit here. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Maybe it was. Mm. Are these getting smaller? They're getting smaller. Hmm. Ugh. Oh, I skipped one. Oh. Hmm. How do I correct myself? What do you mean by correct myself? I don't. I don't hear. This is just recall. So if it's wrong, I don't correct myself. In my head? Like for me, look like you knew what was wrong? Yeah, because I'm correcting myself. Yeah. If it stays wrong, then that means I don't know. For the meh, not meh. Oh. Oh, for the meh. Oh, I get it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, for example, it's part of drawing. It's part of drawing. So, I don't know if you do digital art too much, but I get really used to undoing things. So, for example, if you ever practice strokes, like, let's say I want to draw this, and in my head, this isn't that great. So, let me try again. Let me try again. And then, say like I'm doing this. Like, that's not quite right. Let's adjust it some more. Right. So I'm very used to seeing something in my head, but I can't execute it. So technically, I'm not correcting myself. I'm just not executing properly. Yeah, so out of habit, yes. Well, yes, out of habit. So, in drawing, a lot of times people say don't do that, as in like say like if you're trying to, say I have this guy's face in my head, right? Even though I have it in my head, if this thing disappears, like if the reference disappears, right, then it could look like this, it could look like this, it could look like this. So I try to look at what I drew, so I undo it and then try again and then try again. So I'm correcting off of the reference that's in my head. I know what it looks like, but I can't execute it. I do it over and over again, much like Duo. Wouldn't know exactly what you mean because I have fantastic. Fantastic? What does that mean? Can you help me with that? Is that when you're unable to imagine things visually? Oh, okay. Okay, I wasn't aware that's a thing. Couldn't imagine. Yeah, I'm sorry to. I mean, I imagine you approach it very differently than Mohammed. I imagine like, oh, that's really interesting because I would want to pick your brain on your perspective on how to do these things. Some people can see in better resolution than others. Interesting. I see. Well, I'll have to pick your brain about that in the future. Thank you for the share. Yeah. Because for me, it's the flip side. When I was younger, there weren't a lot of tasks that emphasizes. Yeah, exactly, Mohammed. So I would love to pick your brain. Yeah. 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 So let me tell you something. Let me share something, I suppose. Um, I don't know where my visual recall is, but it has been pretty substantial in my life. At least the feedback that I get about my recall when it comes to visual imagery. Um, however, much like most things, I juggle with seeing the things over and over again and being unable to execute them over and over again. So for the longest time in my life, I did not want to draw anything or write anything because oftentimes the execution of it, the output of it becomes incredibly daunting from your memory, right? Or like from the visual, right? I can't seem to get what I'm seeing onto a piece of paper or onto a piece of canvas. So while that is, I like just sharing the ups and downs, like exploring that, while that's kind of nice to be able to do that, it slows you down a lot. If you're someone like me, at least with my personality, it slows me down a lot. So at some point you're going to hear me for this. So you'd rather let the perfect vision. Yeah, I just let it go, but I need to know how to navigate that. Otherwise, I won't get anything done, right? So a lot of times I spend most of my days being okay with being okay. As in, I used to be the guy that I critique very, very often nowadays. When I was younger, I couldn't get anything done because I would be stuck on the series of events. Like, for example, if I had to type a piece of paper, right, on a piece of like Word document, if I'm typing like, and I make a typo, I would erase the whole thing and I would do the whole line again. So every time I hit a typo, I would dump the whole document and I would do it again from the start. So like it has to match what I want it to be over and over again. And that used to be a really terrible habit that I had because it was destroying me. It was interfering with my like productivity, right? My normal function. Yes, and that's kind of where I am now. And the reason why I critique strongly against, or like offer strongly against that type of mindset is largely because that's the most prevalent mindset on the internet now, where you have to go out and do everything perfectly from the start. You comprehensively throw every input in and you hope to execute with the least number of tries. So now I'm doing the opposite. So what you saw me do, that habit of undoing and then going again, undoing and going again, that's something that I've come to use to remind myself to get used to it. Because it's about the process, not the goal. So I know that some people might say that I'm throwing, they might feel like I'm habitually throwing shade at those people who are incredibly goal oriented, as in they always focus on the perfect image or the idealized image in the distance. In order for me to keep healthy away from that type of perspective that will naturally cripple me, I've spent most of my life dealing with not worrying about that because I have become progressively nihilistic over time. The older I got, the more I know, the more I didn't want to do anything, because the thing you think you can do is rarely ever the thing you can do at the moment. So if I wouldn't be able to do this today, to summarize what I've learned in the last 25 days up to the 75 days, I would wait for like 6 or 7 years when I have so much knowledge that I could comfortably share the knowledge. So now I'm doing these exercises to make myself, remind myself that everything is learning as it goes. So while that's happening though, as I'm learning Japanese, most people I can see who are younger, who are more ambitious, remind me of my old self. And naturally, I would always feel like people will always look at me, a lot of times if you're younger, will look at me that I'm being argumentative for the opposite. Largely because I got burnt out when I use that type of perspective. So me doing this makes it comforting, at least, that I can do this. I can do this with incomplete knowledge. So I will be making stroke errors. I don't care if they're not perfect or I try to care a little bit less that they're not perfect, or else I'm never going to write all the content ever. Like ever. Because like if I look now, right, what do I want to change right now? There are so many things I'm keeping at bay. I want to use grid paper. The vertical length of all of these kana are varying. This is shorter, these are stockier, and then the spacing, they're not accurately boxed and lined, and there's a shift here because I was trying to there's so many things. And back then when I was trying to draw, I tried to draw everything with like a ruler protractor. I prefer to program using vectors, like literal coordinate vectors, as opposed to free-handedly expressing. So it's very, very difficult. But thanks for raising that point, though. I like that you're saying how I'm self-correcting. The best thing I can say is I have this habit now where I do it a couple times and then I move on. So I'm self-correcting to the image in my head, but I'm doing it a couple times. And then at some point I'm like, okay, this is good enough. And you're going to hear me say that if you're here for the next couple hours or more, you're going to hear me say that out loud. Like, yeah, that's good enough. Well, that's bad. Move it along. Like that. I do it all the time. It's a personal feedback. It's a fidget. Like it's almost a habit formation to keep me in line. Because I have legitimately typed a 1,000 word essay before when I was younger. I typed a 1,000 word essay, but I really typed that essay at least 50 times over. Because every time I went to change a word, I typed the entire essay over again. It was absurd, and upon reflection, it's absolutely irrational. It's one of my compulsions that I've controlled over the time, or at least try to. And recording myself doing things live is another thing. I can't take it back. So I'm doing this live for myself because I can't take things back. As in, you have to move forward. You have to keep moving forward instead of rehearsing. I was that kid that remembered all 30,000 words in my presentation that I was going to give the next day. I rehearsed it so much, it's the same identical 30,000 words that I've rehearsed. Not anymore. Like these conversations I have now, what I'm saying right now is improvisational to some extent and rehearsed, but it's not memorized. So yeah, really, really scary things. Happy to share it. Okay. Oh, sorry. So you're rather let the perfect version. Yep. Interesting. And you've overcome that. Yeah. Can be counterproductive often. It's just better to just start doing things. Exactly. You struggle with that too? This is what I'm doing now. I'm trying to give people the impression that just do it sometimes, because the human condition, if you know too much, right? If you can visualize a lot, there's a critical mass for most people. It varies however much that critical mass is, but there's a chance with enough information, there's a critical mass that nihilism will set in, and it will prevent you from even starting in the first place. Whatever that critical mass is, the more information there's a point in which even too much input can prevent the output from happening, in my opinion. This is controversial, I know, because in language, a lot of people would argue as long as you keep getting inputs, eventually you'll overcome the psychological barrier and then produce some output, right? Yes, eventually. But how long are you going to wait? And then how long is your affective filters, the demotivation and the insecurity is going to let you build up until you don't do it at all. In my opinion, that's what I focus on, at least to myself. So I'm doing this because I didn't look forward to doing this, but I have to do this. Like, this is part of the process. If I don't do these reviews, I'm never going to do it. Then it's going to be like 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, and it becomes 5 years and I never review the thing, right? It's kind of like pushing off a test forever. Like, oh, that's okay, I'm just going to keep learning, but I'm not going to do this task that reminds me of what is incomplete and what is complete, and trying to get used to that. So that's kind of why I'm doing this one. And why I'm doing this as well. So now you're rewriting the kana 1,000 times over. I'm writing right now, at this current moment, up to this point, I write the entire kana once a week. Just once a week. I started in the second week. I wrote it like 10 to 15 times a day. Now it's down to once a week because I have to recognize that it's diminished return, right? So I write it once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks now. And then I write all the kanji that I know up to this point, which will show up soon after I write the kana, maybe once a week. Although Duolingo helps with reminding me of the kanji anyways because of the kanji section. And I do that every day, at least once or twice every day for 15 minutes. So it's gone lower. It's gone lower. I keep reminding myself, like, you don't have to drill yourself to death, right? It's one of those things like, you play a video game. Oh, I've done this before. If you like JRPGs or something, I've done this before, where I start a JRPG game, I play in 2 hours in, and I was dissatisfied by my lack of hindsight, that I start over the game and play the same 2 hours. And then I get to 4 hours and realize that the new 2 hours are imperfect. And then I start over again. There was times when I didn't ever get to the end of a video game because I started over due to the new knowledge that was brought to light. So that's one of those things that I knew for certain I had a intellectual problem. So no longer is that the case. It still feels really bad. I'm going to tell you now. I don't say this out loud all the time, and people remind me all the time when someone comes on and says, oh, you're pronouncing this word incorrectly. It's like, I know. You see what I mean? Like, oh, that new is a little bit too long. I know. Or sometimes I don't know, which is great, right? Like, a lot of times is I don't know. But the moment those things like, oh, something's off about this, but I don't know what it is. And then someone comes in and says, well, it's this. I'm like, oh, that's great. Now I'm upset. But I'm not trying to be upset. As in, for a split second, I'm like, that sucks. I didn't get it right. But then I move on. Or I try to move on. It will still linger in my head. Like, for example, yesterday, taberu. Jiao. I said taberu. Taberu when I was like improvising, right? Taberu. As in the table, but it's taberu. Taberu. Like taberu. Taberu. Right? Low, high, low. Taberu. As opposed to taberu. Right? I still remember it. So what I do is I try to leverage that as much as I can. But it comes up a lot. Like, I have to manage these things. I typically try very hard, but it's one of those things that keep me from sleeping. And keeps me manicking all the time, going down a rabbit hole. So if you ever feel like that's kind of a thing, then that's what I juggle with every day. And the more I interact with people, the more likely it's going to happen. Thanks. This is the day that I get to talk about all the things that are involved in Duolingo, so I really appreciate the questions. If you have any more, it'd be pretty cool. I would love to talk to you in the future about how you navigate your fantastic. I don't actually know. Let me write that into a browser. Aphantasia. Unable to visualize imagery. Aphantasia. Let's see how I. Or maybe the N is silent. Aphasia? No, maybe not. Let's see.
Go about pronouncing it. Aphantasia.
Aphantasia. Okay. Alright, aphantasia works. Yeah, I didn't realize that's new to me. So I'll have to be a little bit more cognizant about that. Would be crazy if you rehearsed every stream. Yeah, I don't even want to think about rehearsing every stream. I don't, which is great. You know how I don't rehearse every stream? Because it's not possible. Like, I'm literally in my head telling myself it's impossible to rehearse every stream. So the best I can do is constantly practice so that I'm prepared for every stream. So keep focusing on skills that allow me to be prepared for whatever may happen in a stream. So my life is collecting skills that allows me to prepare for that, as opposed to never streaming in my life. Because if I was that, 15-year-old boy that struggled with even writing an essay, then I wouldn't have ever started a live stream in my life. In fact, I wouldn't even engage in public speaking or having friends. Because talking to a friend requires that you can't rehearse all these things. Mind you, it didn't keep me from trying to rehearse friendships. It didn't keep me from trying to rehearse humor, jokes, facial expressions, habits, social life. Like I tried to deconstruct most of those things without actually participating in those things. Like how to sound interesting at a party that I figuratively would go to but never actually go to. That kind of stuff is something I haven't shared openly until the last couple years. And I use that to my advantage because lots of kids these days, at least in my opinion, lots of younger people are in that same situation, but conditioned differently. The constant fear, like, well, what if I don't have anything to talk about? Well, then talk about not having anything to talk about. Like, well, then if it's not interesting, what do I talk about? Make yourself, like, express why it's not interesting. Ask the person what's interesting to them. That kind of stuff happens all the time. So there are people who don't have an inner monologue in their head either. I can't comprehend it. Oh, yeah, that's a little interesting too. That's a little interesting. Although a lot of times the most classical example that people use as like a exaggerated representation would be more like a sociopathy, forms of sociopathy. Yeah. Like pretty extreme forms of sociopathy. Very rare, of course, very rare. I didn't know people could literally see things until I turned 17. Wow. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, like you hear a voice in your head. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, talking head. I'm doing that right now, by the way. So, the thing I take for granted that I leverage is my talk in my head. Unfortunately, the thing I'm describing, or fortunately or unfortunately, if you have a heightened monologuing in your head, then you're being compulsive, like almost obsessively compulsive. So if your dialogue is imbalanced, right, you could have too much monologuing in your head. And the thing that I manage all the time is the obsessive monologuing in my head, which I'm currently doing right now because I'm already navigating the possible consequences of sharing this openly for the future. A couple days ago, someone used ChatGPT to criticize me in a way, and that criticism was very reminiscent of the monologuing that happens in my head. So I reviewed it because most of it was pretty accurate. And one of them is the whole idea of constantly, compulsively reflecting on things over and over again because I lack the confidence and security of being so naive and ignorant that I would think that I'm right about things, versus the person I was talking to who clearly understands what they believe is right or wrong. That's not reflective of my confidence. My confidence is in a projection of trying to protect my inner monologuing. I do that at some point. I would wonder how the heck one would stand idly without looking awkward. Wait, which one? The monologuing or the not being able to resonate with someone? Oh, there's so many things that deal with standing around not looking awkward. But anyways, really, really excellent. Like, keep the points coming. At this part, I'm supposed to be like kind of meditating and reminding myself what I'm trying to write. So, where was I? We're at the yeah, Dadi Ruredo, and okay. Oh wait, did I skip? Oh no, I think I skipped one. Yeah, I skipped one. That's fine. Don't, like, I skipped a row in the image in my head. I skipped the ya you yo whatever. We're gonna put it here. It's fine. don't even Mohammed. I see, what I was considering is I was going to erase my inner monologue was telling me to erase the da row and then do it over again, and then so I can switch it. But I'm resisting the temptation to erase the row above, put in the yas, and then shift down again. Right? That's the stuff that I'm navigating. But I'm not going to. At least I'm going to try not to. if like it's weird now that you mention your aphantasia, or yeah, aphantasia, because I don't really know how to describe something that also a small portion of people in the world would have such an extreme case of what I'm juggling. I know there are lots of people out there who have an even more extreme case of what I'm juggling in my head when I'm doing this, but I don't think I have a healthy, like a moderated, the statistical normative amount of what I'm juggling right now in my head. Oops. Ah, that's good enough. Yeah, it got smaller. It's fine. We got distracted. It's okay. I'm obviously talking to myself. I say that all the time. I don't say it in public though. I'm just saying it for the stream because I'm really talking to myself. In public, I just keep it to myself. Right? It'd be kind of weird to suddenly be on a bus and it's like, it's okay. Like, don't worry about the people sitting next to you. Like, okay, that person sneezed twice. It's okay. Like, hold your breath for a little bit. Don't worry about it. But let's pretend like that person sneezed and then the wind caught the whatever's coming out of that person's mouth and it didn't hit me in the face. Those are the thoughts that I juggle all the time. And the more stimuli there is around the situation, the more thoughts I have instantaneously. And it's still manageable for me. So I'm pretty sure I'm a lot healthier than other people. Like the really extreme cases where someone can no longer function while being around in public space. So what they do is they do like isolation, maybe like noise canceling headphones or saturating something so they can focus on something that they're familiar with, like listening to the same music track over and over again. So that kind of thing. Yeah. Like there are movies that try to depict this. Like for example, when someone sneezes on a bus, I've used this before. It's actually in a movie that it's actually in a movie recently by someone that I really like, and it's a movie book. It's a movie based on his book, and in the trailer literally captured it. It was so perfect because in the trailer the character itself, I haven't read the book yet, but I really like this influencer. It's called Turtles All the Way Down by John Green. By the way, the character in the trailer, whenever something like she gets a stimuli, she thinks of bacteria, as in like the trailer shows that she's really preoccupied with bacteria. Well, when I go on a bus and I hear coughing, I imagine the bacteria like traveling from the person's mouth, and it might like catch the draft of the open window on a public bus, and it could like reach my nose or my mouth, and then like all that stuff is really distracting. So oftentimes you have to like manage how to not get other stimuli to interfere with what you could possibly do, right? If you get too preoccupied, you might miss your bus stop or something. You might miss a whole conversation with someone else who's talking to you. So that kind of thing was so visceral when I saw that trailer, where she's so preoccupied with a lot of things, but there's also compulsions that can supersede the things that are currently happening, like right now. It's not I mean, it's a quirk. It has its pros and cons. I don't think it's like something curable. I don't know, that word is kind of interesting, the whole idea of you manage it and you leverage it, right? And I don't think I have a unmanageable extent of it. I think there are people who are crippled by it though. I don't know what frequency or what portion of the population has this heightened compulsion that might interrupt their normal function. I don't think I'm that bad. Yeah, the extreme cases. The extreme cases? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. John Green is a bit open about it. He wrote the book in a way to kind of reflect and parallel what he manages. And he has, a loving wife of 18 years, right? Of 18 years relationship. relationship, 18-year relationship, and he has children. So I imagine even in his extreme case, or heightened case, I imagine he's struggling way more than I am at the moment. Even being married and having children, I can't even comprehend and fathom how much mania and compulsion he has having children. Yeah, not an 18-year-old teen, obviously. He's married for 18. It's by coincidence, it's been 18 years of marriage at the time of this book. So whenever he describes things, I can't even begin to express how accurate those things are. And oftentimes, much like you probably with aphantasia, that it is, as much as you can express things, it can only necessarily be resonating with someone in the same position. So you can offer as much perspective insight as you can, and you hope that perhaps it paints and enlightens different alternatives for human beings, like what I'm doing now, to manage that kind of thing. For me, I manage it in very specific ways. So much like learning with Duolingo and learning Japanese, I'm managing that. Like, one thing that I try to indirectly communicate is being perfect and focusing on fluency. The reason why I don't do that is because it will stop me from even learning Japanese in the first place. And that is the usual message I'm presenting to myself. However, it does resonate with a lot of people, maybe to a lesser extent, because they can get over the idea of moving on and doing things, right? So oftentimes I paint this, perhaps unintentionally, but intentionally paint this rosy picture that I can overcome and forget things, or like make things into better things, or living without regret. But oftentimes that comes with a lot of practice. I think actually I tend to overestimate other people, because honestly, other people are probably better at this than I am. The things that I say I practice and do really well is due to actual practice. Most people would intuit these things. Like, oh yeah, like, I know I did this wrong, maybe I should work on it, and they'll work on it. But if I say the same thing, I'm never going to learn Japanese. I'm going to be stuck on that one thing until I get it right. Right? So I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. Otherwise, I wouldn't have learned as much as I did if I did enforce certain things. So I love that people focus on the details because it's necessary for them, or it's sufficient for them. In order for them to get, I don't know, fluent or learn something, they have to strive to be perfect, or they need to strive for idealism. And in a way, I understand the principles behind it. I don't understand how that would work for me. That would legitimately cripple me into the ground. So it's fun to offer alternative perspectives, while others strive to do the more normative thing, which is, oh yeah, I need to know the right answers. I need to know the wrong answers. And I totally feel you on that. However, if I start again considering what is right and what is wrong, I won't get anything done, ever. And that I have conveyed a couple times, but that's showing how devastating, at least in my opinion, how devastating that was when I couldn't manage it. When I'm always concerned about what is right and what is wrong. I think most people would say, oh, that's no big deal, because like, if I'm wrong, I'll admit I'm wrong. It's like, that's not how this works for me. Like, if I'm wrong, I know I'll always be wrong in that moment. and I know that I corrected it, but I'll always know I'm wrong in that moment because it's connected to when I corrected it. So instead of thinking of it that way, I stop focusing on rights and wrongs to eliminate being crippled by a compulsion that I like to keep at bay. That also goes with a lot of people who said collecting. They like collecting things, right? I moved away from collecting things because that legitimately kind of destroyed my lifestyle. Because if you collect something, right? Say you miss something, then the whole thing goes in the trash. That was... I didn't say what happened, why I stopped collecting. A lot of people share about collecting or suggest collecting, and I often tell them I embraced a minimalistic lifestyle because there's something very compulsorily terrible or terrifying about that. For example, if you gotcha something, right? I stopped doing, I bootstrap a lot of things to manage gotchaing, because if you're gonna gotcha, you have to get all of it. Otherwise, everything is useless, right? If you don't have the whole thing, then why bother in the first place? Or if you start it, you have to have the whole thing, even sacrificing everything else to get all of it. That's terrible. And I know that that's like, oh yeah, everyone understands that. Hey Lotus, by the way, hey Lotus. Everyone understands that, you know? They like collecting things. It's not the same. Like, what I mean is, I'm glad you guys can do it. I'm glad, like, many people say, oh yeah, you know, if I don't get it, that's fine. Like, I just like collecting them because they have a lot of memories. And I'm like, oh, that's really nice. And I can kind of see it. If I start doing it, it's going to ruin my life. Like, what I mean is, I'm going to have this collection, right? Every day I walk into, it's going to be in a storage unit somewhere because I can't see that thing. If that collection is incomplete, every single day I'm going to see it and it's an incomplete collection. So every day I'm going to learn things and I'm going to remind myself how to relate to that incomplete collection. So it's going to be compulsively occupying my mind, and that is why I removed most of elements of that type of thing anymore. Sometimes I tell people, like, being ignorant is so blissful. Living in the moment and doing things with a mind of ignorance can be so liberating. However, that's because I find it liberating. So I'm projecting a little. Not everyone will find that liberating because they are already being sloppy and unfocused and not engaged enough. So I have to remember that sometimes collecting things can engage people. It can make them strive to do things beyond what is necessary to apply themselves, right? Fluency is one of them. Japanese fluency is definitely one of them. If knowing that you have to work really, really hard because gaining fluency is very, very hard and that motivates you, that is something I cannot resonate with. However, I can understand the connections between the people who drive themselves very hard to get something that may or may not be achievable. That's awesome. I don't use that mechanic most of the time with that mindset because everything is hard. I don't think I've ever voiced that in such an extreme. It's a little extreme, but when someone suggests something to do for me, I will make it hard because for me, I have this incredible predilection to making sure I work hard enough on the task. Otherwise, I will have this compulsive concern that I didn't work hard enough. And it's a vicious cycle. So the moment someone says like, hey, you should start a new game, and it's some game that has no end and it's compulsory attendance, then I have to work on saying no a lot of times. If I said yes, then I drop everything I'm currently doing, and that consumes my life. So over time, you have to manage these things. I wouldn't ever learn Japanese ever out of the interest of my own interest if I continue to have everything else consumed. And that's kind of why I still haven't finished. I guess this is a great time to highlight that I didn't even finish writing the katakana yet. To each their own way of managing. People are really unique. You can't just take what works for some people and apply it. You try it and see what works for you. Well, yes, that's the whole point. But that's not the... Well, that's a great point. Not relevant to what I was saying, but fair enough. I also need games to have an end. I found that I enjoyed them way better that way for closure. That's fair, Lotus. Yeah, the thing you're talking about is you're talking about from an advisory role, Mohammed, and that's fair enough. And to each their own is, I cannot agree with that because that means that excuses someone from trying in the first place. However, I do acknowledge that people are unique, and so from an advisory role and from someone who's taking advice, you have to synthesize that. That is part of critical thinking and problem solving. I don't personally resonate with the idea of using things like to each their own and agree to disagree. It depends. Generally speaking, that means to me it's a way of excusing oneself from trying in the first place. Like trying to resonate with someone, for example. Like, yeah, it's too complicated. To each their own, kind of thing. That's my commentary on it. Obviously, I'm not here to tell you what to do. For me, I don't personally resonate with it. I still try, regardless if it's to each their own or not. If someone's approaching me, obviously, from an advisory role. Okay, so let's do our katakana. Okay, I'm zoomed in a little too far. This was only supposed to take an hour. Am I over an hour? Oh no, we're not gonna sleep tonight. Dang you. I gotta stop zooming in and out. I constantly try to center. As opposed to just writing. I'm curious, how do you have time to study 9 hours a day? What motivates me? Oh, that's a great question. Well, I don't have a day job. Boros. I don't have a day job. What motivates me? That's interesting. I think the greatest example of what motivates me is that when I learn something, it allows me to function better. So if focusing on Japanese allows me to resonate, or like allows me to have outside stimuli that I can predictively encounter and engage in, it keeps me motivated. So not, I don't know if this sounds cliche or not, but I require outside stimulation in order to not feel like I don't have control over things. So sort of speak, like streaming this is recording me doing something. So I like to be motivated is to constantly know that I can show myself that I'm doing something each day. Otherwise, I fear more of not doing something than doing something. So that's how I keep myself motivated. Like I'm very scared what would happen if I stop doing something challenging or stop having things inspire me to do something. So learning Japanese helps a lot because there are so many other people who are also vocal enough to learn Japanese and stuff. And I fear one day, my fear of waking up one day and saying I don't want to do anything, like I'd rather just sleep and sit and let time pass, that is a bigger fear. So that's what motivates me most of the time. If I want to get into like the super core basic things, there are lots of other things that build on top of that, but the biggest fear is not doing anything. And with that said, everything else pales in comparison to that. That is very interesting, which I found me earlier, but you got to go. Have a great stream. Take care, Dragonfly. Take care. Dragonfly CD 16. Oh wait, no, actually, not CD. That's probably Roman numerals too. Take care, Dragonfly. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. Yeah, that's probably the easiest way to say it. And then everything else, Boros, everything else is built on top of that. Okay. I'm terrible at reading Roman numerals. What's that number, by the way? 416. Ah, fair enough, fair enough. I won't keep you. But thank you. I will try to remember that. 416. Hey, thanks, Nojo. I see you've consistently switched over to Twitch now, Nojo. All right, let's continue this. Also, by the way, my fear, it's still broken. Yeah, no worries, Dragonfly. You can always catch it on YouTube if you want. They're stored on YouTube. Oh, it's fixed? Okay, no worries. I'm tweaking. That's a new one. Is that new? Saying I'm tweaking? As in like, I'm like, what is the older word? I'm like, there's another word before, right? Like, there's a word before that, before tweaking. That's just Gen Z. Listen, there's another word before it. There's a boomer term now for that, right? Well, it's now boomer. I'm tripping. I'm tripping, right? Nah, that's too boomer. That I feel like a millennial now. I'm tripping, or I'm just tripping. It's fixed now. There's a new word every day, man. Yeah, I know. Mania, Boros. Mania. You gotta connect all of them. That's my life, right? You gotta connect all the images, or all the things together. It's all connected. I was about to say, Boros, my mania my fear of not doing anything and like letting time pass, that is why I stream as well, by the way. So what motivates me to study? I don't need to stream to study. Like I can motivate myself through that fear already. However, why do I stream and record myself? Someone already accused me of self-aggrandizing, as in like making myself feel important. But no, it's more about I really am concerned and feel terrible when I hear someone say nothing is worth doing anymore, or like my life is boring and my life sucks, right? The reason why that motivates me to stream something is I want to show that I have that same fear, but it doesn't keep me from doing something. And I truly believe that a vast majority of people have more motivation than they think they have. Because I am very scared of that, and it provides motivation. I'm sure there are other sources of motivation for other people, not just fueled by this fear that your life is wasting away, right? So I hear it all too often, especially in young people, like really young people, you know, like 18 or 19 is like, dude, life sucks, why even bother? That type of, not in those exact words, but you can read the subtext. Like I asked them, so what are you going to do tomorrow? Or like, what are you going to do with your education? And they're like, I don't know, I'm just filling it out, maybe I'll think about it later. And it's like, okay, so what are you going to do this week? Or what are you going to do in the next summer break? It's like, well, you know, I will chill. And so, okay, so what are you going to do this month? Like, well, you know, the same things that I do. I'm like, I don't know. Like, you gotta explain these things. Like, are you the least bit interested in being able to actualize what you're going to do? Like, what are you gonna do today? Or what did you do today? Like, yeah, I chilled, vegged. And I'm like, okay. So you just keep going. And to the point where, like, are you happy? Like, well, I don't know that either. It's like, I'm worried. That's because all I can think about is my fear of being in that state. If someone asks me, hey, what did I do? And I say, oh, it's nothing, it's all right. Then I would probably walk myself into a therapist's office right now, because I'm probably going to spiral soon into a place where I can't get out of, right? So that is kind of why I also stream, because if I feel that if I'm able to do this, certainly from all the observations and people talking about certain things, certainly they may have ideas and be inspired to do things in the process. Because, man, I most certainly have a deathly fear of just not being productive at all. So let's, and it's not that I don't understand I'm not being productive and I'm being irrational. I do know I'm being irrational. This whole conversation, how pedantic I'm being, is I'm self-aware that I'm being pedantic. It's most definitely a dialogue with myself, right? So let's go back to this now. People make wonderful things, right? But they also have their pros and cons. Their things that they don't like, maybe things that they do like. And I hope that in the world of live experiences, you may be able to find someone that gives you that tiny little spark that eventually becomes a self-sustaining ember, at least for the time of your life, right? Go out and make beautiful things, folks. Go out and make beautiful things. Okay, let's focus back on I feel like that's backwards. Yes, that's. No, I drew say. I drew say again, or I wrote say again. Um. Sorry, it takes me a while to get back. Let's see. Wait. Yes. Yes. Um. Oh, that's terrible. Okay. Hmm. Okay. uh. Uh. Wait, is that the... Is that... No, no, no. That's good. That's fine. Oh, why is that so fat? I didn't skip the row this time. Take that, memory. Wait. Yes. Oh, I haven't ever seen this yet. Oh, have I seen this yet? I don't think I've seen this yet. Okay. Alright. There's Arcana. Right. There's Arcana. Alright, now time for... Oh, I vastly underestimated how long this was going to take. So, okay, so we're going to travel backwards in my memory. We're going to try to travel backwards in my memory to collect the kanji. I think I'm going to stop at some point when I get too close to like the first 50 days. Ideally, I want to write all the kanji that I know, but that might take too long. I'm going to have to cut short on the vocabulary section, maybe. You memorized it all, but when I gotta write down, I instantly forget like 40% of it. Yeah, Ashton. I feel ya. I feel ya. Okay. So up to this point, the most recent one. We're starting with the most recent ones. So I'm traveling backwards in time. Yeah, I'm traveling back in time. So ame. Kawa. Kawa. Nen. I'm saying the ana of the specific phrasing. It can be part of a phrase, but I'm ascribing the sound that is in my head to the thing. It might not be the kanji standalone, but the idea is to associate it with where I learned the kanji. Say. That's a little off, but that's fine. Okay, so Oops. It's so much larger because I wasn't sure about the volume. Obviously, it could be compressed, but that's fine. Eki. Hito. Yes. Here comes the one that's gonna trigger me for all intent, all my life. Okay. Right. Ka. Thank goodness I'm not using the web app. That plugin that I have is so delayed. It's so toxic. So much better on a responsive art program. Okay. That's too long. That's too short. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, this is a shout out to Lotus. Because Lotus was a little bit intrigued by this. That's a little off, but that's fine. That duo would give me Kai so early, but not not others. That sparked a discussion yesterday about Kai. This is part of Mokuyobi as opposed to Ki, standing alone. This one, not too confident about this one. I heckin'. All right, we're gonna try this again. Yeah, whatever. That's good enough. Tomago. Yeah. Tamago. Sorry, tamago. Tamago. Sakana. I'm not sure of the stroke pattern on this. I'll go with this. It's fine. I only know the stroke direction of that one. Okay. We also talked about this yesterday with Lotus. The unchange. Oh, this is what sparked the conversation about Kai, actually. It's related to this one. Do I have Spotify? I do not. Yeah, this is what sparked the conversation. Kai and aimasu. The a in aimasu. Let's see. How do I listen to music? It's a YouTube channel. It's a YouTube live stream. I use freely copyright-free YouTube live stream channels because they own the music, and also to give them credit, YouTube algorithm already registers that. So if you go to the video, the current live stream, or the video, probably not the live stream, but my previous videos, if you look on the bottom, it links to the music YouTube place that the music's coming from. So it removes my need to, when I listen to songs on your own, I use YouTube as well. That's an interesting question. Yes and no. The yes is I will listen to a song for the first time when they debut. So I find all the official YouTube channels, like for instance, I listen to a band called Yorushika, and they have an official channel. So I would listen to their song when they debut to hear the song. But generally, the music I consume is integrated with all the visual content that I consume. So if I watch a show, that's how I consume music. If I watch movies, anime, that's how I consume music. So I don't exclusively listen to the music itself a lot of times. I tend to listen to the music when it is used in other things, in other production. However, on YouTube, they have music videos. So I also watch the music videos when I listen to the music, if that helps. Otherwise, I don't exclusively only listen to music. I would watch a show to also appreciate the music at the same time. Kind of like a comprehensive input, I suppose. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, we're gonna stick with that. I think that's what I'm looking for. Okay. This one, I think this next one is a little bit rough. Don't know. My spacing's not good too. It's kind of blurry. That's probably the best I got. I think I need to crunch it together, and this is a little long. The first stroke is a little long. Mono, as in stuff. First introduced as kai mono in Duolingo. In sense, we have nomimono, tabemono as well. I think we're good. I'm pretty sure this is it. We could write the rest. I should write the rest. Or at least I should write more. Pretty sure kaimono is not with it's further back now. I think we traveled far enough back. Because now all these other things look very familiar. Right? Gatsu. Gatsu. That's terrible. That's fine. We're moving right along. Takai. And it's also key right here. But this is Yasumi or Yasumimasu. Part of that. That's not high enough. Ikimasu. Okay, I'm not... Okay. I think... Good enough. Kimasu. Ikimasu and Kimasu will forever be linked together in my lexicon. Wait. Yes. I know that's too angular, but that's fine. One. One. Kan in jikan for hour. Did it go through? No. The bun in shinbun. Shinbun. And these two are linked together permanently in my lexicon as well. Okay. ¿Sabemos? Nomimasu? As we get earlier and earlier in the kanji, they get quicker and quicker, or they come to me quicker and quicker because we're going up. We're going further and further to my earlier stuff, which I repeat all the time. I repeat the fundamentals regardless if I know them or not. So that's this one got used like once really. Toiimasu is the phrase that was introduced. Be named or called. Okay. This one hasn't looked good ever. I mean, like, I don't think I can get this to look good or look reasonable. Kaimas. They're so blocky. It is a little different down here, but I'm just making it symmetrical because I can. Just kidding. I don't know the stroke word. Earth. No, I'm just kidding. Doyobi. And these are yo, so these three are connected forever too. Yo. Oops. Let's try that again. Eat. Yoyobi. Try to make it more vertical. Nah, it's fine. The eye. Oh, like this eye? This one? Yeah. I can see that. It's too late now. Like you mean the edges? So. Yeah, it looks worse. I don't like box on top of box. But you mean like make it more boxy like this? Probably. I mean, it looks fine. Yeah, it looks good. I mean, it's acceptable. I like tapered. Oh, that's not close enough. I like tapered. I'm aesthetically more of a tapered kind of guy. Hanashimasu. Zadi's face. Oh, that might be a little too fat, actually. Wait, yeah. Actually, that's fine. Atarashi, right? Yaku. Sen. Mizu. Oh, this one too. It's boxy. I typically am not the biggest fan of boxy, but it's dealing with vertical lines as well. Aimasu. I think it's Yomimasu. Same deal. G. And the crowd goes wild for this one. Jew. Achi. Okay, I think now we're good. I usually write all the numbers together, but I guess that's fine. Still traveling backwards. Watashi, watashi. Um. Yeah. Tokyo. Um. Kyoto with the previous kanji. Um. Did I already do B? Yeah. Or he? Uh. Hon or Nihon? Nihon. Ugh. At last, this one. It's fine. Or books. Sure. Right. Chichi. Haha. That's a little long. It's fine. More numbers. More numbers. And I think we fill in the rest. Numbers, right? This is probably the first lesson. First lesson was... Tanaka Nakayama and Yamaguchi. I think that's all of them. Pretty sure that's all of them. So this is all I know so far when it comes to kanji. Or any writing. This is all my writing. Like actual writing. I've only written only these. I've only ever written these. Oh, I know why this looks a little... I feel like this is a bit closed up. Oh, and this is too far. It's angled too high. Alright, let's hold up. So... Let's go. It's fine. Tamago is going. It's going places. Okay. Wow, my last couple of numbers just got really big. It's fine. Okay. That's it for the writing portion. And all of these are used several times, right? So as a review, let's quickly recall stuff. So ame, kawa, standard. This is used for nensei, so it's combined with 1年生, 2年生, 3年生, and 4年生. So imagine that, right? Eki, standalone. Hito has people, encounter. So like it wasn't introduced, but I'm gonna take a jab. It's probably hitori, futari was introduced. Futari, and then Lotus confirmed that is sannin, and yonin. Yonin is the one that was introduced. So futari and yonin are the two that are introduced so far. Kakimasu, that's standalone, didn't come up. Skurimasu. Hyaku has a lot of special ones, so didn't get one yet, so we don't know what that is. Oh, it's just hyaku. Like when they express hyaku, they just say hyaku standalone for the time being. And then we have nihyaku, sanbyaku, yonhyaku, gohyaku, dokuhyaku. Actually, I don't know about. We haven't used doku yet. And then nanahyaku, hachi, hatpyaku, or 800. Kyuhyaku, and juhyaku. Or actually, do you ever use juhyaku? No, I don't think so. I don't even think you can express 1000. And I know you might be thinking, oh yeah, but that's kind of weird. It's like, you'd be surprised. There's 1100, 1200, 1300, 1400. Like, not in Japanese. I'm not saying in Japanese. I'm talking about like if you're coming from my perspective, it's not as uncommon as one might think. Don't get me started on 10 1000s. Or 100 1000s. That actually comes into play, not just English, at least from my knowledge. Or 100,000s. Let's see. And then we have mimasu. I think that's nothing really to talk about that. Yomimasu, nothing to really talk about that. Ji. So most of the counters that have something to add, right? This is ji. We have ichiji, niji, sanji, yoji, goji, rokuji, chichiji, achiji, uji, juji, juichiji, and juniji, right? It didn't go past the 12 system, so then they introduce gozen and gogo, as opposed to going to 13, 14, and so on. And I have been informed that Japanese people use the 24-hour clock, so perhaps they'll visit that at some point. And then we have numbers jiu, hachi, aimasu, and kinyobi. We can talk about kinyobi because it'll come up on the other ones too. We have nichiyobi, getsuyobi, kayobi, suiyobi, mokuyobi, inyobi, and doyobi. That's the days of the week, right? Takana just stays. You could add nama, probably. There's ka in kayobi. There's moku in mokuyobi. Tamago, probably add nama to it. Raw eggs. Kai. So kai is another counter. I keep getting corrected for linguistic technicality. It's like, that's fair, but they're functionally served as that in my memory, so we'll continue to use that for now. So kai, we have ikai, ikai, nikai, sangai, sangai, or sangai, yonkai, yonkai, and that's all we got for floors. Mono, we kind of went over it. Mono is standalone as well. Mono, or tabemono, nomimono for food and drink, and kaimono for shopping. Another counter, gatsu. So, this one's rough because there are 12. Which ones did we hit? So we're gonna go through our calendar. No. Gogatsu. No. Shichigatsu. Hachigatsu. Kugatsu. Jiugatsu. Did they even use that? Nope. they skipped November. And then Jiu-Nigatsu. They skipped November. Even though Halloween was introduced, but as no, no Thanksgiving. Because obviously I'm actually kind of curious. Does Japanese people have a name for American Thanksgiving? Like if they need to talk about American Thanksgiving, do they have a word for that? I guess sunk is already in Sankyu, so Gibingu, probably Gibingu. I don't know. I'm making it up as I go. Obviously, I doubt. I don't know if I don't know enough about Japanese practices to know if they have a day of thanks. That may be equivalent, and then that expression of Thanksgiving may be contextualized in that way. So, ikimasu, kimasu. Hun is another counter, or pseudo counter, or whatever you have. Let's see. Hun. I don't know about one. Ichihun. Ichihun sounds fine. Nihun. Sanhun. Yonhun. Gohun. Dok? I don't know about Dok. Nokhun. Wait. Yeah. Nanahun. Hachihun? I don't know about Hachihun either. Yuhun. That's okay. And then we have Jupun. But not sure. There are a lot of missing ones. When I say I don't know, it means that they didn't come up yet. So, Jupun is the one that is introduced because it's the exception. Interesting. So we got Jikan. Jikan is also one as well. Ichijikan. I don't know. Yeah, ichijikan is fine. 2時間 3時間 4時間 4時間 5時間 5時間 6時間 6時間 I guess. And then we have... Wait a minute. I don't know about... is it Shichikan? No. Right? I don't know that either. Chichikan. That's fine. Kujikan. That's fine. Jujikan. That's fine. Yeah, I don't know about Nana. I have to revisit that too. Shinbun, not so much. Tabemasu with tabemono as well. So we've already gone over that. Kaimasu with kaimono. Doyobi, we went over the days. There's yo and bi. This is also he as a standalone. Introduce the aspect of he. There's also I forgot about days. So in terms of he, the days, we have 31日 and 1日 2日 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 and 3日 3日 first, second, and third day. Hanashimasu. Fair enough. Watashi. Tokyo, Kyoto, Hon. I mentioned Hon already instead of Nihon. Nihon versus Hon. For books, we have and haha. However, additionally, otosan and okasan for using those kanji. 4 5 1 2 3 7 6 is a little bit fat today. And then we already went over Tanaka, Nakayama, Yama being mountain was used, and recently kuchi as opposed to Yamakuchi. Kuchi. Oh, and then Yamada. If you rearrange this, if you put Yama in front of da, Yamada, Yamada. And that's it. I think that's pretty much summarizes all the different uses that overlap with all the different kanji and how the kanji were reused in as many situations as I can think of over the last 75 days. So this part is largely comprehensive. Duolingo comprehensive, sorry. A disclaimer, Duolingo comprehensive. From all of section 1 and section 2. That's all we got for that. I don't really like the last couple things I drew, but that's fine. Or I wrote, I guess. It's fine. Yeah. Not that many kanji. Yeah, that's such a small amount. What is that? Is that even 100? It's probably less than 100. 3, 6, 3, 6, 8, 11, 11, 16, 16, 22, 26, 30, 35, 40, 47, 47, 55. It's only 60 kanji. You're gonna have 60. Approximately 60. I might have missed one. But 60, I'm gonna say about 100 uses. 100 uses of these 60 kanji. So 60 unique kanji, about 100 uses. 100 uses of the 60 here. I don't have to go over kana. Kana is used every day. you cannot contextualize things, or it's not optional here. Like much like most people say, just learn the kana first, but for Duolingo you can probably get through. It's still highly recommended, and this is very efficient right here. Within the first week, I would say 1 week, with Duolingo's character practice, will probably be solid. 1 week using, and you don't need to unlock it or anything. It's available right from the start, actually. Or you have to get to like the second lesson or the third lesson, which teaches you like reading and then a food item, or like 2 food items, like sushi, mizu, right? Those are about it. And then 1 week Duolingo kana practice. You got this. If you don't even do any of the lessons, 1 week Duolingo. I separated it. I didn't do a straight up 1 week. What I did was I continued learning. So how did I do this? Every 2 lesson groups. Every 2 lesson groups, I did a kana practice, a kana bootstrap of 6 lessons. And by the time you get to a benchmark, there's a benchmark that tells you, hey, you should review all your katakana at this point. By the time I got there, I've already been exposed to all the kana. And that was about at like 14 days ish. So 2 weeks if spread out. That's how I did it anyways. I still misread kana, but largely it's because I read very quickly. So much like it's not dyslexia, like borderline, it's not that type of thing, but oftentimes there are things that look alike, right? And if you're not paying attention, you can get them mixed up still if you're trying to read very quickly. There's always an upper limit in which when you're speeding and cursorily reading across, you may make mistakes. And I've done that plenty of times because people type in kana, they use Japanese phrases in chat all the time, right? And however seasoned you are, if your mindset is not in the proper place, oftentimes you can get misread. However, when you sit down and do these things, it's like the back of your hand at this point. Or at least for me, it's like the back of my hand when I'm in the mode of reading. Oftentimes, shifting perspectives provides an extra challenge when you're constantly shifting from reading something that you can comprehend to something you cannot, or you're trying to put together. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. Now comes the big part, and it's been 2.5 hours. I'm gonna take a break, like a bathroom break, and I'll be right back. All right. Now we get to the really hard stuff. Mania be gone, right? Mania be gone. So, I think we're going to travel backwards. Now that I'm at the... Oh, I guess I went up to... Now that I'm at the... I like going backwards. Going backwards is probably what we're going to do. So, yesterday... So this would be like a total recall of yesterday. And from now on, I'm using English. Or I'm writing in English for the sake of time. As much as I want to continue writing in Japanese, we are going to run out of time. And like I mentioned a little bit earlier, some part of myself want to say, oh yeah, but I should just screw it and write the Japanese and then spend like the next 36 hours writing all in Japanese. That's not very realistic. So I got to be a little bit realistic with myself. If I can visualize it in my head, it'll be sufficient for now. So we got to do this exercise, this practice of having incomplete knowledge. Be comfortable with it. We're going to switch colors because I like switching colors while we're doing this. Colors really, I don't know if you guys ever do this anymore as a kid. I know this might sound weird, but I feel like when we grow older, a lot of times you start to navigate towards your comfortable colors. And especially writing, it's either black or white. You get a white piece of paper, you write on black. But let me tell you this. I think one day, some of these days, if not on a digital program or maybe like on a piece of paper, I know you guys like to take notes based on efficiency. So you pick up your like standard pen, the pen you rely on, but try to switch up colors. It's psychologically incredibly refreshing. So yeah, go if you like stationery and you have notebooks, switch up your color of your notebook or write on a different piece of colored paper and pick out a new pen, like a pen with a different color. I know that this sounds very weird or perhaps pedantic coming from me, but when you swap the little things that you're doing all the time, breathing a little bit of variability in it can really invigorate, not necessarily at a cautious level. So if you're thinking like, oh yeah, but you would have to process it and whatnot, you'd be surprised how refreshing it is. So if you're practicing Japanese right now, in my opinion, if you're practicing Japanese right now, you're writing on your notepad and you're using your standard blue colored pen or your black colored pen on white paper, go buy some construction paper and then write it in a contrasting color. It can really brighten up and, if not, change up the dynamics a little bit, and that alone can find it a little bit more engaging. So I've been doing this because of the advent of digital programs. I think digital programs have brought me into that scape of, I've talked about this a little bit, if I have a lot of colors, then I'm gonna go out and buy all the different colors and then I'm going to start collecting colors. However, in a digital program, the nice thing is I have access to all those colors without literally having the material. So if you want a forward investment, it is quite nice to have some sort of electronic device that can capture your writing inputs and then have access to all the colors. And that 5 seconds or 10 seconds that you're going to use to randomly select a color and writing it can really, in my opinion, go a long way. If you're spending your time staring at the same piece of white paper, the same piece of ink going back and down, swap up the colors. I know I said the whole adult thing is because as kids, that was fantastic. I don't know if you guys remember when you were young enough. I'm not sure what age group I'm talking to at this point, but that time when you got your chalk, you're like box of chalk and you couldn't wait to color and write in random colors with no like adult pragmatism weighing you down, like having to say, oh yeah, my notes have to be in black ink, it has to be in blue ink. You just pick any color, you color things, you write things. Do it for your notes. Do it for your notes. It was a very underappreciated thing back then. In fact, a lot of times people think that highlighting, using a highlighter makes things pop, as in, oh yeah, they pragmatically use highlighting as a way to make things memorable. Like you go through your notes, you highlight your notes. But really, I like to think is because you're doing another task and you're doing it to breathe something different into the task you've been doing for a lot of times. So over time in my life, instead of using highlighting, I literally wrote notes in different colors. So whenever I'm categorizing things like, oh yeah, I have to remember everything about communication. What does communication make me feel? I don't know, I'm feeling like a pink. Let's write all the communication stuff in pink. And then interlace it. Oh, I have an intervening thought. Let's write those intervening thoughts in blue and green and so on. So what happens, in my opinion, is it becomes very fun and actualizing all the different groupings. So that's kind of what I ended up doing last time, and I'm going to do it this time because I've forgotten about that. Just a fun thing, I think. Pull out that your favorite green pen, or sorry to those who are colorblind, but maybe like different shades of it. But things you do a lot of times. It's the little things that can make it refreshing again. Promote yourself to looking forward to writing notes. I know that drilling yourself in writing is can be very colorless, very colorless and less engaging. About drawing pictures while you're doing it. That's largely how kids get by when they're doodling on their notepads, right? What if doodling and using different colors promotes your comprehension, right? Your input or your output in some way. You can enrich your output to inspire more input. At least that's my opinion. Okay, so we're using purple. What was unit 18? Unit 18 was I think the topic was communicate specifically in a hotel, right? Okay. So this is not too different from my exercise I do at the beginning of every stream, the total recall one. So check in, check out. So you gotta know how to check in and check out, right? In a hotel. Hotels have a lot of things, you go around. I mean, hoteru is an old vocab, so we'll only mark the new vocab, and I'll throw in like older vocabs from before day 50 whenever it comes up. Let's see. Spa. You'll find those. Puru, right? Puru. Older one. But when I think of spa, I think of a pool as well. Ranges. So we think of time ranges using kara and made. So Whoops. From, until, or I guess to is, so from, to, using kara and made. That's a very useful one. And then we can throw in things like asakohan. Usually, I get why they only used asakohan, because hotels, typically you leave the hotel and you the most concerned time you have hotel is when is the complimentary breakfast, or like the meal to start the day, and then you leave the hotel for the rest of the day. So oftentimes they only used, I'm pretty sure they only used the example for asakohan. So asakohan time, like asakohan wa 7時から10時までです. Something like that, right? From 7 to 10. That's the example. Okay, so we have Kori. Gotta know where that ice is, man, at a hotel. I can't tell you how often. Like, oh yeah, we gotta go get ice. Like right when you enter the room, which I'll be doing soon for the anime convention. Right when you enter the room, people take the ice bucket. Someone goes to scout for the ice machine. They take the ice bucket and they go find the ice machine. Although this is ice itself as opposed to someone mentioned what an ice maker was. It might be Lotus. I don't remember it. Don't remember it well enough. Lotus is usually the one that's like sharing most of the things, because Lotus has gotten pretty comfortable communicating with me. You're gonna try to speak Japanese with someone at the anime convention? I think so. I'm going to try. Or I'm gonna find someone who knows Japanese, like hobbyists. Oh, you don't know what the ice maker is? Then I don't know who said it. Oh wait, it's Cupcake. It might be Cupcake Night. It's very recent. It was yesterday, or it was either yesterday or the day before. It might have been Cupcake, actually. Yeah, we got some new peeps who know, who likes to spring their knowledge every once in a while. I think for the record, you and Indy, it's senhyoki. Senhyoki. Iyo? Yeah. Oh, say. I keep saying sen. Sorry. Seihyoki. Seihyoki? Seihyoki. Yeah. They wrote the kanji too, and then broke down the kanji because we were talking about jihanki, the vending machines, and then we were describing where the vending machines or the ice machine be relative to the era beta, right? I don't know which one was that. I don't know who that was. I think Lotus, you and Indy are probably the one that's most comfortable in normalizing my somewhat pushback and hard to read emotional intelligence when it comes to receiving a trivial like extra knowledge about Japanese while learning Japanese so far. Yeah, that key at the end is for loom. Same as vending machine. Yeah. Yep. And I think I brought up like senta cookie, right? Senta cookie and soljiki for the other ones, and those are not in this. It's the first 50 days for like washing machine and suck machine, vacuum cleaner. And I don't think I have too many other keys out there. I think we've covered most of the keys so far. Most of the looms so far. Let's see. We learned about position, so tonari is, we're gonna use the word besides, because next, beside something, next to something can be a little bit of a sussy thing, largely because of tsuki, beside, and then we have ushiro, behind, and mae, front, and the other ones are old, like near, chikaku. So those are the three to describe like relative positions, because in a hotel you're gonna need directions, so you gotta know your directions, right? And then we have other things. I'm gonna just say meika, right? Meika, in the sense of it's a compound where kahi meika. This part is actually the new one. Floors were introduced, right? So reintroduced. Actually, only very specific floors in this case. Sangai, third floor. Interestingly enough, to echo your sentiments, Lotus, first floor and second floor, Ikai and Nikai, was introduced more than 25 days ago. And those were introduced during transit, like transportation stuff, with like underground level. So we have Sangai and Yonkai. Technically, I think this was these sets of units. So Heya. Not actually specifically in this unit, but it is part of the 25 days. So we'll throw it in here. It'll come up again. Kagi. And without saying too much, Bango. Technically, Bango is introduced. It's in a different unit. Actually, that unit is not within the 25 within this 25 days. The first time Bango was introduced was Denwa Bango. Oh, onegaishimasu. Like something like I need your phone number, or let's say like go ryoshin no denwa bango, right? For emergencies or contact and whatnot. We're trying to get 15. Basically, we're collectively pulling all of our total recall now. So 3, 6, 9, 11, 15-ish. That's, if we can cross 15, we'll move on. And then come back. If I'm feeling like I'm stuck. Right. Right now we're okay. Oh no, we talked about this too. Hold up. We talked about this, and this time I think it was you. It was you, Lotus. Mudio. Yeah, Mudio. Yeah, Mudio. Which, by the way, I have another free expression. It came up yesterday, and I'm not sure if it's... It is part of one of the units. In the last 8 units. It's, Hima, to be free. Right? Like, to be available, or to be I don't know. How they were used is to be free at a certain time, or something. Hima. So this is Mudio. Mudio. What else we got? Oh, right. Not Wi-Fi, but I think Wi-Fi is old, really old. So, password. Password. You gotta know the Wi-Fi password. I can't tell you. You check into a room, it's like, hey, what's the Wi-Fi password? Even though, like, the Wi-Fi is pretty chunky at best. When you get into a room, what else can you do? These are old ones that we can throw in, like beto. Taberu. Taberu, right? Thank you, Jiao. Taberu. Is there? I don't know. Wait. I guess in the hotel room there's a denchi renji. I didn't realize I could use that too, technically. I don't think they brought back denchi renji. There are isu, right? Isu. These are all old vocabulary. Isu. Terebi, right? Terebi. Denwa. I'm moving into the hygiene portion now. Taoru. Taoru. Yeah, taoru. Shower, right? Shower, and or I guess you would call it, you could use it as ofuro. Yeah, ofuro / ofuro to shower. We weren't introduced to, I guess, toire. Maybe toire. No, toire. That's someone else introduced from outside. We haven't used that. The closest we have is otearai, but otearai to me is a restroom, and I think fine, but it's bathless or showerless in my opinion. Go around. I'm looking around the hotel room in my head, right? Looking around the hotel room in my head. I mean, we can throw them here too. They'll come up again. Jimu. Because I personally would want to look for the recreation center to get my runs in or something. All right, what else is around a hotel? What else is around a hotel? Oh, I can't forget these, right? Food items. They throw in random food items all the time. Toasto. And gyunyu. Don't let Indy hear me. I laugh every time I say gyunyu because of Indy. No one tell him. All right, no one tell him. Shh. You'll never know. Oh, right. In terms of food, numu sabisu. Numu sabisu. Right. Room service. Netto. Internet. We'll just use net. Net works. Got some predicates, right? Some predicates that are useful for communicating in a hotel. Probably yoyakushimasu. Yobimasu, right? This is actually kind of all old. There's another phrase that I've forgotten each time. Oh, this one's tough. Oh no, if it's a I'm gonna say omarimasu. Stay. Omarimasu. And I'm missing another word, but I can't seem to recall how it was used. Oh, I recall it. Sakashimasu. To look or search. like to book a hotel and to look for a hotel or a specific type of hotel. That's good. I think we're good with this is unit 18. Unit 18. Honestly, I guess we did learn some unrelated things. This is nondescript though. We'll just throw it in here. Like, pretty sure this is the unit with like the second of a month. And Mika, the third of a month. Largely, they used it to slowly introduce how to describe specific days on which you want to do something, right? And they actually threw in things like ryoko shimasu, for like travel as well, because you have to travel to the hotel. But we're good. Let's switch colors again. Let's pick a new color. How about yeah, all right. Unit 17. What was unit 17? It was outdoor activities and restaurants. Right? Yes, I'm pretty sure it's outdoor activities. Outdoor activities and restaurant stuff. That's unit 17. All right, let's start with whichever comes to mind first. Outdoor. Picnic-ku. Picnic. Picnic-ku. 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 It's the... No matter how many times I say it, it's not getting great. Barbecue. 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 It's not getting... Gotta hear more samples. Hiking. Hiking. Camp. Camp. Oh, well, we already have outdoor out here. Soto. Soto. No, wait. Yes, right. Soto. Yeah. Someone in Hokkaido. Hokkaido is the place that they decided to throw in here. I wonder how scenic it is. Here's a tip with my ku sounds. Okay, sure. Go for it. What's the tip? in camp. There's no coup in camp. Oh, you're talking about the ooze. There's no coup in camp. Just so you know. I'm saying them. I pronounce. Okay, so here's a tip as well. I'll reflect your tip. I accent the U's on these. I accent the U's on these when I say them alone, and then in sentences, I soften them. As in, I don't say them. So, in case you're not, in case you will probably find out later that I don't actually say my U's in a sentence, but for recall, I have to know which of the. So, I don't actually say my U's, like dokchi. Yeah. So yeah, I know, but that's more of a also that's also very Kanto-esque. Yeah. So I know what you mean. Yep. Got it. Yeah. And I agree with you. I actually prefer not to say the oohs very much. Like dance. Dance. Tennis. Dance. Tennis. I always throw a shout out to Yakuza. Yakuza, because that video game series is close to my heart. Yakuza. Or yo yakushimasu. Yeah. It happens when it's like wedged together. So yeah, I agree with you. It is a great tip. It makes it nice. You know, like sentaki instead of sentakuki. Although I've heard it both ways. Sentakuki versus sentaki. Okay. So you'll hear me go back and forth. It's gonna happen. Thank you though. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Doesn't it not sound cute though? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be cute. Sorry. But don't you want to hear desu? I was told that that's what some people do with this sound. Females. It's you know, patriarchal, but don't worry. I won't be campooing anyone anytime soon. Yeah. Bakupak. Bakupaku. Right? Bakubaku. I don't know if my mic actually picks up the lack of a k when it's not in a sentence. But I imagine most people are used to hearing it and then they put the soft U in if I completely omit it. So backpack. Bakupaku. I can emphasize it a little bit more. So bakupaku. Let's see. What else we got? More days. Right? Days were introduced. So when we think about going outdoors, at least I think they're using Americanized times. I don't know what it's like in Gogatsu, but they ended up using Gogatsu. Is it like warm? Do you go outside? I don't know what it's like wherever in various places in Japan. But yeah, May Gogatsu is a fairly reasonable time to be doing outdoor things like picnicking and stuff. Honestly, oh, wait. This is where Jiao gave me the other thing too. And I promptly forgot it. Oh. Kudai. Yeah, kudai. Instead of kudai. Kudai. And this was a... Oh, I don't know if these two words are different, actually. But hayai is was used in this way as an early. So I wasn't actually paying attention if hayai is the same as hayai. Obviously, hayai sounds incredibly weird, so hayai is what I'm defaulting to at the moment. I don't know if that's another word. Much like kurai instead of kurai. Let's see. Yeah, nakadaka. Yeah, that's at least what I'm attempting to do. Hayai, as opposed to hayai. Do we know if do you know if hayai is another word? Do you know if hayai is another word? With atamadaka. I would not be surprised at this point, but usually I go with as closely as I can to remember the whatever I'm imitating. I'm basically still in the stage of imitating whatever I heard the most. No? Okay, so I could be a goober, cupcake. So I could be a goober and make a Japanese person really triggered by saying ai. Sorry. I think here's something. If you go and talk to me in English and you put the emphasis on the wrong syllable, like intentionally to trigger me, I would be pretty impressed. It actually takes quite a lot of conscious effort to deliberately, constantly put your emphasis on the wrong syllable. Usually it's names I really try to get PA right. Yeah, me too. I agree with that, actually, honestly. Wow, actually, honestly. When I started, before I started Japanese, right? Before I started Japanese, I played a lot of Japanese games, right? And the one thing that I typically emphasize, like I'm hyper aware of, is when proper names comes up. So, Hiroshima was not part of my lexicon. Hiroshima was not part of my lexicon. That did not happen to me. Or Tokyo. That did not. Nope. That feels off. Feels very off. Hiroshima is ouch. However, I still remember it was in 6th grade. Tokyo, Kyoto. Right. I think right now doing I've been Hokkaido was different. So that I didn't know there was a t in the Ho. And that made sense because of how Hokkaido is spelled. So like the KK. I didn't realize that this is a t. This is how you denote t. So I've been saying Hokkaido most of the time, right? And so Hokkaido, 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 or yeah, Hokkaido. So that, yeah, small t, yeah, or it's a small t, yeah. Is the Hokkaido, Hokkaido, yeah, Hokkaido, yeah. Although in English it's still the second syllable, but there's no t, there's no small t, right? So it Hokkaido is still on the same, the stress emphasis is still on the same syllable, so to speak. Like you'll naturally pitch up and increase the moda there, so it becomes two, but the ka is carried over the t. So Hokkaido, as in instead of saying ho and then blank and kaido quickly, you say Hokkaido, as in the ka ends up accompanying the same thing. So when you say it together, it's still about the same timing between English and Japanese. That's what made it sound okay to me in my ear, and then I realized it's actually a t, a small t, which is really great. I think that's awesome. I played a game, Yakuza 5, Yakuza 5, Yakuza Go, Yakuza no Go. Do you put a no in front of sequels? Like, do you say what? How do you express in Japanese a name that has a number? Do you just say it together, or do you put no? Because it's technically the 5th of Yakuza, right? So Yakuza no Go, or or maybe number 5. So Yakuza Go unit, whatever the unit is. I don't actually know how you count video games. Or maybe like Bango 5. No, that doesn't, that no. That, it depends. How would you say Yakuza 5 in this case? Well, it depends on the situation that I'm saying right now. I'm not saying any other generalized situation. I'm talking about Yakuza 5. So you're saying it still depends even if it's Yakuza 5? Man. Let's not go into that then. But let me know. 3, 6. Final Fantasy 12. How you say Final Fantasy 12 in Japanese? Curious. This stuff matters to me because I'm probably going to say a lot in the future in terms of Japanese games. It's the same order. Oh, I see. Well, that's convenient for Final Fantasy. How you say final? So, Finalu Fantasy. Finalu Fantasy 12. For title names like this, you just go straight up. It's just katakana, so finalu with a soft ru. Finalu Fantasy 12. It's been so long since I've watched a Japanese interview with a Final Fantasy game, so I don't even recall how they say Final Fantasy. I swear the outdoor section was longer than this. Keshki. I remember Keshki. View. Keshki. They threw in things like Yama. Oh, I guess this is where Kawa was introduced, and as a kanji, and Ame. All right, this side is bigger. I think the restaurant, talking in the restaurant side is bigger. This one's gonna be rough. Here we go. Mabo tofu. Mabo tofu. It's rough for mabo tofu. Restaurants. We're thinking Chiukakai in Chiukakai de. Chiukakai de. And Chiuka ryori. Chiuka ryori. Chiuka ryori. Kashi. I'm doing this all out of order. My order and sequence of events in my head are all out of whack. Oh no. For sure. Napkin. I'm just imagining what's on the table at this point. You know, I haven't really learned how to say plate. Gyuniku. Gyuniku. I mean, we might as well throw this in. I don't actually know. This is probably from the earlier ones, like Udaniku. Probably outside of this range. So we're trying to cover 30. If we can get 30 plus from each unit, then we're good to go. 30 in combination. No, that's from a different unit. I can't embellish with other things. We gotta keep honest. What else we got? Tapioca tea. Tapioca tea. Boba. We're just gonna call it boba. Have I been to Japan before? Yeah. Menu. 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 Not N, sorry. But menu. Menu. Ba ba ba. Irashaimase. Okay, now I'm going back to my my hypothetical order of operations, because tenin. You say it. No. This might be not... there might be something off about this, but that's okay. Nanmei sama desu ka? I know this is not complete, but honestly, most people would just say how many, not how many people. But we're just gonna abbreviate this for the sake of space. Yeah, I think it's nanmei sama desu ka? Desu ka? Order of operations, then we get seated, right? Yeah. Right. Soup. Got the beverage. Udon cha. Oh yeah, udon cha. I'm going over beverages. I think those are the only beverages. Boba, oolong. And you have the soup. Utensils. And mapo tofu. Hey Nadia, hello. How are you today? How many we got? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. What am I doing? Today is review day. It's kind of like a exam day. It's a quiz day. It's like a midterm. Not even a midterm. It's an indefinite term. So we're trying to remember as many things as we can possibly remember from the last 25 days, but specifically the last 25 days. Not to embellish it with anything from the first 50 days. So I'm trying my best to figure stuff out. I don't know off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure this is nakadaka, right? Kudai. Yeah, kudai. No, karai. Sorry, karai. Spicy. Not karai. And not karai. Oh, I mean, karai sounds okay, but I think it's karai instead of karai. It's nakadaka. Okay. Nice. I like this. I like, obviously I'm not going to do this for all the words, Cupcake, because all these words I've only heard them at most in the last 25 days. Each day I hear these words maybe 10 times. So like very specific words. So they only come by 10 times. So I'll be usually guessing their pitch accent. But it is kind of fun to have other people like on the ready. Like I think this is a lot of fun. So regardless, most of the time I'm guessing the PAs because I haven't heard a lot of these. The ones that you'll know that I have in dictionary form, all E adjectives are nakadaka. Ooh, that's helpful actually. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Oh, I'll keep that in mind. Or they are visible. Okay. Or are they viable? Okay. I'll keep that in mind. That's actually quite nice to know. That's quite nice to know. I haven't really gone into like universal patterns or things like that. So all the okay. Got it. I'll try to keep that in mind. That would explain why they all feel the same. What I mean is melodically they feel the I want to say e adjectives with that same melodic feel. There are heiban e adjectives, but saying them nakadaka is the newer pronunciation. Oh, that explains quite a lot, actually. Yes. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, I gotta not forget ebi or ebi. Ebi. Shrimp. I'm not calling you a shrimp, sorry. That was abrupt. It was a little abrupt. I think this is where we also counted again. This is technically old, but new at the same time. So let's go over them. Itutsu. 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 5 things. Mitsu. Mutsu. Sorry, mutsu. Mitsu is 3. Mutsu. And nanatsu. For the ordering thing, right? Like to order stuff. So we're leaving. Kaikei, cashier. And the expression zenbude. Oh no. What is it? Ochiri, otsuri, no, otsuri, sorry, otsuri. That sounds right, otsuri. Otsuri, otsuri. I'll go with otsuri. Right now I can see the kana o tsu and the yeah. You would be careful with kaikei? Yeah. I imagine. I can't be careful of what I don't know, but fair enough. Okay, let's see. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 26, 30, 34. That's pretty good. I think in spoken they say, oh, that's irrelevant, but thanks. Yeah. You're talking about Reiji. Yeah. Like register. That's fair enough. That's semantics. That comes with time. So being careful in that case, that's understandable. But we're talking about Duolingo here. So regardless if I know something outside, you can't be careful of something you are not introduced at the moment. But I'll keep that in mind. Reji. As in register. Because at least I've only ever heard Kaike being used for checks. That's fair. That's fair. Actually, chiketo was used for checks too. Actually. Lots of the new age people use chiketo for checks as well, as opposed to tickets. Yes, I know what you mean. There's no misunderstanding here. Chiketo checks as well, but it can also mean tickets. At least that's what the influencers, the little trendy kids are saying. Stop using certain things and stop using this and being careful with that and stuff like that. So I'm not too worried. It's fine. It's fine. We'll learn. My answer to whenever someone says be careful, use this, use that, and this, my answer usually is all of the above. Wait, what people say ticket when asking for bills, that's what they say. But it is a replacement for kipu. But hey, I don't know. The internet is a wonderful place of do this, do that. This is often do this, do that. My answer to most of them is I'll keep all of it in mind, and we'll have all of it. So Reji works for me. I don't know if Duolingo will use Reji, but I'll keep that in mind. Both. So it's not about be carefuling for one and be carefuling for another. It's, hey, they also use Reji for check or bill. Wait, were you here when someone Noah used tweaking? Like, I'm tweaking? And I said like, oh wait, is that like I get what that means, or like I got the essence of it, and then my thought was I'm tripping is the phrase, right? But the answer really is both. It's both I'm tripping and I'm tweaking. So hey, you never know. Tomorrow, by the time I visit Japan, I'll keep all of it in mind, and from now on I will know it as Reji. Actually, is it Reji or Reji? I feel like Reji sounds a lot better. Atama? Oh my, yeah, Reji. Okay, Reji. Yeah. Atama daka. Yeah. Reji sounds a lot better than Reji. Yeah. Okay. So I'll remember that. Yeah, thanks for the heads up. Yeah, Reji. I pick up so many extra words here and there all the time, especially katakana words. Every time wait, were we the ones having this discussion? I forgot who was having this discussion. Oh, it was between us, right? Every time there's a hiragana or like something that is represented in hiragana in Duolingo, then someone's like, oh hey, be careful, I haven't seen that. They give me the katakana word, and then when they give the katakana word, sometimes they're like, wait, that's strange, here's the hiragana word. It happens a lot, so don't worry. Like I'm not worried. It's very common. It's very common for this to happen. For example, my favorite example is the one that Lotus brought up, which is ticket, which is people say, yeah. It might actually be cheku. No, that's like different, right? Isn't that like checkered? But this ticket though, I'm still waiting for them to pull out Ken. I'm waiting for them to pull out Ken instead of Oh, what did you? Sorry, what did say I what? Oh, okay. No worries. I was thinking the one that gets pulled up a lot is Kipu, Chiketo, and Ken. As in Kokuoken, right? Kokuoken. I don't know how to say, but planes and train tickets, but specifically that was the Kokuoken, the airplane ticket. However, here it was introduced as Hikoki no chiketo. Hikoki no chiketo. A plane ticket. Yeah. So Duolingo ended up using hikoki, as in the plane, and then no chiketo, as opposed to kokuoken. Yeah, kokuoken. I don't really actually know how to pronounce it because it came up somewhere else in another discussion. So I don't actually know what it even sounds like. It wasn't even pronounced to me. So I'm just guessing. Yeah, airplane ticket. And then I think it was definitely Lotus. And I was like, wait, but it doesn't say airport. It's not the airport. Airport is Kuko. So they like swapped it up a little as well. It's not the airport ticket, but it's plane. So you have to clarify. All right, go ahead. I mean, like, that's not part of my lexicon, so hopefully you're not clarifying something that I don't actually know, which does happen quite often. Okay, so I think we're good with this. They refer to the actual thing sometimes as that, like the paper. At least that's the impression I was given, but that might be completely misconstrued by other people, right? This isn't a person who like teaches Japanese, right? That. I don't actually know if it's specifically a restaurant thing. Do you think cashier is a place or a person? Like, what do you think a cashier is in English? Cupcake. I'm actually kind of curious. What do you think cashier means in English? A person? I see. Yeah, a cashier is a place as well. If someone says it plainly, I see. Cashier is a place. So when you said Deji, it made sense to me. No other context, it would be a place. Yeah, for me. So like a register, like I'm guessing that's what reji is, right? A register is a cashier. Yeah, you go to a cashier, as in a place where you pay, as opposed to you go to a person. You don't have to go to a person to pay. You could pay at the cashier. Is probably why maybe not like I understand register immediately when you say reji. Yeah, you go to a cashier to cash out. Like you can cash out your bill at any vending machine or something. A vending machine or a machine can be a cashier. It doesn't have to be a person. So I really understood you. But you know, most people say cash register as well. The old school way, cash register. So I'm guessing reji came from cash register. Which I guess a cashier, I don't even refer to it as a cashier. Oh, that's a good question. You know, I haven't ever said that to anyone before. Like, oh yeah, let's go, and usually it would be something like, oh, let's go pay for it, right? Actually the phrase I would use is checkout. That is also the cashier. You could refer to that person as the cashier. Yes. So I'm saying it's both. It's both. It's not exclusive. The meaning is not exclusive. The cashier mans the cashier. Although I prefer the word checkout. The checkout line. So you could say the cashier is at the checkout line. But I don't think I've used the phrase cashier in a very long time. And I don't use the word register at a very long time as well. So this is a really weird situation where, yeah, I'm actually kind of curious. How does the dictionary define it? It could also mean that I'm pretty like a boomer or something. And people, yeah, I mean the cashier is referring to the clerk or the bank clerk or the teller, so that's fine. Yeah, so I totally get it. Yeah, I totally get it. Wow, it's not popular. It is not a popular word. Is Reggie a person? Wait, is Kaike a person or a place? That's another thing too. Is it like a destination? Is Kaike a destination or is it a person? It's more often a place. Like, okay, all right. That's kind of my impression that I got. Yeah, that's what I thought because they were cashiers before cashiers. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, Kaike is more of a place. Okay. More like a noun meaning other. Okay. Fair enough. I'll keep that like that's what my running definition of Kaike is. Oh, where no. Wait, what do you mean no? The joys of asynchronous communication. Reji is closer to a place. Okay, fair. We're not talking about which one's closer. I'm talking about if I had to say relative to Kaike, but we're not saying that. We're saying do they both refer to a place, not whether they're relative to each other. As in like, is Kaike a person or is Kaike a location? I mean, technically the person can be a location or a destination, I suppose. Like Kaike ni Kaike or Kaike, yeah, Kaike de 入ります. Kaikei de 入ります. Kaikei is a noun? I mean, a location is a noun too. Wait, neji is not a noun? Oh, it means accounting. Okay, but neji is a noun too. So, okay, like it means accounting. Ah, I see. I see. Fair enough. We've talked about this long enough. Neji. Yeah. All right. In accounting, I mean, that seems a little apt for accounting. Oh, I think we're good. I think we're good. So let's move on to, like, when asking for the bill at restaurants. Yeah, I get it. That's what this is about. It's about restaurants. So that's why they introduced this term. So it's very, very specifically about restaurants. Okay, so let's see. Let's go to orange. And we're gonna do unit. We gotta squeeze unit 16 in here. What was unit 16? Unit 16. It was college, I think. It was college. College and transit. Probably. No, wait. No. It's college and counting animals. It's college and counting animals. Counting aminals. This is unit 16. Okay. We'll start off with the shout out stuff, right? We know the word for incense. Sorry, I'm already thinking of the word in my head, but I wanted to first talk about incense. But senko. Senko. Oh, this one's rough. I remember this, I think. If I had to guess, okay. Let's get the cheap stuff out, right? The cheap stuff. I know this is going to be debatable. It's interpretive, and I've already made my comment about this for many times already. Ichinensei. Ichinensei. Ninensei. Ninensei. Oh my gosh, English. Hard. Okay. Sannensei. And Yonensei. Yonensei. I think it's harder to remember the English thing than the Japanese ones in this case. I don't use this system anymore in my English lexicon too often. I don't use that. I don't use freshman, sophomore, junior, or senior. Oh, and non-nensei. Non-nensei. What school year? Okay. Cupcake, I'm surprised you don't have anything to say about freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior. Actually, I don't even know if where you are, you use this system or not. Okay, so in the spirit of incense, you guess? In the spirit of incense, right? Incense. You're in Canada, you don't know? Oh, wait. Wait, you're in Canada and you don't know? I use first year, second year, third year, and fourth year now. I don't usually use freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior. I didn't really comprehend the whole freshman, sophomore, junior, senior thing, even back in high school. You think you use it? Usually we just say first year. Yeah, me too. I honestly think in high school I still use first year, second year, third year, and fourth year when I was a kid. I had to make sense of what freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior meant. And for uni as well. Yeah. Here, people still use freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior. Oh, you use grade X in Canada in high school. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Sorry, I had to cough. All right. What subjects have we been given here? Sugaku. Sugaku. Business. Sorry, Cupcake. I kind of want to trigger you and say, business. Sorry. Onegashimasu. Like. I was gonna say, please understand, but I don't know what I'm saying. Sorry. Sumimasen. Business. Business. K-12, yeah, K-12, you also use grade X, I see. What, oh yeah. You know what, we might as well throw these, I don't know where I'm gonna throw these later. Okay, so we have Doitsu in this chapter, pretty sure. Doitsu and Deutschko, right? Deutschko. Sure. I don't like this one, but Philippine. Philippine. And then I see the katakana. Tadaro Gugo. Oh no, it's Takaragugo. Takaragugo. Yeah, Takaragugo. These are majors. Obviously the other languages are in there too, but they're repeats from older units. Much older unit. I think Eki was thrown in here as a kanji, but Eki was fine. Campus, right? Or campasu. Campus. Dio. Kind of introduced as a section, but dorms in this context. Campus. Another part of the school life, college life. I have a lot of stories about my college life. concerning with sakuru, sakuru, yeah, sakuru. What were the clubs? Bodo game. If anyone saw what I just did, they will call me out on my English. I don't know if any English people picked up on my really quick misspelling of board game. I might as well highlight this. How can I resist talking about English? There's a homophone in board, right? Board. That's the homophone. Board games. So I wrote BOR initially as a slip, but board game, not board game. Right. Good old English. Okay. Board game. What else we got? Burantia. Burantia. No, Buranti. Buranti. Burantia? No, Burantia? Why does that sound a little off? Burantia. Yeah. Oh, no. Borantia. Borantia. No, that still sounds a little bit off. Borantia. Borantia. Yeah, Borantia. 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 I don't like it. Volunteer. Borantia. Of course, everyone's favorite club. Chess. Chess. I definitely feel like I'm missing something here. Oh, it's Nakadaka? Chess? Or are you talking about Burantia? Yeah, yeah, Borantia. Yeah, Borantia. 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 Yeah, Borantia. Borantia. Oh, does it drop at all? Or is it Odaka? I'm saying it like Odaka at the moment. Borantia. But I guess it might be Borantia. So, Burantia. Burantia. Interesting. I don't like the word. We're moving on. Why couldn't it just be Odaka? Burantia. 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 Oh, no, that sounds awful. Never mind. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Burantia. 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 No, I keep saying boo. Borantia. Borantia. Whatever. Yeah. Borantia. It's Da. Yeah, I know. I know what it is. Hang on. Let me write it out. Oh, wait. No, no, no. Yeah. Borantia. Borantia. At least that's what I think it is. Alright, let's erase this. Let's pretend that we don't understand how to write Japanese. Okay. How many did we get? 3, 6, 9, 12. Oh yeah, we're over. Alright, counting aminals. Counting aminals. I thought it would be on... Oh, I see. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. On the T? I see. It's 50-50. It's a straight 50-50. I see. Oh, okay. I see what you mean now. We'll just move along and pretend like I don't need to use that word in the future. Out of sight, out of mind. Right under the rug. Okay? It's gonna be our little secret, Cupcake. It's gonna be our little secret. And we're just gonna pretend that word doesn't exist. I'll come back to it after I listen to more samples. Okay, counting aminals. Neko, and inu. Chameleon. My voice is getting a little harsh already. I don't even know how to spell chameleon. Sure. Hamster. Dobutsu. I gotta remember how to say. Okay. For whatever reason, every time I think of Neko Cafe, I think of forever because of Duolingo. Ninki. That's how they introduced this phrase. And then what's popular in there? Pancakey. Pretty sure this is where this was introduced. Pancakey. And there's something else at a cafe. Cappuccino. Cappuccino. I don't know how to spell cappuccino either. That's my best. Anything else with animals? They kept talking about animal cafes a lot, and sure enough, I'm definitely into the whole idea of animal cafes. We can describe stuff. Oh, you know what? This is probably where Heya was also used again over here. Then in the then for animals, aminals, karafuru. We got a color as well, right? There was a color in this one. Chairo. Yeah, chairo. This is a no as well. And this is a na. Oh, right. Sumi. It might be Sumi. No, Sumi. It's Sumi. Sumi. So many things. Oh my god. So many things. I'm actually slightly ahead of schedule. Oh no, am I ahead of schedule? Oh no, I'm not. I only got 3 units. I'm halfway. Oh no, I need to speed up. Holy heck. We're gonna be here for a long time. I'm really trying like as fast as I can at this point. And aminals. So aminals, we also got body parts. Kuchi. Mimi. Me. Look, I'm missing a potty part. Oh. Hana. Okay. 4, 8. All right, we're kind of getting close to hump. I need to have a cutoff. This is taking too long, and I feel like cappuccino has 2 C's. I'm pretty sure cappuccino has 2 C's. Like 2 C's next to each other. Now that I'm taking a look at that, it doesn't matter. I'm bad with English, so sue me. I think we're, oh man. I guess we need to count. Oh, yeah, we need to count animals. This one wasn't introduced as a kanji. Nanhiki. We're gonna abbreviate because I don't know how far this context goes. Ipiki. We're just gonna put aminal for now. Nihiki. Sanbiki. I can't spell 3 either. Yohiki. Oh my gosh, I can't spell 4 either. Okay, that's good enough. We did it. All right, that's 3 units down. 3 units down. Let's get a new color. We'll use pink. The heck is... I am avoiding predicate. I mean, I do have predicates that are being reused as well, but there aren't any unique predicates in that last unit. Oh no. Okay, let's think back up. So what came before school? I remember there's transit. Right, there's definitely transit. Like more transit stuff. What was it paired with? Oh, um, it's like dating, date plans, and transit again. Like take 3 transit. Okay, so date plans. What are we thinking about when we think about date plans, right? What kind of words do you need for date plans? Eigakan. Eigakan. Movie theater. Eigakan. And Bangohan, but you know. Eiga to Bangohan. Pretty sure Kantoku was thrown in there just because of movies. And of course, when we're thinking about Bangohan, right? We're thinking about steaky, wine, fancy, right? Fancy pants. Purezento. I'm gonna put present in quotes just so it helps other English people out there. Presento. What kind of presento? Buraos. Got lots of article stuff, but we're not gonna mention most of them. Like necktie, or oh wait, suits. Suits. For the gentleman. Types of gifts, right? Necklace. And necklace. Udedoke. As in wristwatch. We'll put this in quotes too for the English peeps. What else can you do? What do you need to know for date plans? Date plans. Oh, what can we do at a movie theater, right? So I don't think people actually eat these things at movie theaters, but is it ho? Hototoku. 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 Popcorn. Popcorn. Okay. That covers the movie theater, I think. I think that covers the movie theater. Oh, speaking of presents, this is where we learn Tanjobi. And because we know Tanjobi, we also know Uta. And even this is where they introduce Hito with the kanji, but we already know Hito. Because you want to describe people, like the type of people. When you're thinking about dates, you're always asking about what kind of person or what type of person you're going out on date with and whatnot, like descriptors. So Hito came in to alleviate that. I guess they're using Genki. Genki as lively, right? Genki to describe a person as lively. And we're gonna put this in quotes because of other things too. Well, I guess it goes without saying. Dato. The topic at hand. Man. I think this is pretty good. I don't think I need to Is that good? 6. We gotta book it. 6:12. What? 6:12, 15? Yeah, we're good. Let's book it. Transit time. Transit. If we get 15, we're moving. Transit. Any new forms of transit? Manoreru. Kaishoku? Yeah, Kaisoku? I said sho, didn't I? Kaisoku? Yeah, Kaisoku. That sounds right. Is there anything to describe more transit things that we haven't had? I think Manoreru is the only one. Oh, I remember this. Escalator. Escalator is one that I remember I made the joke. Like escalator is technically a form of form of transportation. I keep forgetting it for the longest time. Much like I keep forgetting elevator because of not really considering it, even though when you're going to a place like a train station or something, you're gonna hit these things, right? You gotta imagine yourself hitting these things. Yeah, Shinkansen. It's within the last time. So Shinkansen is from before, where when they introduce Densha as well, and then they introduce bus, taxi. You know what they didn't introduce? A car. But it's not part of transit technically. No bicycle yet. I'm waiting for bicycle, man. Like what the heck? Where are my bicycles? Although they're talking about paid transit, so it's fair. It's fair. No ships either. So no like boats. We didn't get boats yet. Things that go on water. No water transport. They've covered so many things, but not yet. Oh, I guess these are about it actually. And then now let's think about the transit stuff. They covered many of the transit things like Kaidan, right? The Kaidan and like Homu. Oh wait, is this the one where they did the whole... Oh, they did do this one. This one they did Ichiban Homu. And I don't know if they did Ni. I guess Niban. Wait. No. Oh no. I'm not quite sure about number 2. Sanban sounds fine. Alright, you just got to spoil it for me. I don't remember if Niban changed. But they talk about like Ichiban Homu, like platform, a platform number. I don't think they changed. That's why I'm not remembering any rule exceptions. So Ichiban, Niban, and Sanban. I'm just gonna go with it. They only went up to 3. More train stuff, more transit stuff. This is kind of very specific possibly to the structure of the train place, but usually when you think of trains you think of 2 separate exits, and in this case it's often the cardinal directions. So we have Minamiguchi, south exit, and Kitakuchi, right? Track number, platform number. Oh, no track number. No track numbers actually. I didn't know you name track numbers. Do they typically name the track numbers? Usually they name the platforms that correspond to the tracks. Or at least that's my impression. Oh, this is anemic. We need more terms here. This is anemic. We're in trouble now. What else can I Oh, I remember. They were describing trains with this color, which it's okay. I don't usually see trains this color, but orange. Orange. Sorry, orange. Orange. I almost said yeah, and then this is a no. This is a no. You asked me this before. I haven't been to Japan before. Kipuroiba. Kipuriba. I think Kipuriba. The ticket stand place. Kipuriba. Like station, ticket station, where you get like the ticket area, or like we'll use area, the ticket area, because arriba. Information. Yeah, information. Wait, information? No, information. I think I'm missing a kana there somewhere. That's close enough. Information. Information. It's probably a may. Information. Like center or thing. It's probably May. Information. Information. That sounds about right. It's a May? It's a May? Yeah, information. Hey, Sub-Zero. Every time when I think about trying to say ma in English, or like if I'm thinking of ma in English, I think they probably substituted a me instead. So it's become a habit of mine already. Oh no. Someone had something to say about this and I've already forgotten. Tua. Someone had something to say about this too. This word. Tua. I should mark. This is unit 18, 17, 16. This is unit 15, right? 3, 6. That's technically 9, 12. I'm not doing so hot. I'm not doing so hot on this one. I think this one also had cost. So like 300 probably 300 and 800 for like cost. Yeah, I'm digging really deep here. I'm digging really deep for something new. Three, 6, 8, 11, 14. That's not that great. Can I scrounge up like one other thing? Oh, that's right. This is where we use like I think this is where we use norimas, like norimas, but norimas is a returning thing, and then we use orimas. Yeah, orimas. So like getting on and getting off. And we're gonna put these in quotes. Get on and off. That's good enough. I can't. I don't remember much more than that. I feel like there's so much missing. All right, next one. How are you doing, Sub-Zero? Welcome back. Let's do another color. I'm not feeling the pink. We're going yellow. I'm gonna say one of them is hobbies. I think there's seasonal events. It's like seasonal events and hobbies or something. I'm alright, haven't been able to tune in lately because life really... I'm sorry to hear that. How's everything been going with learning? It's been going alright. It's getting a little tough. I was nervous about this one, and surely it is quite nerve-wracking at the moment. I think I'm hitting about 90%. It's not as good as I thought. I actually thought I'd be a little bit faster than this. Okay, so if I had to take a jab, it is probably like hobby. Oh, like habits. We're just gonna call this section habits. Like discussing habits and seasonal events. I'm sorry to hear that. Are you doing better? Like, is life... Are things going all right now? So let's start with habits. Sure enough, we're gonna start off with badminton. All you badminton folks out there, right? Gakki. Instruments. Speaking of instruments, piano, guitar, performance, taiko, just random stuff. I don't know when we were introduced to utaimasu, but utaimasu, sure, we'll put it in here. And otorimasu. I'm not sure if it's this one. Oh, you're totally fine. Just stressful period with uni, but I'll get through it. All right. Deadlines. Oh yeah, that's right. And then I was holding you to becoming the superstar Mandarin resource that I need, right? That was the plan. Where did you say for gaki? Gaki for instrument. Oh, and then hikimasu for playing string. Hikimasu here. Was gonna apply for some internship this summer, but man, I decided to just chill. All right, and focus on some Chinese. I'm holding you to it. All right. Besides that, I hope the deadlines you're crushing out the deadlines. Also habits. Pretty sure they covered hiragana, self-plug, hiragana, and kanji. Because benkyou shimasu was also introduced in this one. Bare. Fashion. Oh, this is where I shout out Lotus. We already got introduced to brogu. No, we haven't actually. Brogu. Brog. And Kiji. No, I didn't say gaki. I didn't say gaki. I said gaki. Yeah. They gave me ga ki. Ga with a t. Ga ki. Blog posts, you know, content creator, making videos. What other habits are there? Yeah. Got ki. Lesson. I'm not sure if frequency phrases are introduced. I think they might have introduced konshu matsu. Konshu matsu. Because of like how much you're going to play and when are you gonna play. We cover 15, 3, 6, 9, 12. I'm doing some cheap ones though. 15, 17, that's good enough. We're moving on to seasonal events. Seasonal events. Oh harder. Hanabi kaitai. Kaitai. No. Kaikai. Hanabi taikai. That one I remember. Fireworks display. We're talking about seasonal events, so they introduced 31日. And then this is where 12月 and 10月 because we are Halloween. Interesting enough, I don't know if Japanese people even do Halloween, but you know, Halloween. Christmas. Illumination. Light display. I guess. Pretty sure we learned tabemono in this one. I don't even know where nomimono came, but nomimono is sometime after as well. Probably here. Omatsuri. What else happens on seasonal things? Countdown. Or countdown. Or Omisoka. New Year's Eve. Party. Paredo. These are all part of seasonal events, right? If you're going around, you got all of these. You got all of these things happening. At least these things. Contesto. Definitely, like costumes, gifts, right? Things like that. Contesto. Dansu. Dance. Right? Those are events. I think is that good enough? Well, let me see. 3, 6, 12, 15. Oh yeah, we're good. We're good. We're gonna squeeze in this side note here. What color are we going with? Let's go to purple again. Let's try like... Actually, let's go to like here. All right. Dang it. Hold up. This was unit 14. So far behind. Oh my gosh, we're so far behind. I'm having a lot of fun. It is a struggle right now, though. I'm running out of topics. I don't actually know other topics. So traveling back. I feel like we talked about work or something like that. It's work. Work and I think it's work. It's like media, something media and work is where I'm thinking there are. Pretty sure this is like unit 13. They might be not accurate at this point. It's going too far back now. Now it's getting rough. 12 and 11 is gonna be a struggle. I don't even know how they're grouped. For media, this one is kind of cheat. Like lots of it is kind of cheat. And what I mean by that is you'll see. CD, DVD, RPG. SFF. SFU. SFU. Do you even qualify these as SFU? What else? That's what the media is. Like bando, arebamu. No, arubamu. Whoa, calm down. If you go into a shop, they use the kona. Have I considered doing an Anki stream? I have. It'll be really, really far down the line, though. Really, really far down the line. Flashcards have not... my thoughts on flashcard is I typically have evolved beyond that type of format, but we can definitely go back when we complete the course. Probably. I don't like flashcards because it doesn't build sentimentalism. Is probably why I stay away from flashcards. You don't build stories with flashcards. You could try, though. It would be very similar to this. Are there any predicates? Kikimasu. Kaimasu. Ikimasu. No, only Duolingo. There are flashcards, by the way, in Duolingo. There are flashcards in Duolingo. It's a feature though. Not it's a freemium feature. What else? Okay, I need to get back on board. I'm pretty sure Popusu was one. Just standard pop. Popes. Oh no, we got like fiction, non-fiction. I think this whole section is pretty much katakana galore. Documentary. I almost feel like I'm slightly cheating here. Is there any like they actually do include like half hirakana like stuff, like not borrowed, non-borrowed stuff, but right now I can't get any non-borrowed. Maybe this is one of the units that is largely all borrowed. Anison, which is still in katakana. Musugashi, difficult. Musugashi. Puzzle. What is that? Like 80% of it? 90% of it is katakana, and they're all borrowed. Oh my lord. Kado game. It keeps going. It's kind of like diarrhea right now. Sorry. I know. Very visual. Posta. I'm basically thinking of a hobby shop. Like it keeps going. Like you go into a hobby shop, right? You go into like a vinyl place or an album place or a media store, right? And that's what you see. This is what you get. Like this is the stuff. You walk in, you're looking around the album, and what do you think? Like books, sections. These are the words. I wouldn't really change them too much. Oh, there's a hanashi. Hanashi, because of books, story, hanashi. Actually, what is hanashi? Is it nakadaka? Hanashi, or is it hanashi? Is it odaka? That could be useful. I'm thinking it's nakadaka. Hanashi. Okay. Oh, it's odaka. Hanashi. Okay. Thanks. Hanashi. Okay. Seru. Honya. Bookstore. Honya. Right now, the only thing that's in my head right now is I'm thinking, what does it look like when I walk into a Barnes and Noble? Like a Barnes and Noble supercenter. These are the things. Legitimately, these are the things. It's a media store. You have your books, your book sections, your videos, your formats, your music, your video games, some video games occasionally, your anime section, but we didn't like your like consumable things like manga, like all those things are technically in there. However, we're only looking at these are the ones that are introduced. in the last section. And I think that's what, 3, 6, 9, 12. Yeah, we're good. All right, for work. What can I remember about work? Meeting. Meeting. Training. And the katakana continues. Present. Okay. Wait, I'm actually kind of... I don't know if it's in this section. Or was it in this section? Oh no, I don't remember the other units anymore. Like, I don't remember unit 12 or 11. I don't know where they're at because somewhere there's also like honyaka. Honyaka. I just thought of a couple. I don't know where they are at the moment. Fine. I think this is where we learned about kara, technically kara and made, because of kurayanto. You know, meetings and training and presentations have time, so that's where they introduce kara and made. Kara and made. What else can you do at work? Uketsuke. Oh no. Yes. No. Uketsuke. Front desk. Kaisha. Oh, ganbateo. Oh no, no, sorry. What'd you say? No, wait. 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 Zan. Why does that sound so familiar? Zan. I don't know what that is. I'm drawing a blank. I'm drawing a blank cupcake. Overtime. Oh, overtime. That's cool. Wait. Overtime. Oh, that's such a deep cut. That's such a deep cut into Japanese culture when it comes to company workers. Like kaishain, you know, like, oh man. We didn't learn overtime, but that's rough. wait. Zangyo. Oh my gosh, Zangyo. That sounds rough. You hit a little too hard there. I think this is the one where we learned about building floor things again. So nankai, like what floor, because meetings are at different floors. So then we were introduced to ikai, nikai. Not the third floor and fourth floor. The third floor and fourth floor was introduced later. They stopped at first and second floor. uh Pinta. Pinta. Oh, there's something unrelated. Sort of unrelated. Shokudo, Shokudo cafeteria, and then that was their excuse to introduce a few more food items. Chahan. There we go. There's some non-katakana stuff. And then, of course, because we know chahan... Wait, actually, it is katakana. Chahan. Now that I think about it, it's fried rice. It's Chinese. Oh, my... Okay, alright, more katakana. Fried potato. Fried potato. French fries. Okay, do I have any more borrowed words? Honestly, when I started learning Japanese, I didn't think this would be my experience. This part would be so so dominant in my experience. Speaking of katakana, pasokon. Okay. They also talked about breaks, but I think these are combinations of two things we already have up to this point, and that's kind of like hiru gohan, hiru yasumi, like a lunch break. However, other things, there was ba to introduce like after hours, and karaoke. That's why they fit in karaoke. Not a borrowed word, by the way, because it's a permanent word. I think that's good enough. I'm pretty sure I'm good to go. Did we get like let's see, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15? Yeah, we're good. The last 2 units are gonna be a struggle. I actually have no idea what the last 2 units are. I'm definitely out of ideas. Let's switch colors. What else did I learn? Oh, wait, I got one. I got one idea. Okay, there's a bunch of things. I'm gonna call them like... It's kind of like class. There's a whole section with classes, so kind of like school class. I know we went over college, but I'm pretty sure it's like classes. I have a bunch of vocab that deals with classes. So we're gonna say like classes and theme park. I have a bunch of vocabulary from theme park that I can remember. We're just gonna unceremoniously call this unit 12. I don't know anymore. I don't know if that's unit 12 or unit 11. I can't distinguish anymore. It's too far back. It's way too far back. So classes. Jigyo, right? Jigyo. As in classes. Oh no. I don't... Oh no. Can I pull... Is it possible? I think it was like Kyoshisu, shitsu, Kyoshisu, shitsu, Kyoshisu, or something. This one's loose. I think it's like Kyoshisu. It wasn't ever used again. Like the actual classroom, the literal classroom. Kyoshitsu. 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 Yeah, this one's out of my. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's a classroom anymore. So. Oh, for class? Jukyo. Let me guess. They use class because someone already said class. Kuras. Before. Instead of a Jukyo. And what I mean by classes, it's like they're talking about like lessons, like being taught the concept of classes. This is where they teach the different subjects and stuff, as opposed to a literal classroom. Oh man. I guess this is the one where they use sensei attached to, well, like sensei attached to a name, but that's kind of lame. And now I don't remember much because like Smisu is just a name. I remember this. I was making light of this. Smisu. They introduced like Yamada as a person too. What did I learn in the class ones? Shichimon question. Shimekiri, right? Testo. I'm thinking about classes now. Sorry, Super. Sorry, Sub-Zero. I'm thinking about classes now. Projecto. Deadlines, tests, questions, projects. I'm sorry to hear that. You'll survive. I trust. You'll survive. Oh, this is where we got the also very useful taksan. Taksan. A lot. That was used so many times later. It doesn't even belong, I think. What's even worse is that I've gone back into the plastic rack. I folded ordered a Gundam model after so many years the other day. Oh no. Oh no. You'll be fine. You gotta treat yourself. You're stressed out. You know? You're stressed out. I don't know where to put this, but I don't think it's just classes. I think this is more like, I think this is more like work. This might actually be the work thing. So like classes is considered a work thing. So like I'm thinking of words that I like. Jimu. I know that sounds like it's not work, but Jimu. I'm thinking like manager. Manager? Managia? No. Yeah, manager. I'm pretty sure I got like manager. Manager. Oh, manager. Yeah, manager. Manager. What else dealing with work? Like dorio, co-workers. Dorio, G-show, right? G-show. Toshokan, like the library, because of G-show. Chol. Oh, okay, chol. I see. Words. Bucho. Aicho. Interesting. Okay. There's a lot of. I see. There's a lot of. Yeah. Oh, I think this is where the whole like work, right? Like manager, yeah. This is where honyaka, a translator, honyaka. And then you can put like honyak shimasu, right? Translate. Yeah, these are the work habits. So like different things people can do. So you have the gym thing. Unten shimasu, or unten as well, but unten shimasu, exercise. Wait, was surecho surecho I don't know how that works. Sutera, no. Surechi. Surechi. Yeah, surechi. Stretching. Yeah. What else we got? Oh, sashinka. No. Yeah, sashinka. Photographer. Ryori shimasu. Travel. Chimu. Team. Like working in a group. Working in a group team. No, this can't. Oh, I'm blurring. No. This is definitely. This has to be definitely unit. The last two units. There's no way there's that many. It's 12 and 11. I have no idea. I can't separate them anymore. I have no idea which one belongs in unit 12 and which one belongs in 11. They're blurring together because there's no way there's this many terms in one unit. On the half, there's at least only 15. It looks like I have two separate sets. Nabi. I remember Nabi because they try to fist in Bendy from a previous unit. Yeah. So there's no way. Like untenshu, driver. And then that's where they introduced araimasu, wash, because of Indy's favorite phrase about why do we need to know if taxi drivers wash their own, if they wash taxis, or bus drivers wash buses. Man, yeah, no, yeah, I don't know, it's too blurred now. So we're just gonna throw all of these in now. Camera. I don't know. We'll just say sashin. Or not picture, but photography, photo. Sashin. It's good. We're unhinged now. It's over. It's unhinged. Everything's gone. Super unhinged. This is where we probably throw in all the days. So let's just, we already went over all the days though. The only 2 days that were new up to this point, that was old up to this point, was Doyobi and Nichiyobi, and maybe Kinyobi. Then somewhere along the line, right, we had Getsuyobi, Kayobi, Suiyobi, Mokuyobi, and I can't spell Thursday. Mokuyobi, Kinyobi, Doyobi, and Nichiyobi. Somewhere in this, it happened here. I don't know when it happened. It happened. Okay, I think we can do the theme park thing. I still remember theme park. I think I still remember theme park. So UNC. Hakuputsukan. New Juryo. Atona, and Kodomo. I'm thinking of entering a theme park, right? Which I would love to go to. If I visit Japan, I would definitely go to at least Djibri's place, attraction. Oh, attraction. 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 Character. Oh, Kao? Because I kept talking about, and then, what is this? Hiroi. Hiroi. Wait, is this the place where we learned? Oh yeah, go-kato. Go-kato. Wait, I'm not sure if it's one. I think it's go-kato. Yeah, go-kato. And go is held. And then jet coaster. Okay, amusement park, theme park. Think. Chocominto. Immediately start thinking about food. Oh. And then immediately write it in the same order. I don't even know if it goes here. I think it might have gone in a later one. Choco banana. Pretty sure it's choco banana. I mean, I wouldn't mind one right now. So we got kiroi, mint chocolate chip, vanilla, show. Oh, this is the pretty much the random time to introduce this, but kawaii. To contrast with like cute mascots and friendly, nice mascots, and then we have scary looking things. Pretty sure because of the admission fees we learned sanbyaku. Oh, maybe not. No. That was for the tickets at the transit. This is sanzen because of zen. Sanzen. Just random stuff all over the place. It's so hard to keep track of now. Irikuchi. I think that's good enough for themes, right? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Ah, yeah, that's good. How much time do I have? Oh, it actually didn't take that long. It's 4 hours. It actually was pretty reasonable. Now I'm gonna see if I can think of... No, I feel like I'm missing a lot of things. I'm missing so much. But I don't know if it's part of the 25. Okay, let's say let's go with a different color. Go to like here. We're gonna put it in miscellaneous because I have no idea. Once again, miscellaneous. Random words that I can think of. Butaniku. Butaniku. Koda. No, I'm pretty sure this is from before. This is either unit 10 or unit 9. So we'll do a little bit. We'll do a little bit of a flex. Shio. Oops. Suck. Sosu. Nama. Sakana. Tamago. Tamago. Doufu. We gotta at least include food to some extent, right? Food has to end up somewhere, right? Shobai. I think. Shobai, yeah. Shobai. Biru. Biru. Not to... We have to... It's distinguished from biru. Biru. Tonkatsu. I just remember... Why do I remember food? I think that was the unit before. Pretty sure. Gyudon. Gyudon. This is the most important topic. I'm just saying. This is the most important topic. Fight me. Yasai. Vegetables. Supermarket, so we can get food, groceries. More flavor. Maybe chocolate. Cupcake. Oh no, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. This is starting to sound familiar. Donatsu or something like that. It's the same unit with all the pastries and whatnot. This is going back to the old stuff. I like cheesecake. Right. Yeah, this is coming back. We're too far back now. I think. Amai. And probably like stuff, mono. Yeah. We're fine. We're fine. We reached it. That's it. We're done. What other I did discover that I'm not hitting any of the predicates. So let's try to remember some new predicates since last time. And maybe as a review as well. Predicates. Hajimarimasu. Yobimasu. Yoyakushimasu. Haraimasu. Orimasu. Obviously, I could use the other forms. The only two other forms we have are volition and negative. Polite. And non-pass. Non-pass. Non-pass, polite. Those are the other two forms of all of these. Onyakushimasu, right? We just did that over there. All like the newer ones. Araimasu. Tagashimasu. Ryoko shimasu. I guess benkyou shimasu. That's a surus. Hikimasu. Did things get quieter all of a sudden? Did I accidentally make things quieter all of a sudden? Weird. Oh, I forgot kimasu. The other, like, the overlapping kimasu. Because of the polite, non-pass polite form. Where kimasu. Odorimasu. Utaimasu. Kakimasu. Aimasu. I think Skurimasu, Skurimasu and Skymasu are part of the within the 50 days. Machimasu, possibly Machimasu. I think that might be part of the last one. It's probably part of the last group. Oh, I thought of one. Oh no, I don't actually know. I don't actually know how to. So what is it? Yeah, I have no idea. It's a pseudo. Pretty sure it's a pseudo. Alright, someone's gonna have to tell me this one. Wait. Maybe I can pull it up. Oh, wait. It's like, Jukuri? Shimasu? Jukio? No, not Jukio, sorry. Jukuri shimasu? It's a suru, I think. It's to relax. That's definitely new, but I don't remember it. Jukuri, I don't know. Yeah, that one's lost to the wind. I almost feel like it starts with like a all I can picture right now is all I can picture now it's something this. And I'm missing 2 kana with Sudo. Okay, I think that's good enough. I didn't do as well as I'm not too set. It's a little mid. I think I'm at 90%. I could do better than this. Are there any other predicates? And then oh no, we have some other words as well, right? I feel like there are other like sentence structure words. Let me see if I missed any sentence structure words. We got the positions. The positions are done. Or the positions recovered. Is there like any particle use? I like the no. No has a lot of different particle use this time around. No cause, no knees. We were introduced to day being used a lot. The contrast with knee, right? So instead of using knee, there's a lot of days. No grammar flipping, no noun changes. Already highlight all the non-verbs and all the no colors. Did we forget any adjectives? E was used as an adjective or in a attributive form. E was used in the attributive form for the first time. Stekina. Iroiro na is, or iroiro is before this. Yeah, I think this is it. We tried our best. I don't know if I'm too satisfied with it. We'll find out because we're gonna review the like halfway in between the next sections. What does that leave us with? 3 hours. I'm gonna say I'm gonna do another 3 or 4 hours. So let's talk about stuff. It's my favorite section. This is where I do things. We're gonna go to our section now. Something that I do fairly well without needing to rehearse. So we're gonna use this color. So now we got over the really scary part, because I think I'd probably give myself a 90%. It's probably 90%. It's lower than I expected. from last time, but the volume is noticeably higher than the between 25 days and 50 days. And I also got 3 extra days of review in on that one. So, all right. Now we're getting to so let's bring back what the tentative talks is. So we covered over the writing, right? We're done with the writing. Here's the writing, yeah. And then we covered our reviews. It's substantially less than, like, my recall is not as great as last time. And then so we're gonna do some observations. What did I write like 4 hours ago? Additions, frequency, right, on the Duolingo methods. So we're gonna cover some inputs, any input changes or frequency on Duolingo over this period of time, and then my alternatives, right? And then we'll go into some habit formation and stuff that I talked about the other day. Okay, so in terms of Duolingo, right, we had some new additions. So Duolingo between this period added kanji overlap. So during this time, we have gotten a chance to sample pretty great about basically they deliberately compare things that either sound alike through their kana, or they look alike through literally having the same kanji, right? Same kanji, or a similar looking kanji. So that's what they added recently, very recently, and it overlaps with a lot of learning here. I actually think this is fantastic. It works out really well. So you get things like, I know an error. This is a personal error that I make very quickly. When I'm looking very quickly, I could get yaku and gatsu mixed up really very quickly, right? Like if you're just glancing over, this part becomes the dominant feature. So if you're really quick, what they do is they would put, since these are counters, right, they would place like the same, the same numerical, be it like I, ni, right, and so on, right? So that's pretty cool. And most of the kanji, I would say the greatest highlight of this overlap thing is when they introduce the numbering system, like the numbering stuff. That's how you get all of those things straight, like in my opinion, where like they introduce the exceptions and not like shikatsu, right? Shikatsu versus like gogatsu, and then you have things like sangai versus ikai, and then you have nikai, right? So they do that really well, in my opinion. The downside, I think one of the trade-offs is that you do less writing. However, because you do less writing, I've done more writing on the side. And by more writing, it's not substantially more. My writing is adjusted to how frequently kanji is being introduced. So unique kanji is being introduced. So I'm adjusting. Right now, I used to do it like twice a week. Just bootstrapping. And writing is not all that important to a lot of people. To me, like twice a week, it's gone down to once a week because there just aren't many unique kanji, and you get diminished return by repeating the stuff. At least I'm getting diminished return once per week. Um, I know this is going to be controversial, but oftentimes, if you actively output, in my opinion, like writing, if you actively output, I get additional input. So it leads to additional input. Like things like, oh, I'll remember the kana better, or so writing, in a sense, every time I write the kanji, it represents more than just the output. It reminds me of all the associations. So, yes, kanji could be like, I don't know. There's not enough specific kanji right now, but a lot of the kanji deals with numbers and counters. And those numbers and counters remind me of when I can use them. So, like, for example, to give you something, if I wrote right up here, gatsu, and then I'm practicing I'm writing it, if I combine it and think about like what they did, right? Junigatsu, then I start thinking about December. Or really, I don't think about the word December. I think about wintertime. And then when I think about wintertime, I start thinking about a lot of vocabulary surrounding these. So for me, it's not like I'm not speed writing through the kanji. I'm writing the kanji and thinking about all the things it makes me think about when I write the kanji, right? Like if I wrote hanashimasu, right? Hanashimasu, it makes me think, okay, so speak. What can I speak? All the languages. As in, like, what I mean is all the languages that I have learned, or all the places that I've learned. Like America, Canada, Brazil, Igirisu, Hangoku, Chugoku, Philippine, Deutsche, Spain. Spain. Sorry. Nihon something, Bankyo something. I think there's Bankyo in there. Thanks, sci-fi. Thanks. Not too much studying today. Lots of recalling though. If that's it. So you know, you speak all the languages. You start thinking about all the languages and the areas that you have learned. I must have missed some as well, like Nihon, of course. Nihon. What other countries did I miss? France. France. And I think that's about it. Oh, Australia. No. Australia. Australia. No. Australia. That hasn't come. Betonamu. Lots of places. Right. Oh, Nihongo Benkyo. Okay, so that's the full Benkyo. Thank you. So all of them come up, like nomimono. If I wrote nomimono, I will think of beverages. Ocha, kocha, udon cha, tapioca tea, mizu. Dare I say soup? No, I'm just kidding. Do you drink or eat soup? Sorry, I'm raising a little controversy there. And then you have tabemono. So you start thinking about foods, right? What food items would I think of immediately? Tabemono. Ramen, tempura, sushi, gyudon, tankatsu. Oh, I forgot the new one, gyunyu, for drinking. So that's kind of what I'm doing. And I feel like nowadays output is underrated. but the output is a practice in trying to associate something to it. But maybe that's considered input to other people. I don't really know, right? I'm outputting memories. What am I doing today? Recalling? Yeah, it's all recalling today. Now I just finished all doing the recalling. Now I'm going into the covering what Duo is new for the last 25 days. So there you go. Less writing. So I did more writing on the side. What else that has become more frequent? So now Duo, it was introduced last time, but the fill in the blanks, right? The fill in the blanks and response prompts are ticking up slowly. So they're getting longer, in my opinion. And some of them are getting trickier. Like, for example, one notable one that tripped me up a couple times is de and, as you might have guessed, ni. So de and ni tripped me up a couple times. And I understand why they did it. So the fill in blanks and response, and I absolutely love the audio ones. The audio ones without the prompt. Technically, you could be also primed by reading. If you were paying attention to the response prompts, they are the same audio prompts, but without the kana, or without it written there. So not only, in my opinion, are you incentivized, if you were paying attention when you were reading the prompts and understanding the prompts in the response, and then you remove it, you can definitely tell if you're better at if you've gotten the listening part along with the reading part. And to me, it's the opposite. I actually spend more time listening than I am reading. So I actually make more errors over time on reading than I am on audio, right? But I absolutely love them. They're more, they're not as frequent, I would say. They did increase in frequency. So this is my take on pretty much the only things that changed. So everything else haven't changed, except for one thing that I think it's unintentional. So I don't like their structure that they swapped up, and I've said this multiple times, where they introduce N1, which is first group of new stuff, right? First group of new stuff. It would be the first theme. So every unit has a first and second theme. So that's N1 and N2. Except for section 18, or unit 18. Unit 18 was only one unit. It was half unit. So they would introduce N1, then they would review N1, right? And then they would go to N2. And before, coincidentally, only 2 units in, the rest of the unit followed this structure. They went back to N1. And then they do N2. And then they do N1, and then review everything. So I don't understand what happened here. So if you're thinking about the recalling, right? When I was doing the recalling, which parts, it's always divided into 2. And the weaker one is the N2 most of the time, which checks out because it's half the exposure. And in between here, in this first half, you have either 1 or 2 personalized practice, which is P1 and P2 between units. So I don't know what happened there. Originally, these 2 positions were swapped. So it was this was R2. So they reviewed immediately. So that's why I spent day one doing this. And then I spent day 2 doing the second half because it worked out really well. And that's how come I noticed, right? Then day 3 is this. These 2 used to be like combo ones. So it was like, at least it felt like it was it was R1 plus R2. Sorry, and it's not ends. These are not ends. These are reviews. right? I don't know what happened there. I think the structure is really weird. It makes it predominantly R1 heavy, so whatever the first theme is listed, it's really vivid. So what I did to adapt to this is, when it comes time to review, I'm trying to attach as much R1 stuff to the R2, which is not helping. It's still really tough. It's tough going because they're abstract. Like, N1 is usually often not related. It's not related to N2. So it could be something like work and a theme park, and they're not related. So you have to bend over backwards to associate them. So that's a problem. That's a problem right now. I don't know if it's a update issue, because I can tell you that prior to 50 days, the structure was different. The structure was closer to N1, R1, N2, R2, then it's R1, R2, a combo, and then review. So this is fantastic. That's why I went into day 50, or it's more like day 54, to day 75 using the 3-day structure. Right? The 3-day structure. It was fantastic. So I don't know what happened. It's such a weird thing. It kind of like went backwards in the way it was balanced. So I don't know. Maybe there's something to be gleaned in the future. Maybe it switches back. I don't know. And also, we have to keep in mind that these things could be retroactively being updated. So what happens is there's a chance this used to be the old structure. We don't know. I can't know because there's no patch notes, because it just stops halfway. As in, this was about it's section 2. It goes to unit 12. I think unit 12 is when it stops. And then the rest, which is unit 13 to unit 18. So that's something I observed. What do I do to compensate for this? Well, I don't really do this on stream too often, or I don't do this on stream because I'm not actually using Duolingo for it. But in my mind, I try to keep whenever it's day 2, right, where I do N2, I rehearse a little bit in my head. So I devote a little bit extra time to remembering that, because the last thing in my mind would be R1, as in all the vocabulary that was attached to the previous day. So every day 2 has become harder. I think maybe to adapt to this, if it stays the same, I'm going to make day 2 longer so I can get R2 review. So every 3 days, it's going to be a longer day so that I can end the day with the review of the second half in my head. For now, I just kept going with the same pattern. But moving forward, I'm probably going to try to extend it so I can at least review N2. I don't know what I'm going to do down here. It just feels a little It's a meh. It's very meh. In the end of the day, though, once I've done the whole units, N1 is noticeably stronger. N2 is a bit weaker, but usually the context and whatever subject matter throws too much noise to see if it's significant. I usually retain up to 90 to 95%, and it's a mixed bag. During it is how I feel it's weird. During it is pretty weird. So that's kind of something to note about that. So what else have I been doing that is different now that I'm compensating for? Oh, so stuff that I'm adding myself, right? I emphasize that I thought maybe Duo will be integrating context. So they were like gonna maybe feed in context, right? Feed in. So as in maybe prompts are going to be more consistently more than one sentence, right? More than one sentence. And that's kind of true. Kind of. And what I mean by that is you can see it move up, but it is very slow. It's to the point where it almost feels like they're worried that it would slow the cadence down of like getting that positive feedback of getting it right and splitting stuff, and they're not willing to make a bigger leap. So like making every prompt 2 sentences long or higher, but from time to time there are 2 plus 3, like there are either 2 to 3, maybe sometimes even 4 right now, but it's very slow. It is very slow. For me, when they get 3 to 4, it is absolutely a joy to read, in my opinion. I think they're more than capable of writing prompts. Like I still remember 4 or 5 of those prompts. They stick out like sore thumbs. So maybe it will change in section 3. It is a slow uptick. It's very slow. They're still relying on single sentence structures. One thing I found myself missing as well during this time is how should I say it? Discovery by context. And this would be probably my plug for the future. This would be my, I guess, hot take. We'll call it a hot take. What I feel is a great suggestion that is not like overhauling Duolingo, like aligning with Duolingo. So, we are very familiar with the whole idea of gamification, right? But there's some essence of gamification that's missing that gacha games, live service games have so often, and it fits in their philosophy. We're not talking about things like, suddenly break out novels and dialogues and stuff. Let's just be real. Video gamers, vast majority of them skip dialogue. So we're not going that hard. Not that hard. Me, I love dialogue, but I'm underrepresenting. So, gamification. One thing I would love to see after doing this recall, I'm almost certain this is true. By the time someone gets to about section, I'm going to say about section 2, unit 10, maybe like unit 10 to 12. I was expecting them to change it up a bit. They've gone over, by the time they got this, they've gone over maybe, I'm going to say 6 to 8 categories of overlapping things. And they literally have gone over 3 to 4 themes, like overall themes as opposed to like the categorical words, but themes like work, transit, food, overlap, like more than once, like 3 to 4 times, 2 to 3 times on these themes. I would love to see if in the future they introduce grouping. So what is grouping? I would call them connections, and it's a very popular thing to do actually. There's actually a web browser game for people who do this. It's called Connections, and that's word associations, right? And they already have the infrastructure to do that. They already have like the flashcards side and side. And they kind of pseudo do it already with the match 5, right? This structure, where you're supposed to match across, right? Match across. Like this goes to that, this goes to that. And then oftentimes you can see that it's becoming more and more specific. As in, as your vocabulary expands, it's very noticeable now that these things overlap in concept. As in, yes, you won't get sushi or like sakana and tamago mixed up, but they're both food items, right? But now there's a lot of vocabulary enough where you can teach new phrases or teach new words per se by introducing them with context. And one way you can introduce them with context is grouping. As in, right now, let's go to a new page. Right now, how they're introducing new words is they'll use a singular sentence, one sentence, right? One sentence. And their trademark is to use the Japanese, and then it would be a English translation. So then they would have a word bank. And the new word is somewhere in the bank already. Also, they highlight with purple where the new word is, right? It would be somewhere in the thing and it'll be shiny. And then you hover your mouse over it to get a pull down of the definitions. That's fine. That's very, how you say, minimalistic. As in, for someone who is not creative, let's just say, for people who are not creative, right? I can't spell. Not creative, or they don't want to be creative, right? They want it explicit. This definitely works, right? Like, yeah, it's a sentence. It's used in a sentence. There might be some context, like just minimal context. Like, oh yeah, it must be an adjective. That's as far as it goes, right? It's an adjective. It's probably an adjective, or it's probably a verb, or that's as far as the context goes. And then you hover over it, you see it, it's like, oh, okay. And then that's what the referring of dead construction. Well, now the vocabulary is big enough at this point, and I'm looking forward to seeing what section 3, how section 3 is going to do, right? This is only regarding section 2. For me, I found that they don't need to do this anymore, where they abstractly introduce something. Because the vocabulary is pretty big by the time you get here, where you can introduce something, like you can introduce a new word with all the vocabulary words you have. And what I mean by that is you're going to take a guess at the word. But what happens is if you introduce a new word with all the old vocabulary, like older vocabulary you have, you can contextualize the new word immediately. And what that, in my opinion, does is it gives you that gratification that games do. Where like after a while, you come to like a new boss, right? You come to a new boss. Let's say you're on boss 30. You're on the 30th boss. And that means you've done 29 bosses beforehand. At some point, it's going to be like, all right, I'm ready. I know how I'm going to go and approach this boss. I know my approaches. As in, you have all the legacy of your previous knowledge to use it to discover what the boss does, what the 30th boss does. You become more efficient. So I found myself wanting that. However, they didn't go there yet. Basically, you could say something like, something, or that's Is that dangerous? Sorry, I'm imagining the Japanese phrases in my head. Like, is that dangerous? And I can't spell in English. Is that dangerous? Is that dangerous? And then you say something like, I don't know, a new word that we should blank, right? So it's a very simple one, but it's still above what they're doing right now. Basically, this might be a new word, and maybe they'll add like a bit, right? Or we should do something for a bit, which could contextualize that it is dangerous, right? So you have plenty of words where you can increase it to 2 or 3 sentences, where the 2 or 3 sentences wrap around the new word. And yes, you'll still end up mousing over the thing to see all the new the definition and stuff. However, now what happens is it offers opportunity to review all the other words, like in structure around it. And I think that's a missed opportunity. I don't know if it's going to happen in section 3. Some of the prompts that were read to me or like shared with me by other people would suggest this is where they're going. And my thought was, this is a simple criticism that I don't know what's happening in the future. However, section 2 is perfectly all right to start doing that. I honestly think leaning into it earlier is kind of nice. So what am I doing in the meantime, though? You know, say everyone else is happy and I'm the only one that is feeling like I love to discover things. So like if they showed a match 5, right? And it would be like all food. It would be all food items. That's kind of neat. Because what this helps is it helps associate for the people. As in, I'm doing this myself. Not everyone is going to do this. And it can be helpful to people. Like if you only list food items when you're doing a match unit, right? Because there's a lot of food items or a lot of work-related things. Or at the moment, what they prioritize is sound. They're kind of, it's kind of like sound and maybe writing, like how the writing appears, but not necessarily the meaning. There's no like extra level of meaning that is maybe because the vocabulary is not big enough yet. But now I feel like it's getting there. It's getting there where you can choose to bounce between, oh, do they sound the same? Do they look the same? Or do they mean something that can be grouped together? What I'm doing is I'm doing all of these things. So the things that I'm describing now are things that I'm doing alone. So every time I see like a bunch of a word bank, I'm relating all the words to each other. Like all the word choices you have, I'm doing that. I deliberately do it. Now, one thing to be said is if you deliberately do it, you get value. You get value out of it. It slows you down. But over time, it becomes something that's innate to you. Now, if Duolingo does this for you, then there is also a chance that the person might not know, might not become aware, and then do this in the future with like other things, right? So that is a trade-off. When the tool becomes better, right? When the tool continues to do more and more for you, it also means that you have to have the awareness to know what the tool is doing for you, so that when you move on to another tool and it doesn't, you have to be able to compensate for it. So right now, what I'm doing in my last some things, so just to list some things that I do that Duolingo doesn't to compensate, like when I'm using Duolingo, is I make context. So in my mind, I am hypothetically contextualizing the things as much as I can. So yeah, it's a single sentence. Well, that's not much to go on. Well, that means you have all the flexibility you can do. There's the world is your oyster. Sometimes people would say like, oh, well, it's too flexible. There's not enough context. Well, you have all the context you need now, in my opinion. Like, if you are at this point in Duolingo, you have like close to 1,000 vocabulary that is somewhat hypothetically related to a generalized sentence that has no context, right? So in the moving into the 70-day plus period, I will be making associations in Japanese, associations and context. And my goal is to continue to do that as frequently as I can. Obviously, I will still be using English to facilitate, but things like, I don't know, they say they introduce, I don't know words that I don't know yet. So say like they're introducing, I don't eat raw eggs, right? Right, I don't eat raw eggs. Tamago, nama tamago o tabemasen, right? Nama tamago o tabemasen. And then what I would think of is, and it's not for completion or practice, but watashi demo nama sakana o tabemasu, right? I don't eat raw eggs, but I eat raw fish, something like that. So the idea in the future is I'm going to contextualize it regardless of where the conversation goes. You don't know where the conversation is going because Duolingo doesn't provide enough context in those situations. This type of statement still represents, I'm going to say 60% of the prompts. So whether you're translating or you're constructing with the word bank or you're typing the word bank, it still comes down to one of the statements. The other 40% though, and it might go up, deals with response, longer, like fill in the blanks. So those things provide context, and those things you can still apply the same thing, like go beyond that. So I've been doing that like experimentally the last 5 days. It slowed me down dramatically. I didn't articulate it though. Like I thought about it in my head as opposed to outputting it. So I wasn't gonna, like, here, if I saw I don't eat raw eggs, I would think in my head, I could say something that I do eat raw instead. Or alternatively, you can do things, this is what I'm going to be doing in the future. Something like, if someone says one thing, say one thing, what can you ask? What kind of question can you ask to a person after they say that to you? This is very common because it's a structure. This is very common structure for a streamer. Someone who gets approached, a statement is made, and then you follow it up with a question. There's plenty of vocabulary by the end of section 2 to be able to follow up with a nondescript question. So it's going to be back and forth, right? And I'm trying to figure out which order I'm going to do. Do I do a follow-up statement? Do I contrast with the statement? Do I confirm the statement? or I ask a question. And that's probably what I'm going to do in the future. Outside of these prompts. These prompts I'm probably going to use English to talk about because they're a little bit more complicated and they kind of answer all the questions. So that's where I'm going with this. So the new things. The lesson's pretty... Oh, I didn't get to the lesson today. Lotus. I did not get to the lesson today. We're actually going to go over the psychology. So I think that's pretty good. So this pretty much highlights what I'm going to do. The additional thing I'm going to do, I'm not trying to put too much on my plate because this will take a lot of my resources. It's the part where I'm bridging in discussion. So the thing I'm focusing on now is when I read a prompt, how do I follow it? How do I direct it? Where do I lead it? So oftentimes in discussions and forming natural construction, in my opinion, is to know how to respond to something and then direct it somewhere else. So like, I don't know. I don't eat raw eggs. Soka. Soka. Nama tamago o tabemasu. Right? Or you can specify like watashi wa nama tamago o tabemasu. Something like that. And it's not going to be focused on accuracy, more on constantly associating words that I'm going to use in the future, right? If say like someone says, "Oh, do you want to go somewhere?" It's like, well, something wachoto. I don't really want to do that. Something like that. I can't think of an example without being prompt, right? So we'll see how that works out in the future as I'm going. That will be my focus. So the highlight here is I am creating context in Japanese. That is pretty much all my extra thing. I'm no longer being engaged by, my engagement is decreasing for like picking up vocabulary, and it might change because Lotus told me that grammar is going to be introduced. So it might be slower than I think. So I'm being very modest and trying to integrate this because I am being told that there are going to be some very interesting grammar stuff. So that might actually change over time. But I will continue to try to vocalize and expand on the context by constructing my own Japanese phrasing, having a dialogue with myself, so to speak, during my times. Okay. And then let's talk about one last thing. I have 2 hours to do that. Okay. So one thing I have to say, not too I think I said most of it yesterday. I need to get in the mood. By the way, I tried the garlic pasta the other day, and man, that was good. Nice. Did you do any substitutions, Sub-Zero? Like what did you change up? Did you like add your own Sub-Zero flair to the it's called it's basically Americanized at this point. It's like a Pan-Asian Americanized dish. So it's stripped down, it has very simple ingredients, and it's a mix of two things. It's kind of like a East meets West thing. So that like garlic noodle pasta thing is incredible, like it's trending in the United States, and its birthplace is there, like quote unquote. That's kind of why I suggested it as a interesting suggestion based on what you prepared last time. You didn't change anything other than add some chicken on the side? Yeah. An extra protein? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's more or less the American dish is what it's like a San Francisco. It's West Coast, Californian pan fusion, Asian fusion stuff. I don't know what to I don't know how to identify. I'm not enough for a culinary arts guy. Okay, so let's talk about a little bit about some psychology, some stuff. My girlfriend really liked it too, but she said she had it before when she was in America. Yeah, yep. That's pretty much it. It's one of the it's one of my go-to dishes in my opinion to represent American Pan Asian. It's a combination of the most classical savory like ingredients from West, and then you have your garlic and the contrast of the garlic and other ingredients that you can improvise with the East, and it's very very common. It's a very common dish right now. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about psychology, and not really like in the formal sense. I wanted to say something about how to keep myself motivated, right? I think motivation came up a bunch of times lately, and I think the most maybe I'm not ready for this conversation. I'm kind of really already tired. Let's see. So, lots of one of the most common questions now is over these last 25 days, since we're going into over 75 days now. The idea is, how do I stay motivated? Right? That sentiment came up quite a lot. And I haven't really answered this in a comprehensive way. So I want to remove a lot of the things. I already answered it in many different ways, but here are the top ways I answer for myself, obviously. And maybe this might inspire other people in their own way. But for me, the topic of motivation comes up all the time. And for me, today, I said one of the core ones is the fear of doing nothing. I kind of touched upon this. This is me, I guess, in my thin skin moment. This is my thin skin moment. So I have this fear of doing nothing. So it may come in places like, are you doing something productive with your life? Right? Productive. Is it advancing your career? Reward. Well, the thing is, though, your bottom line is doing nothing, right? Do you feel like doing nothing? And this fear is one of the things that drives my motivation. So if I see myself sitting down, then ultimately it makes me want to do something. So I know that doesn't answer a lot of people, because you can still get, if you're complacent, sometimes you don't have this fear, right? This might be too tough to resonate. So what are the other sources of motivation? It would be something like this. Something like this. Yeah, it was great. Gotta have to hold off on it for as long as I am on my diet, though. Yeah, it does have a lot of butter. Yes, you could lean off the butter. There's also butter substitutes that could possibly help. But yeah, Don't eat that all the time. So what is another thing I would say? It would be something like this. And I'm talking about things that go beyond language learning. Recording. So I talked about this yesterday. This was one of the topics. And I feel like I contrast with a lot of people who teach and educate. I think, to me, a form of output is I'm not going to say necessary, because then I'll draw a lot of criticism, is significant. To educate something, like a form of output is necessary at a rate to maintain the motivation, right? We're talking about motivation. So to maintain the habit. So in what way am I doing that? Well, I'm recording it. It doesn't have to be streamed. You don't have to stream it, right? This is not for everyone. You start by recording it. So let's do something that is very common. Your Anki thing, right? Say like Anki stream is probably, it came up today too. So Anki stream. How to demonstrate how I would use Anki stream, right? Well, first of all, let's say I'm not streaming, because streaming is a form of recording. It's a form of output. So when you record yourself doing something, you are outputting something. You are outputting something in a form that, upon reflection, when you see that output, you know and actualize what you have done. Lots of times when you think of Anki users, ask yourself, are you taking notes of your progress? And I'm not talking about the progress you care about. I'm talking about record keeping. I think Anki does this, right? I'm not sure if Anki does this. Anki at least tells you how often you get something wrong and how often you get something right? Or like something like that, where you can record it, or they can, like, there's some way to parse data. They give stats. Okay, cool. So that's awesome. That works. This is why I need people who use Anki, because I wouldn't know this. So they give stats, right? There's a difference, in my opinion, for looking at stats. If you're looking at the stats versus doing something with the stats, in my opinion. So first, you get a recording. So that recording, these stats, help you actualize all the little nuances. So the nuances here that you actualize are something you can use to shape what you're doing. It gives you the play-by-play, your play-by-play. So you can use this to slowly make small adjustments, right? And it might sound like this might take a long time, but these adjustments can be as small as you can be open to doing. So for example, you've noticed that, I don't know, like Anki gives you a stat where this thing is not here. Well, then the next day you can do this thing a little bit and then like redistribute the other things. What I'm not saying is looking at the stats and then looking at it relative to your goal, right? This perspective of goal-oriented, it's my like I'm pandering to myself basically. Goal-oriented perspective can be helpful for some people. For some people who are motivated already, like they're self-motivated, right? Self-motivated. So regardless of what the stat says, they're gonna remain motivated. But when you look at stats, oftentimes you're looking at how far you are to the goal you're looking for. Like you look at this Anki stat and you're like, well, I'm not getting closer to fluency. Okay, well, I'm not getting instead, if you focus on what you did, it's like, hey, you know what? I got all of these things right. You know, like say you got 90%, all of these things right. What can I do about that 10%? Right? Tomorrow, maybe I will redistribute and slowly adjust. Okay, I'll phase some of this out and add some of this. I'll phase more stuff out and add some of this. And then maybe a week or two, like myself, I put it at 25 days, you reevaluate, right? Reevaluate. So then you start having short-term goals, and immediate goals. In my opinion, ultimately, when you have sufficient number of immediate goals and short-term goals with a tool that conveniently tracks whatever it is, so that the laborious nature of tracking may be a bit offset, you generally stop, in my opinion, it would distract you from the big goals. And those big goals become slower and slower. They might even change over time. So for me, my goal I don't expect my goal to ever stay the same in another 25 days. I keep telling myself, like, right to this day, today, I'm planning on doing something. It may not stay the same, but it's there. And I'm only stretched out to the next 25 days. And sure, fluency in 15 years might be something that is informative to someone. If someone asks me, when do I think I'm going to be fluent? Probably until I die. I don't think I will be fluent at all. Like, I'm not concerned with that. The idea is you stretch out to as much as you know you're not responsible for planning all those steps. You're not planning those steps. You're planning the immediate steps and the short-term goals. And having a tool that provides that would be excellent, because not everyone likes recording things. I actually manually record most of these things. So when I was breaking down the structure of Duolingo and how I was adjusting my day schedule to it, my investment in structuring that thing helps me orient and practice skills that will keep me engaged and motivated. It's part of owning and building up your methods. And here for Anki people, right, the minimum you probably do in Anki is to download someone's course or download someone's Anki set, go through it, right, until maybe your stats doesn't show you're effective, and you move on to the next thing, as opposed to spending time doing little changes, and then when you do those little changes, you'll know what to look for next time. You will take those, you'll learn not just the content, you'll redefine the way you can keep yourself motivated and have all the things stack up on each other. So now, understanding how stats work and the little things you tweaked, when you move on to the next thing, like maybe you download another person's Anki, all the things that you learned from the first Anki set that works for you, you're carrying to the next one. So you'll know what's absent in the next one and what's present in the next one. And all of that stuff, in my opinion, is the next thing that motivates me. You can actualize your experience. You see it happening as it's going. There's output feedback, right? Today, I no longer have to kind of process pronouncing kana. Like when I see a kana on screen on Duolingo, I don't even bat an eye on it anymore. It's just there, right? So I need to, after liberating all that, and I can see that I'm doing that, I'm replacing it with more things. So if I'm not doing that anymore, I got to do something else. And it keeps you kind of engaged in your progress. It motivates you to saying, oh yeah, I need to get more creative. Okay, well, I feel like Anki, I'm doing the same thing. If you're asking yourself, you're doing the same thing over and over again, how do you change it a little? Even the slightest thing. Do your Anki backwards, or anything that can engage you in a sense will motivate, in my opinion, may passively motivate you to feel like, okay, I've got a significantly different output that is interesting and maybe worthwhile investigating. So that output can reveal something about the nature of your input. Like, is your input effective? Well, have you changed up the order? Have you changed how you think about things? And for me, I put it at pretty much at my short-term goal. So at 25 days, every 25 days, something is going to be added. For me, that's the number due to everything else. Your number could be different. It could be 100 days. It could be 5 days if you want. I think this is crazy, being able to change something every 5 days. That's kind of absurd to me because it's too rapid. So the idea is motivation often gets crushed under stagnation. And you're keeping stagnation at bay, which is complacency and whatnot. So you want to keep complacency and stagnation at bay. The extra thing is, it's not all lose. When you slow down because you're trying to be creative, to me, it's an investment in your future. When someone asks me, like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing, like, this seems boring. I've already done everything. Say, have you? Have you done everything? Sit down, I ask you like 10 or 12 questions, and I probably can come up with different ways that you could have done the thing. Are you willing to do those things? Probably not, because they're not your ideas. They're my ideas. When you do this normally, you will come up with your own ideas. And what happens, in my opinion, is when two people talk to each other that think like this, they will exchange ideas because they probably have already done those ideas. So they are more willing to collaborate and be more creative with the ideas. The first step often is to be creative in the first place in order to be open, right? Because it sucks when you don't have ownership of an idea. I think having an ownership of an idea is incredibly motivating. Like, oh man, this is my idea. I saw this stats about me, and I did something and created something with those stats. That in itself will create actualization. You will have actual XP going out. If you fail, it's still XP. If it took longer, it's still XP. You can see the effect of your actions in your creation. So you're always looking for, I mean, at least it encourages you to look forward to the results. So you, over time, I honestly think when you do this enough, you can be handed like the most boring game, like a tic-tac-toe, and then you'll end up posting a YouTube video on how tic-tac-toe can be interesting based on your interest, right? Now you have people flipping on trampolines, landing on a tic-tac-toe box. You have people kicking walls, like soccer balls, at the wall in a tic-tac-toe game. That is what I'm talking about. When it becomes your idea, honestly, regardless of how creative I am, your ideas, as long as you have enough ideas, you can stay motivated. Personally. So for me, my ideas might not seem that novel. As in, oh yeah, well, duh, like you should be constructing sentences while reading Japanese lines and stuff. It's like, yeah, only the thing is I'm doing it at the cadence and the pace and like the mindset that fits me. So it motivates me to do it because I came up with the idea for myself and it's not dependent on anyone else. Even if it's inefficient or ineffective, you can take in new information as long as you know that it's adding to your progress. And oftentimes when you feel competent about your own progress, it really accelerates the ability to stay consistent and also welcome new ideas, right? People are adding to your progress. They are not shaping your progress, but you are not dependent on them for your progress. And that, to me, is Motivation 101. The downside I see right now in the language learning community, sort of, is that a lot of people are hoping that all the tools will make up for all of this. And I can see that. I actually think there are brilliant tools out there that remove this necessary thing. They'll give you all the stats. They'll monitor all the structure. They'll give you all your grammar points. They'll tell you what you need to know. They'll tell you this is the accurate thing and trust us, right? Trust us, bro. That kind of thing. And if it works for you, excellent. That's awesome. What I'm trying to answer now is how do I stay motivated? Every single day is an opportunity to get a new idea for the next 25 days. So for now, I stick to an immediate goal of what I'm going to do in the next 25 days. And in this 25 days, I will constantly look for new inspirations and new ideas to take to my next 25 days. So I am idea farming while executing on the thing that I gathered. So the thing that I'm getting feedback from and why I need to do this, like construct context and stuff, it's the major criticism of Duolingo. And I absolutely agree. It is the major criticism of Duolingo. What's another major criticism of Duolingo? They're not native speakers. They're synthetic voices. Well, I have an idea on that. It does come much later though. I'm in no rush. And I'm going to say you're not going to see that until 6-month period, at least a 6-month period. But that's fine. Within this next like 3 months, I'm going to have a lot of other strategies to mess around with. Change up colors, pretend to voice act, or there are so many things you can work on while staying motivated and focusing on a thing. I think enriching the process is paramount to acquiring a lifelong skill. Language learning, not just Japanese, language learning itself is a lifelong skill. If you are asking yourself why you can't stay motivated now learning one language, you still have so much time in your life. So if you think you can only spare 4 years to learn Japanese, and if you don't reach fluency, you just give up, the focus now is to try to increase that amount of time, as opposed to reaching a goal of fluency. I would personally encourage people to find ways that they can sustainably extend that to indefinite amount of times. Right? It's not about 4 years. It's about whenever it happens. One day I won't even know. Like someone will come to you and say, "Oh, hey, yeah, I see the difference now." So I see what difference? It's like, well, you do this and this now. It's like, oh, well, I just focus on the present. I work slightly ahead each day, and that goalpost will naturally move on its own. That goalpost will continue to shift and change. I didn't become a scientist because I went out to become a scientist. Right? I'm not here today because I strive to have a PhD in science. That's not where it started. I actually, my parents, when I was born, around 13, my parents said, you're gonna become a doctor. So I started walking and marching towards that doctor, and eventually it ended up becoming a PhD in science. So now I'm doing other things. So yes, it can be daunting to not know what's ahead and how close you are, but man, I don't think people need that as much as they need the motivation for the here and now. So that's one. I was a little bit more articulate yesterday with this, but actualization, find ways, and actualization involves output. You have to do some sort of output, be it a journal, someone else interacting with you. Oftentimes, like for language learning, it would be like a teacher, right? If you already have an instructor, they will provide those feedback for you. They're actualizing your progress. Well, if you don't have the luxury of that, let's say you're too shy or you don't have the monetary accessibility of going to a teacher, a friend, maybe a family, and you have to overcome those barriers of like actualizing it with it. And to actualize output, they have to be consistent. So then you rely on data and stats, right? Data and stats could help. Once you actualize it, you have to engage with it. In my opinion, it's highly encourage you engage with it. Passive stats are not useful if you don't use it, right? If you don't engage in it. I notice that I'm dropping percentages here and there. I notice that structures are not the same anymore. How do I work around them? And when you set yourself up, in my opinion, as a project of that, it writes itself. And I'm speaking to people who like really want to improve, right? We're not talking about the exceptions to the rule where people are in a state of chronic depression and stuff. That's something else entirely, like unmotivated to do things. We're talking about someone who says, yeah, I want to be motivated to do this thing, right? Those people, I honestly think they need to find their proper source of output while they're absorbing input. So what is that? Sometimes it's Duolingo. Actually, for millions of people, Duolingo provides maybe a little too much output, like a little too much output. So my criticism for section 2 is that there's not enough input, right? And even me, I would say I do go slow, and I'm a pretty patient person, but even I felt like the kanji is really slow, and sentences can be 2 sentences now, 3 or 4, and I like to think about the bottom line. There's probably too much output on Duolingo. Duolingo keeps throwing rewards at you. They keep telling you you're doing a good job. They keep doing everything for you. Like, you don't have to remind yourself when to study. Duolingo does. You're not outputting scheduling. You're not saying, oh, I only spent 6 hours today, so I'm going to spend 7 hours tomorrow. Or I only spent 30 hours today and I achieved this. Duolingo is providing all of that. So you're no longer actively engaged and motivated in your own self-improvement. You are passively relying on something to help you do that. That can work for people who stay motivated, who don't mind having to fit whatever is recommended. If you're someone who lacks motivation, it's probably because the structure is not motivating to you. It doesn't provide the output that you're expecting. So change the output, in my opinion. Use a different type of way to actualize it. My favorite thing is often learn together. If you have a friend and you both have something to learn that's simultaneously coinciding, that itself is reinforcing output. It is very underrated. It can help produce communication skills. Learning together is fantastic. The other one that the language community, the meta language community has suggested is learn something else learn something else, like your interest, like a topic of your interest, in the language, in your target language. And we haven't gotten there yet. This is obviously, we're talking about like after section 2. So like where I am, you got like kind of a feel, some foundations, 1,000 words-esque. Now you can possibly stretch out to learn something else that gives you better feedback and actualization than your target language. So for example, in the near future, we're talking about like at 6 months down the road, I will be playing video games. I will be playing JRPGs in my target language because it allows me to experience something that outputs something that's rewarding to me. And that is not too far away. It's like 3 or so months off. It gives me a graspable goal that I can get. So you have to, in my opinion, be creative to the point where you can provide enough output. I am not a fan, respectfully so, to all the experts who weigh efficiency over like the bottom line. Because the bottom line is, if all the like effector factors happen, you're not going to do anything. It's gonna dwarf however efficient whatever strategy is. You can ham it as hard as you want with comprehensive input. It's not gonna amount to anything if ultimately you're gonna hit a spot where you give up. So to me, if you put up ahead of time all of these mindsets, it naturally propels itself. Like, I am not tired right now. I could talk about this subject a lot, but generally speaking, I'm not. This does not provide answers. This does not answer any questions, right? It does not answer any specifics. You don't prescribe specifics to a mindset. You know, lots of people say, "Oh yeah, you know, it depends, right? It depends. It's anecdotal. To each their own." We heard that earlier today. To each their own, right? To each their own. Well, there's something about motivation that's part of the human condition. So where you find this and how you find this, oftentimes it's most powerful, arguably most powerful, when it comes from yourself. Because it's the one thing that you can probably control. And one thing is, if you're not already doing this, I can assure you, in my opinion, the vast majority of people who have succeeded, maybe learning Japanese or reaching their goal or whatever, they have already done this in some form. This is my way of expressing that same thing. It might not resonate with other people, so you want to go find someone who can express it in a way that is resonating to you. But this whole idea of self-checking, providing exactly what you need to say, yeah, I'm on my game, and then continue, I'm continuing to be on my game, that constant self-reflection that you can keep forcing yourself to be creative. Eventually, you will be so creative about yourself that when someone gives you a task, like learn Japanese, doesn't matter how long it takes, learn Japanese to a satisfactory pace, even the thinnest skin of people like me, I'm quite thin-skinned, but all my practices make me strong. As in, even my insecurities, for example, I still sound like I'm confident. Don't get me wrong, I'm very insecure. So we talked about this a little bit when someone challenged me and my insecurities, or actually technically ChatGPT challenged me on my insecurities. I am incredibly insecure. It's actually part of my nature. The idea that I'm incredibly motivated is to counter the insecurity. How motivated I am is mirrored by how insecure I am. So if I'm incredibly motivated, then that means it's very likely in response to needing to be successful while being so insecure initially, right? I would say when I was in my 20s, I was incredibly ambivalent about my future. Now I'm 37, so I'm nowhere near. If someone presented me with a problem, I'll try my best. And sure enough, lots of the time it's sufficient. Does it mean that I will never fail? No, not even close. But the real thing I can settle on is I will always have an output and be able to visualize it and use that as motivation for the future, right? So that's what I wanted to touch upon. It's a little bit more fleshed out than yesterday because I was strapped for time. Then again, I'm still strapped for time. Yeah, use your tools, record. You got to ask yourself, how do you know that what you're doing makes you happy? Or how do you know what are the stimuli you need to give your positive feedback? You can be the hardest worker in the world. However, if you burn out, it means the feedback, in my opinion, the feedback is really good. So if you're burning out, that's kind of a really weird way to say it. But at the same time, yeah, you don't want to burn out. That's a whole different story. This is not about burning out. If you have a lot of motivation, there's a chance you get burned out. But if you're that person that can't even get yourself to do things and never feel like you have enough time to do everything you like, this is for you, in my opinion. The people that I'm addressing are the people who are lacking the motivations. If you're struggling with burnout, that's a whole different talk, in my opinion. I have some thoughts about burnout because I've gone through 2 or 3 burnouts. I think the most severe burnout was the most recent event. But generally, people who are burnt out are overflowing with motivation. That's like the opposite end of the spectrum. But in this case, if you feel like, yeah, I'm just lacking energy, like, well, hey, you know what? If you don't think you can do this, stop by every 5 minutes and tell me what you did today, and I will keep track of it for you. Or like, I will naturally tell you like, oh, hey, you did mention this yesterday, how's that going? And then you tell me something like, oh, you did this, like, that's great, now what do you plan on doing next? Until it becomes second nature, right? Until then, I'm like, hey, you do all this already. Now you just got to tell yourself as opposed to a stranger, right? Because the stranger may not always be there, or your family member, or your friend, your significant other. I do wish everyone has like a significant other who can really solidify this, because you get the feedback, you get the actualization. For the really tough, hardcore people, I totally understand. I would sit down and I would read like a 3,000 page textbook in a week or 2 weeks, and I'd be okay. Because I can wait. I can wait for a very long time. When someone tells me, oh, you'll never become fluent in Japanese, I'm okay with that. I don't care if I don't become fluent by the time I die. I will still continue to use Japanese, or like talk about Japanese, play games in Japanese. It's irrelevant. If you're not a patient person and you're looking at that goal, sometimes it's worth getting another metric, as many metrics as you can, that is incredibly reliable to give you some positive feedback. And that's output. Output is one. I can't emphasize this enough. I'm going to get in trouble for this. I'm pretty sure I am going to get in trouble with this. I know that people say, especially in language, when you output something, it has a very small diminished return on, say, the goal of acquisition, for example. That's usually people's goal, right? Acquisition. Well, much like my goal-orientedness, my goal is not acquisition. My goal is to be happy. I know happy sounds like a bigger goal, but the thing is, happy is nebulous. It's nebulous. It's not visible. So what I do is I put goalposts on where that goal is. It can be anywhere. So I focus on the thing that's closest to me. What is the next thing I have to do? Construct Japanese sentences. How can I do that? Well, Duolingo doesn't do it for me. So when Duolingo says something, I'm going to construct Japanese sentences or questions or something. One step at a time. No worries here. I'm not staring at acquisition. I'm staring at something I can do immediately. And one day, who knows, by the time I might become fluent, Japanese will be so popular, it'll end up like English, where there's like 8 different types of fluency. I chose the random number. I don't know why I chose 8. But, you know, we don't know what the future holds. But what I can do is I know what I am able to do soon, and I'm going to do those things soon. And that's kind of what I mean. Output, in my opinion, is not helpful in a very specific case, but it is gosh darn helpful if you look at people who like video games. So, I love formal education, don't get me wrong. I'm a product of formal education. Formal education teaches you to be patient, see the goal, stay focused on the goal, and invest many, many years of commitment. That doesn't resonate with everyone who didn't go through formal education. And in my opinion, higher education, I don't have to even make this argument, right? I hope I don't have to make this argument with any highly educated person who is formally schooled. There are way fewer people who are highly educated using that type of method, that comprehensive input, delayed gratification input, compared to the astronomically and unfathomably higher number of people who work on output actualization, as in they required feedback for tasks as they're continuing to do them. A large majority of people have problems actualizing whatever it is that they're doing, like they visualizing, is this gonna help me? What is this? What am I doing? Like, I don't get the point. Why am I learning? Why am I making myself feel so insecure and being worried about my sentence construction and reading a 100-page book on grammar? I don't see what's the point. How does this get me to my goal? And then naturally it's coming from highly educated people, either those who are already there, so they can no longer see that anymore, they can no longer feel that emotion anymore, like the apprehension, the insecurities, because you've made it. And then those who are formally educated, who has a higher level, a threshold, and a lower level of actualization. Like, they don't require that feedback. They didn't ever even require it. They know the thing and they accept it, right? That's conviction. That's commitment. Well, not everyone's committed, unfortunately, right? So hopefully that answers a lot of, at least that expresses why I stay motivated. If any of this is interesting, I think the one take-home message that I would like, that I hope that I can inspire as I continue to do random things, not just continue language learning. There's no guarantee what this is going to look like in 6 years. But as I continue this, I will continually find new ways to engage in Japanese learning while using Duolingo. Not exclusively using Duolingo. The challenge is to constantly do something that isn't giving something, so I'm creating something in the process. Who knows? Duolingo might change too. It's changed 3 times already since I started using it. So Duolingo itself is also changing, and I'm going to adapt to it. It's so... I can't even... I'm smiling a lot because it's fun to do something that isn't static. When you read a textbook, it is static. So when I was in college and I was learning chemistry and biochemistry, statistics, psychology, I took a statistics class because I took a psychology class as an elective. What I learned in psychology, I used as a thing I can use my statistics for. When I am in biochemistry, I'm seeing how that biochemistry is useful to my biology class. So the idea is I immediately learn something and use it to output it somewhere else. So at the end of the day, there will be some way to apply whatever competence level you have. It might not be the thing you're focused on. Like a lot of times in Japanese, it'd be like, oh yeah, you know, my vocabulary is still at 2,000, and man, 2,000 vocabulary is such a small number. And oh man, I only know like 200 kanji. You know, the fluent people know 2,000 kanji. It's like, well, what can you do with the 200 kanji? Like, what can you do now with the 200 kanji? You can certainly make some fun stories like me. Like, hey, look, this is kind of weird. I have no idea what it is, but it certainly is funny right now, right? And what it does is it allows you to find the fruits of your labor, engage in the fruits of your labor. I understand there are people out there who say, oh, you should surround yourself in misery for 6 months and feel ostracized forever. Go to Japan and live as a stranger and a foreigner and go cold turkey and be like, yes, those 6 months I've immersed. I've been ostracized. I feel awful, but I stayed for the delayed gratification. All the power to you. That is so awesome that you have the grit and the commitment to do that. I'm a person that will tell you, if your journey is going to be long, why constantly make it miserable? Join all the other people. Like, a band of confused language learners is still, in my opinion, naturally going to be happier than a single person trying to prove the universe wrong, or like you trying to prove that you're exceptional. In my opinion, there are people going to be there that relate to you when you fall. There are people that will need your help when you rise, and vice versa. So to me, that's output. Hey, like, I'm gonna tell you this broken Japanese sentence, and then that person's like, well, yeah, this part, I would say this part. It's like, oh yeah, that's cool. And then meanwhile, you know, you have your lone wolves out there who are at the top that looks down. It's like, I don't understand why they're having so much fun and enjoying this. They're stupid. They're like making errors all the time. Like, well, from the outside, it's very lonely, isn't it? And I don't like being that lonely guy. I think most of my life, it feels like I'm on the outside, right? So I don't have to really communicate the feeling of being lonely on the outside. I think it would be a tough argument for anyone to argue against me that the human condition desires to be in a social environment. And I know introverts, cue all the introverts and all the loners and stuff. Fair enough. But companionship, statistically, I would say, is far more potent and strong. Like, focusing on hyper objectivity of inputs, how to get things the fastest you can. Kudos to you if it works. Sometimes I can't even describe how much it differs when you're with like 4 other people. You know, the group project things, like, oh yeah, but I could get the project done so much faster alone. It's like, yes, if your goal is to complete the project, yes, it's probably faster because you're making all unilateral decisions. But when you're in a group project, what are your other actualized outputs? Can you actualize the benefits or the other outcomes of working with a group project? Spoiler alert, or I mean like kind of spoiler. I failed as a kid to appreciate that. I did when I go into a group project, my first advice is, okay, we're gonna separate all of these. All four of us, we're gonna do our own thing. We're gonna come back and we're gonna put it together. That was considered like quote unquote leadership to some extent, right? Fast, efficient. The goal is to finish the project, and therefore all four of us did not care about the project, and we got our A's, but did we get anything from it? Well, we all know that we can do the project alone, but we were forced to get together to do the project. So the goal was that all of us were trying to get the project done. It wasn't to make friends, learn how to communicate, build something bigger than the four of us, learn from each other. All this stuff comes after, in my opinion. It's like the swan song of an adult maturing to being less egotistical, right? But in the beginning, as a kid, you don't get those experiences yet. It's very difficult because you have to design enough motivation. So this, my framework for motivation is self-motivation. So it is core, in my opinion, to both adults and kids. If you can self-motivate, it provides enough confidence that things will work out, that maybe you will start developing team-oriented skills, and ultimately, in my opinion, make yourself a more effective teacher and educator. I honestly think, in my humble opinion, there are incredibly brilliant people out there that keep asking the question, I'm right, I know all these things, why won't anyone listen to me? Is it because people are too stupid to understand how easy this is, like my message and whatnot? And those aren't the words they're saying, but when I hear them expounding upon in their thesis and stuff, like, oh yeah, we need to improve our way of communicating, this secret sauce to secondary language acquisition and stuff. Like, to me, it comes from a point of someone who no longer is compassionate to the state of mind someone is in, that are interested, so they're detached, they're not with the times, they're out of context, right? They're not in with the times. And yes, it's gonna always be a struggle. You always get older every time, and you're gonna be out of date and whatnot. So yes, there is a place for certain. My take is, if you can do it, find a motivation, and then continue to find other sources of motivation. Usually having other people, it's a feedback loop. It's a cycle. If you stay motivated and you have people you trust are motivated, they will motivate you and you will motivate them just by contact motivation. I know it sounds so sappy, but you know, like how contact highs work. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like a contact high from someone else, contact motivation. You stay self-motivated, people around you will naturally be also motivated, and motivated people attract motivated people. So hopefully we can all become motivated together, regardless if you're doing the same thing, right? Okay, that's a good like ending topic. I like that. I don't know where I was going originally, but that is a good ending for it. Do I have anything else to say? What to look forward to, some expectations, retrospection, mental health. Yeah. We went through the mental health. Oh, I didn't go through habit formation, but that's fine. Lightning round. What do I look forward to and some expectations? I look forward to all the people who challenge my perception of myself. So as I get longer in time, right, there'll be a time, what am I looking forward to? When people start asking me, why am I not this good yet? Because I've spent so much time. That's the type of perspective that I'm expecting to hear. And I'm prepared. I prepared some thoughts where, like, when I hit 100 days or 130 days, there are going to be these things like, oh yeah, see, you can't do X, Y, and Z because you're still using Duolingo, etc. That's going to happen, and I look forward to it. I look forward to the challenges and the advice, the counter examples, and all the things that will come with a different stage of expectations. So now I have stopped being encountered by individuals who say I lack commitment. I'm only learning because I'm a weeb. So those things are no longer the case because it's already past that. I'm like 600 hours into committing, regardless of how inefficient my strategies are. I'm past the point where someone could just say, oh, you didn't try hard enough yet. You only spent like 7 days. So that's gone. That phase is gone. Now I look forward to the future phase where there are people who are in their like year periods and stuff, and they will come and probably say things like, yeah, all these parts, you can't do that part. You can't do this part because you haven't practiced this part. I'm looking forward to all those types of input, right? I'll take those input, continue to use Duolingo to extract more information from other people. Meanwhile, on the off time, I'll integrate those methods in my own way. So everything I do outside of Duolingo is the product of, I don't even have to look for them. People come to me and share them, and I'm absolutely privileged. I think I can't emphasize how thankful I am for not having to go out of my way to find information when naturally I'm basically bringing them together. This might sound like a clickbait, but using Duolingo is a clickbait for language learners. If you want to get advice immediately, use Duolingo and people will most definitely come to you. Maybe aggressively sometimes. If you're maybe insecure and thin-skinned like me, you might have to find ways to like counteract and be open to that kind of thing. But I look forward to it. It's gonna be that, and then this is like some expectations, right? We set the lightning round some expectations. Other expectations is that section 3 is a whole new ball game. I'm like dragging my feet, but Lotus has got me so hyped because section 3, I think it's a whole new ball game. The one thing that I feel is it's more like a delayed gratification. I have finally got out of the tutorial stage, and I think section 3 is going to blow my mind in the sense that I might have to change all my plans. Like I'm going to be engaged to the point that it's just inconceivable. So we'll find out. Those are like some of the things I look forward to. I also look forward to, one last thing that I want to make sure that I have a chance, because this is a review, right? Since I started this journey, I never really thought to like acknowledge formally. So I want to acknowledge. Let's do acknowledgements, right? I just want to say a blanketed statement. It has been so different when learning a language, because I was unable to illustrate what it's like to tackle anything that is quote unquote difficult. For most of my time, I don't know if people know, but just so you know, I've been streaming for over 5 years. And of those 5 years, I streamed for like 90% of those days. Okay, just so you know. And even the little uptick of an engagement has like caused me to nearly burn out. Like I feel like I'm burning a little hard right now, so I'm gonna have to moderate it to some extent. But any little uptick, it has been so different lately. And as as the acknowledgement goes, I want to like humbly say, mada mada desu. Ganpatte kudasai. I want to just thank everyone as humbly as I can that this has been a much different experience than trying to make people learn about video games. Like I spent a lot of time trying to get people to think critically. This was like some old endeavors. Critically think with low risk activities. That used to be my like goal. Basically, video games is a great way. You can adapt a lot of your video game establishing habits. If you raise enough awareness in video games, like what motivates you in video games, you can convert them to things like language learning. But me, myself, I saw that I basically didn't do it anyways. So I was like, enough is enough. Let's demonstrate that, right? How can I demonstrate something where I can just do it and then see what happens? And it naturally flows back to all of these things. How you can do practice critical thinking, low risk. What is this critical thinking? Self-improvement, right? Self-improvement requires a lot of critical thinking. And then going back, so I'm exercising all the habits that can help moderate video games. I can drop video games at any time because you can find all these habits, these goodness stuff, that goodness, that motivation. You can transpose it into anything, in my opinion. Language learning. If someone says, I'm having trouble getting a job right now, I need to learn computer science in order to get hired. It's like, well, I need your help. I need you to help me. Like, all right, my friends, I'll drop language learning. Let's do it together. And what I mean by that is obviously personal friends and families. Obviously this can't scale to thousands of people and whatnot, but I can at least use that example to allow any other person around you, any personal friends, so you can look for these people. Look for a friend that can do this, right? And for me, habits, know what you can do, just like motivation. Know what you can do now. How do you make it useful? Repurpose that. You know, raise awareness of what works and go on with it. Keep building until there really isn't anything. Like if someone tell me like I need to get over my fear of heights, get over it, it's not that easy obviously, but get over my fear of heights. Well, what I ended up doing is I functionally can at least reach a bottom line that the person that, you know, I can functionally manage it, as opposed to having a gripping, uncontrolled aversion to fear. It's still there. You know, you can't overcome biology, but you most certainly can overcome your relationship with it. I don't see my fear of heights as a negative thing, right? And soon I don't see my ignorance of Japanese as a crutch, or my understanding of maybe a better understanding of Japanese culture, for example. So that's kind of the idea, and that didn't happen because if you wanted to see a bigger population, like teachers out there, you know, you're experts in acquisition and whatnot, I'm sure you're still trying to answer the billion-dollar question. How do you get people who basically relies on the feedback of video games to want to learn language? Well, you might want to start at understanding how video games and habits work, as opposed to trying to tear them down and taking that away. So that's, in my opinion, I feel there's less of that. There's less of understanding the habits that are already formed, and there's more pretending like they don't exist, and then providing a structure from there. You're competing with video games and habits. You're competing with psychological pressures to do certain things. It's not learning language in a void. Like, it's not a void. Like, that's children. Like, that's a newborn child. Perhaps your techniques and stuff will work most elegantly and idealistically on children. Now you have children that are conditioned with many things. If you ask these people, they're not doing these things. Like, do they even know how gratifying it is to play a video game? I would be very floored if I saw the demonstration of some of these experts participate in an activity and be able to resonate with that activity. I like video games, so I tried to use video games as a vehicle to transition people into using it for other things. I participated in it. It's kind of like saying an expert language learner telling you the secrets to language acquisition and they don't acquire any languages. That's kind of scary. So oftentimes, the person you're getting language advice from is probably also someone who has evidence that they are able to do it. Well, I guess I'm doing the same thing now. I told people that you could learn hard things that like as though it was a video game. And I suppose maybe when I go back to video games, we'll see. I'll learn Japanese while playing a video game and be able to demonstrate that, hey, look, I can do it. Hopefully it looks approachable enough for you. Maybe. Who knows? And I might fail in the end. I'm not concerned with the outcome. But to me, I see so many times, much like formal education, and I love formal education. I want to be a professor and teacher. But the classroom, though, is incredibly restrictive. As in, when you had to teach, there were curriculums, there was syllabus, there was a lot of red tape that I do feel they're great for the kids that are great. It kind of doesn't work anymore because the trends are different. Kids are grown up with different normalizations in behavior now, and it takes, pragmatically so and reasonably so, it takes a very long time to standardize new things. And that's kind of it's a human condition. It's not like something that has a magical balance. You can't immediately change policies and you can't immediately change dogma because the dynamic shift in psychology or like kids and stuff and their motivations are shifting so fast that having a shift in paradigm in formal learning, it's going to take so long. Like right now, what do you do? What in my opinion, the first thing I would ask someone who talks about learning and language acquisition is, how do you be more attractive than TikTok? Well, you could be, this is a little controversial, but you could be like the US government and ban TikTok. That is actually a thing right now. There's an ultimatum for TikTok in the United States. I mean, you could try to take it away, sure, I guess. The question is, can you compete with all the other sources of motivation? So, meanwhile, instead of banning and stuff, language learners, opponents of Duolingo is to shut down Duolingo. That is kind of the thing, right? So, does that make you a better instructor? No, it doesn't. It means you shut down the opponent so that you yourself don't have to improve. That's my 2 cents, personally. Or maybe 10 cents or $100. If you need to shut down your opponent who is motivating further than you, that is a way to get people to use your product for sure. Does that make your product better? I mean, I hope logic dictates that it doesn't improve your product because you didn't do anything to change your product. You remove the competition. So until you can draw people away from Duolingo by being better than Duolingo, in my opinion, I will probably say that I'm content in doing whatever it is that resonates with the most number of people. Be it the worst or worse or better, like for better or worse, right? It's a place to start. And Anki would be a great place to start too, because lots of people use Anki. Anyways, thought I'd leave it on that. Acknowledgements. I love all the critics, right? I like people who keep me challenge, engaging, increasing engagement, and everyone else who's listening and enjoying, I don't know, me rant about random things. This is not meant to be educational or professional or in any way. These are commentaries. If I were a licensed professional, I'd not even entirely be comfortable in suggesting that any of this is some sort of masterclass in anything. It's lots of commentary, what I observed, and that's kind of the idea. Utter humiliation? That's quite a name. All right, we're going to do our one lesson today. We're going to try to do our one lesson today, okay? So let's, hang on, let me bring this up. That's a good wrap for, day 75. And all right. Day 76. We'll do like 3 lessons. I don't know how fast this can go. So section 3. Oh, I didn't even tease. We're not gonna get the guidebook right now. So section 3, unit 1. Here we go. What was this guy's name? This guy's name was Ed. Yeah, his name is Ed. Or Eddie. It's either Ed or Eddie. Alright, use past tense verbs.
先月
Oh, I only have 2 hearts. I should have got more. 2 hearts. Sengetsu. This left kanji looks familiar. It kind of reminds me of sensei, right? Only I learned the kanji for sensei, but I didn't learn to write this basically. But they use sensei as a way to learn sei in nensei. So I mean it checks out. It's sen. So is it a month? Huh. Interesting. So I'm doing it now. Well, it'll officially start tomorrow, but I'm trying my best to associate Japanese words now in the prompts. So not this. I think these stuff is pretty cool. The downside is they're not grouping based on meaning. Still, they're largely grouping based on randoms and maybe related things. I don't see any relations here, right? You have numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, right? And then we have ikai, which we have nikai, sangai, right? Sangai, and yonkai. I must really nothing other than meeting. So sometimes when you have I must, you can also say going to a place. So you can rephrase something and say ikimasu. Instead, mutsu, itsutsu, nanatsu, right? Futatsu, hitotsu, mitsu. We don't have whatever hachi is or Q yet. Okay. So
1回
ikai. And I've already forgotten what this is. Sengetsu. Sengetsu reminds me of Daigetsu. Daigetsu. So if the Daigetsu is next month, perhaps sen, I don't actually know what sen means, but it's a modifier of a relative month, probably. Like maybe it's not this month, because I feel like it would be something like kongatsu or something like that. But it might be some like a phrase like next month, maybe like last month. Maybe sengetsu is last month or something. Aimashou.
会います
Oh, I must. Whoops. I must. When I think of meeting, I often think of we should meet. You know, aimashou. We should meet somewhere. Okay. 6つ。
6つ
3. Okay. Sengetsu.
先月
We have 8月、新聞、時間。
先月
Okay.
先月古い文化
Bunka. See, this is what I mean. When they're introducing new words, not enough context. I think you can make these sentences like super long. You can do like 2 sentences, right? 2 sentences. It'll be integrated because you'll have a lot of old vocabulary, and you can use the old vocabulary to associate and contextualize whatever this means. That's perfectly within the realm of Duolingo. I think Duolingo is able to pull that off. Right now, the way they introduce new words after section 2, it's like reliant. It's super reliant on the person. Luckily for me, anyways, I guess fortunately for me, I already do this. I'm doing it right now. Basically, it's old something that can be old. Culture.
文化
Yeah. Right. And then the word bank already provides it. It's the only word that you don't know, right? So one thing that Duolingo does do, but usually the process of elimination is enough for anyone to find out which one it is without knowing this, right? But you can add more layers, right? You can add like 4 unknown words down here if you want. In fact, I think that's underutilized here. Word bank should include more unknown words. To me, what that does is it psychologically predisposes someone to understanding that you don't know a lot. You don't. There are a lot of words that you don't know, but it's important to know what you don't know. You don't know, as well as the things you do know. So over time, the words that keep showing up that you don't know, you might end up naturally being curious about them. Like, yo, dude, this word, do I know this word or do I don't know this word? That little fluctuation all the time is what I play with, in my opinion. So in this case, the reason why this might not be useful, having word banks and stuff, is technically should be able to know some reference for all these. Like, eiga, right? Eiga, watashi, right? What can be a lot of things that you can do, but nani works. Any form of the nani, nan, etc. Came could be kimasu, right? Kimasu. So plenty of that. I think they can be totally far more fruitier about word banks. I would say if I had to add 20% unknown words that hasn't been introduced. As in 20% means for every 5 words you know or should know from a previous, there will be 1 you don't know. and it's just going to be there. They're just going to be in there. So if you have 10 words, there'll be at least 2 words you don't know, right? Oftentimes they're proliferating with words from other units, like outside units, which that's fine after a while, but soon it won't be that useful anymore. So being in a state of constantly knowing, being aware of what you don't know and being curious about what you don't know is kind of a very healthy psychological thing too. It gets you used to like watching anime without pausing every scene and saying like, wait, I missed the first part, now I don't know the rest, and then you get hung up on the first part and you never continue to follow them, right? Lots of time when I'm watching anime, I say I understand 60% of the stuff, but you don't know what the nature of that 60% is. It's not 60% randomly scattered, like, oh, I don't understand 60% of this sentence and every other sentence. No. Sometimes I don't understand the topic at all, so all of that is mute. But suddenly when it hits a topic I know all of it, as in like all of the stuff because I've practiced it. And then some things is a mixed bag. The idea is you don't stop there. You don't suddenly stop there because you're focused on being a perfectionist and you want to be comprehensive and you need to always know every word from beginning to end. As a native speaker, you still don't read every other word from beginning to end. I'm just being real with you. It will take you a very long time if you continue to verbatim rely on the literal execution and output of every single word. You speed through it. You cluster. There's so many things you automatically do that saves you time. Naturally, why would you aim? In my opinion, is it logical to aim for something that you probably won't end up doing in the long run? Some people argue at me like you shouldn't use Duolingo because it gets circumvented by other things. Well, perhaps maybe applying that same logic to being so concerned about perfection, right? At least that's my opinion. Okay. Old culture. I wonder what this is expressing. Old culture. Like, are we talking about shogunate? No, I mean like in the essence of ancient? Perhaps traditionalism? I don't actually know how to say traditionalism. Okay.
日本の文化は好きですか? 日本
no
文化
right? 日本の文化が好きです. Or no, what are we saying here? Immediately my first thought to complete the sentence is 日本の文化が好きです. Because I like Japanese culture. But what are they going for?
日本の文化は好きですか?
Oh wait,
は
好きですか? Oh, they turned it into a question. I see. 日本語 yeah, I'm sorry. 日本の文化は好きですか? Do you like Japanese culture? はい。日本の文化好きが大好きです。So 日本の文化が大好きです。Probably. I love the Japanese culture. Heck yeah.
先月日本に来ました。
先月日本に来ました。Nice. Wow. There's your first past tense.
来ました。
来ました. Although it's still the mas form, but that's fine. 来ました. Nice. I am already aware of this, but it's nice to finally see it. We've got our fourth tense. Our fourth tense. Level up. Dun da 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 dun 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 da da. So now we're adding it to volition. polite, like polite, volition, non-past, right? Non-past. And what was the other one? Negative. Negative is our other one, along with just the non-past affirmative, right? So now we have our fourth form. Mashita. Mashita. Kimashita. Can I hear it again?
先月日本に来ました。
Okay. Kimashita. Okay. 先月、先月日本に来ました。Okay. I'll take a guess. I came to, Japan? Something Japan. It is last month.
先月。
Nice. It is last month. I mean, that was a while. That I had two different guesses, but the only modifier that I haven't received was the element of last. So sen could have been last. It's not anything else I know. So it was last month. Nice. I earnestly did not know that. I came to Japan last month. Nice. Sengetsu.
先月。
Sengetsu Nihon ni kimashita. Nice. I came to Japan I arrived. No, I came to Japan. Oh yeah, that's nice. I came to Japan last month. I don't know what I would say here. いいですね. It sounds good. I don't know how to say I'm jealous or I'm envious or something. Came to Japan last month. I think this works. The phrasing works too.
去年東京に来ました。
Kyonen. Why does that sound so familiar too? Kyonen. Maybe like nen? So nen is year. Nen is year, right? And I don't know if it uses the same I don't know if it uses the same kanji as a year that I already have, as in like school year, right? As in school year. So it could be that nen. This nen. Oh gosh, that last stroke. But it could be this nen, right? This nen. And then this is kyo. Kyo. So it could come from kyo, right? Kyo. Kyo as in today, now, like right now, or this, like, so now this, maybe like this year, or like the year now, maybe it could be year now. So it's the other. I remember people showed me this kanji already. It could be like it kind of reminds me of like this.
去年。
Oh, it's last year. Oh, never mind. It's last year. Okay. All right, sure. All right. And you can't tell. Oh, wait. Well, you can kind of tell. It's kind of hard because if this is the past tense, right? If you're saying I came from my last prompt, then it has to be something in the past, right? Yeah, kyo equals today and kyonen equals last year is very annoying. Yeah. I got debated. I thought that it meant this year, like like now year. But and then I was like, you could still say in the past that you arrived this year, like you came this year, but it looks like it's last year. That's hilarious. I think that's funny. I came to Tokyo. So 去年東京に来ました。Yeah. Last year. I came to Tokyo last year. Okay, 去年。去年日本に来ました。Okay.
日本
So yeah, so what I mean by here is, again, to illustrate, they're all words you know. They're all words you know. I think Duolingo can take off the gloves. They can totally take off the gloves and put in at least, I would say, 40%, 20% to 40% unknown words. Just they're there. You have to. The person has to be challenged to know that they need to know what they don't know and need to know what they do know, right? They don't have to be right answers or potential answers. They can be deliberately wrong answers, but they're words you don't know. There's a lot of value to understanding, to be comfortable with seeing that you don't know everything, as well as you do know certain things, and then coming to the right answer, right? So that, in my opinion, it will slow people down for sure, but that's the whole point, right? It slows down to appreciate. So right now you have like shinbun, right? Sangai, and nomimono. So drinks, third floor, newspaper, right? And I do this already. This is what I started doing between 25 and 50. So I've been doing this ever since. It's just so fast now. I don't even bother going over it anymore. Like I don't bother telling people or telling myself like, oh, I know what this is. I know what this is. I know what this is. It's automatic. I already know this is newspaper, third floor, and drink the moment I looked at the word bank. It takes longer to pronounce them though. So I still spend my time from time to time to pronounce them and have an output for them. The output of remembering what they are doesn't really do very much anymore.
解散も先月日本に来ました。
Kaisen. Oh, Kaisan. Oh, we're bringing back Kai. Yeah, Kaisan mo sengetsu Nihon ni kimashita. Oh, hey Nojo. Oh, I just finished reviewing. Nojo. We're doing our lesson now. We just started. This is our first lesson. Okay. So, Kai also came to Japan last month. Sengetsu came to Japan last month. Sengetsu. Kai-san mo sengetsu Nihon ni kimashita. Nihon ni kimashita. What the heck is Sai doing here? Like, SFU? Daigaku, right? Daigaku, Koko. And honestly, technically, Anata, but you is always implicit. Their use of you is always implicit. So there we go. いいですね。本当に? No,
先月歌舞伎を見ました。
先月 Kabuki. Wait, why is that? Oh, kabuki. 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 Kabuki.
先月歌舞伎を見ました。
Kabuki. Okay. Kabuki o mimashita. Oh no. Mimashita.
先月歌舞伎を見ました。
Kabuki o mimashita. Okay. 先月 Kabuki o mimashita. Okay. Okay. Oh, they're saying everything in the past tense. How do I respond to someone telling me in the past tense? Omoshiroi. Omoshiroi desho. I don't know. Oh, this is gonna make it very tough. I'm gonna have to think about it tonight, this evening. How am I gonna respond to someone telling me all the things they have done before, they had done in the past? Oh, that's such a different way now. If you express you haven't, we can't negate the past yet, so no negating the past. So the best response is something like kabuki kabuki wa dou desu ka? I don't know. Nani nan desu ka? I gotta think about it. I don't know where I'm going with this. This is okay. We're gonna have to butch. We're gonna have to think about it. This is changing some stuff. Okay. I saw kabuki last month. Does this include
Kabuki.
performance? Okay. Performance. Yeah. Okay, so I saw a kabuki performance last month. Sengetsu kabuki.
先月歌舞伎を見ました。
Sengetsu kabuki o mimashita. Okay. Honestly, I might just learn the... You could say... Uchiya... Ura, or say Ura... Yamashi? Which is like jealously? Oh. Urayamashi. Interesting. I was trying to frame it in a in words that I know. Like I could use any of the Duolingo vocabulary. It's strange that I didn't get a word like that yet. Urayamashi. Interesting. Urayamashi. I haven't heard that word before. Interesting. I could practice a different exercise. I could practice a different exercise and say it in the present tense. Or like say something else. Like I could say what alternative ways I could use this. Sengetsu. Sengetsu anime o mimashita. Anime action anime o mimashita. Right, to share like additional information. Right, like I watched action anime or practice something else that's relevant to it. So I can turn a phrase and use that to practice expressing mimashita with other vocabulary that I learned. So that could be useful too. I don't know how to say like I could say something like sengetsu フリエンのアニメを見ました。Just say like the free and anime, right? Just modified anime with a random tag of whatever I'm referring to as an improvising. It wasn't really last month. It's not May yet, but I could technically say that once it turns May. We started last month, but yeah.
去年お祭りで花火を見ました。
去年 Oh no, 去年
去年お祭りで花火を見ました。去年お祭りで花火を見ました。お祭りで花火を見ました。去年お祭りで花火を見ました。
I watched fireworks. I watched fireworks at a festival last year. What did I do last year? Kyonen Convention Center de de volunteerをします。しました。I don't think maybe that's how it works. I volunteered. I did volunteering at a convention center last year. I actually volunteer at a convention center every year, once a year. But I was being a little bit creative, and obviously I was substituting English words because I'm not quite convinced that I know how to say them. So that's kind of the whole exercise. If I don't know the English word, if I don't know the Japanese word, I will substitute with the English word for the time being. And it will constantly remind me of words that I might want to know in the future. Did I like Rien? I really like Rien. Rien is like my swan song. Like the thing that I spent maybe like the last 3 hours that was talking about motivation, fear of not being productive, not having an impact on the world, or being motivating and being motivating around other people who are motivating and enjoying the journey and focusing on the journey rather than looking at the overall goal. That's basically Frien 101. So if you find, in my opinion, if anyone out there who is interested in what, like, they like anime and they want to get a grasp of maybe some of the reasons why I stream myself doing things, Frien would be the epitome of that for the consumption for other anime fans. So many of the topics really captures that, and I hope that one day when people watch that, they can continue to resonate with it at some point, because I think it's a very it's not supposed to be masking and ignoring things. I think it's a show that puts it front and center. Some of the trends that people are becoming caught up in, right? Like, yes, solo leveling, like a show like Solo Leveling is fantastic. It's like making you escape, right? Korean is kind of offering a bit of escape, but it's so grounded that you're getting thrust back into the things you've been ignoring, which is like living life one day at a time. You can be the most outrageously successful person, but you might not have grasp of the wonderful things that are in the moment, fleeting moments, in fact. So yeah, naturally I gravitated towards Korean quite a bit. It's quite a wonderful way to illustrate a lot of the concepts in a very like anime friendly, and even Western fantasy. If you like the Western fantasy, it's kind of East meets West actually. So there's a lot of things working for that anime. So great. I brought it up because that's the last thing I bought. Right. Okay. 去年 location, that kind of looks like Eigakan, but I don't think that looks fancier than an Eigakan. Okay, wait. What do we got? Kabuki. Oh, it's Kabuki. Wait, what? Are we just looking for a city? Oh, fine.
東京
Fine. 去年東京で Yeah.
東京
東京去年東京で歌舞伎を見ました。Okay, well, all the other ones don't really work, right? 食べ物 pun. Pun. I'm trying to like pun and kaimono does not work here. So naturally it's a city. It would be interesting if I had I don't have the phrase theater, but I look for a location. It could be any. We can put in like Kyoto, right? I imagine kabuki would be kind of a thing in Kyoto. Yeah. How did I say it? Is that a different phrase? I'm gonna have to look up some basic phrases in the past for this, because I haven't seen a kabuki show. a kabuki performance.
サムさん、日本の文化は好きですか？
Oh, they brought back Sam-san. Sam-san was introduced with Kai-san. Sam-san, 日本の文化? Oh yeah. Wait.
サムさん、日本の文化は好きですか？文
Right? Bunka, but what was? Oh, yeah. Never mind. I was thinking of something else. Samsan, Nihon no bunka wa ii desu ka? What are you saying, Junior? What are you gonna say? Okay, I see what they're doing. Okay. はい、先月歌舞伎を見ました。 Okay. I think, I mean, my attempt here is, I'm pretty sure it's mima deshita, or yeah, something like mima deshita, as in the negation, but I mean, hold on. Oh, mimasen deshita. Mimasen deshita. Mimasen deshita. Perhaps we should go and just remind ourselves how to negate at this point.
ダニエルさんも先月日本に来ました。
ダニエルさんも先月日本に来ました。Definitely getting that practice in. Elephant. Okay, well that's kind of neat. They only, I feel like they include when it's in your native language, not the target language. They include words that you don't know, but not too often. This doesn't actually happen. What happens is this elephant is in this unit, is why it's here. They only include things that are in the unit or in a previous unit. I'm guessing we're gonna get elephants. Daniel also came to Japan last month. Oh, I don't have the potential for him. Yeah. I was gonna say maybe I'm planning on going to Japan next month. I can say that. Soka. とても面白いです。とても面白いです。白いです。
日本の文化は面白い
ですね。はい。とても面白いです。
先月、歌舞伎を見ました。
先月歌舞伎を見ました。Yeah. For a moment there, I'm like, did I pick the... Well, what is that? I just saw a key something. Alright. We do have to pick it up a little for today because I'm really tired. Senshu. Oh, Senshu. Last weekend. I mean, last week. Sorry, last week. And then you can probably say Senshu Matsu. Last weekend. This is last week. For sure. Probably. I didn't get the kanji for shu though. Yet. But I did see this a couple times by other people. So it's probably last week. Senshu. Okay. Kuchi. Sengetsu. Watashi. 3000 Senshu. Senshu. That looks...
先週
You know what this looks like? It looks like a snail with an engraving. Or am I... actually, it kind of looks like a turtle. But more like a snail because there's an antenna. Anyone see this? Like, here's the, like... Right? Sorry. Alright. We gotta stop distracting ourselves. What the heck is this? Oh, I didn't click on any of these things.
先週
Alright.
先週
浅草の遊園地
Oh, those are the only cards that have like things you don't know. The kanji ones. I think these things down here, the word banks here, can be more, in my opinion, be more like the kanji cards, where there's usually one out of, it's like 25% of the time there's one that is unknown. Okay, so new way of using no.
浅草の遊園地
Aksakusan no yuenchi. How's that new?
No.
Wait. Okay, I can see that. That's fine. I can see that. Technically, if we wanted to be super technical, the other times we used cities, right? Like a place, when they didn't actually use no in the sense of it's their thing, like the possessive. So, it's usually like the city's something in the city, or like the city just doesn't have a no whatsoever, like Tokyo Eki, right? As opposed to, I guess that's kind of a stretch. That's kind of a
銀座
stretch.
のデパートはおしゃれです
Oh,
ね
here's the
銀
word.
座
Ginza. Oh,
銀座
actually, I'm uncultured. What is Ginza? I'm uncultured. Uncultured alert. I don't know what Ginza is. Sorry, Japanese, cultured Japanese people. I don't actually... It's a place you know in God... Oh, I didn't get the chance to watch Gojira -1 yet. Yeah. I have still yet to watch it. Oh, so I'll probably watch it this evening. Oh, Gojira destroys Ginza? Okay. Thank you. You know what? I'm gonna watch. Oh wait, is it available? Is it's -1 available right now to watch? I don't know if it's out of theaters yet, like if you can watch it in a streaming platform yet. I didn't get a chance to watch it in theaters. I absolutely loved Shin Godzilla. Ah, okay. Ginza, I see. Thank you for that note. The city that Godzilla destroys. I won't forget that. I won't forget that very easily. Thank you. It's kind of like what you call it, Akihabara, right? Akihabara. You can't forget it once you know what Akihabara is, like its significance in pop culture, right? Ginza, Ginza. It's in Tokyo. I think it's a district. Oh, Ginza. Oh. Okay. Okay. I kind of want to know what Ginza is known for, other than being destroyed by Godzilla. I bet there's a statue of Godzilla in Ginza. Why am I not surprised if there's a statue of Godzilla? Like maybe even a gigantic statue of Godzilla in Ginza. Much like there's a Mobile Suit Gundam. Ginza no, although I think they took down one of the the Gundam statues recently. It's like a business area. Ah, I see. Okay. Ginza no. What am I looking at here? De Depato wa oshare desu ne. Oshare desu ne. Okay, depato.
銀座
Okay. Oh, I thought they were gonna use this as a possessive. They didn't use this as a possessive. Wait. Oh, wait. Hold up.
銀座のデパートは
Oh, they're doing. Oh, are they doing the? Ah. Fair enough. Wait. Yeah. This is yeah, they did it. I knew they would do this. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Department stores in Ginza are stylish, aren't they? I don't know. That's sussy. First you throw the Asakusa. Yeah. I don't know. That's very sussy.
銀座は東京駅の近くです。
They're gonna get me. I'm pretty sure they're gonna get me on this. Because it kind of conflicts with the last usage. Yeah, it does. So this is a Duolingoism. This is what I call a Duolingoism. Sometimes when they introduce a new particle use, whenever they do use a new particle use, they will refresh a previous particle use. So a previous particle interpretation. Immediately after introducing a new interpretation. And obviously I'm using the word interpretation as opposed to translation, because I think most people would agree what is maybe the best translation, but they're trying to do the thing where they interpret the most. Yeah, it's better to think in a class of X. Yeah, that's what I would do. However, what they do is the Duolingoism is to try to do all interpretations. The downside of that is when you go to provide a correct answer, you don't know which one it is unless you have this, or you know the pattern of it. The thing after no is in the class of the thing before it. Yeah, true. Yep. The phrasing would be a little, so here's one, obviously for that no usage, right? And then there are other no usage, like things like that's awful. That's awful. things like this versus interpreting this, right? Right, versus this. So these are two different interpretations, right? And since this type of phrasing ends up being prepositional phrases, it can be prepositional. It can be a little bit confusing to English, right? Like, for example, this is near the river. And this is the nearby river. And they're actually different expressions in English too. English itself also has a nuance to this. The good old nose. Good old nose.
銀座は東京駅の近くです。銀座の
What?
近く。
Oh, wait. See, they're doing it now.
銀座は東京駅の近くです。
Wait.
は
Oh, no, never mind. They're not.
銀座は東京駅の近くです。駅
Oh,
の
no, they are
近
doing
く
it.
で
Yeah,
す。
they are doing it this way. Yeah. See? So that's what they're doing now. They're going over, Duolingo is going over all the no's. Like, all the different no's that you should have already. They're not explicitly telling you how it's different because that's not what they do. They're telling you by example. So now they're going over all the no usages. And this would be an example of it. This is near Tokyo Station. Tokyo Station. As opposed to there's a chance the next example could be the other way around. But yeah, they do this all the time.
銀座は東京駅の近くです。
Yeah, so this is near Tokyo Station.
東京のカフェはおしゃれです。
Nope, they went to the other one where it's not possessive. This is so good. Sorry, I'm having a blast. It's okay. It's okay to be confused and questioning things. I think this only makes one be more motivated in figuring out what the heck is going on. For the first time. Interesting. I don't know the phrase for the first time. Bars as in ba or bars as in baru? Or ba. Oh wait, they're both ba actually, now that I think about it. Go. Daughter is imoto. Not imoto. Musko. No. Musume. No. Yeah, musume. I'm starting to... This is really early on. I'm starting to... finding myself struggling on some of these words now. Tokyo no cafe wa oshare desu. Okay. The cafe's in... Okay, fair enough. Yeah, heckin'
先週
weirdo.
銀座で歌舞伎を見ました。
Senshu, I'm guessing is last week, right?
先週
Senshu ginza de... Senshu ginza de... kabuki o mimashita. Okay. I see pancakes. Plane. I don't know what plane. Plane? Like airplane? Plane? Or plane? Oh no, plane is IN. Or are we talking about like a plane? Like a surface plane? It's probably a plane. As in hikoki. Hikoki. Okay, I saw Kabuki in... Whoa. Okay, that is wait a minute. Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. No. That's why it was confusing. The no in the instead of using a day. Yeah, that's wait a minute. Oh no, we're fine. Never mind. Yeah, that previous no is confusing the heck out of me without using a day. Anyways. Okay, it's fine. We're fine.
先月美味しい天ぷらを食べました。
先月美味しいtempura. Yeah, tempura. Ooh, that looks so weird. Tempuraを食べました。Okay, 食べました。
先月美味しい天ぷらを食べました。
先月美味しい天ぷらを食べました。Okay, short. Park. Oh, Cohen. Never mind. I ate tasty tempura last month. Wait, I don't get to say last week yet. Oh wait, I do. Okay. When are we gonna say last week? There. I'm processing this image. Oh, there. Senshu Genza. Ginza. Senshu Ginza de takai sushi o tabemashita. Sushi o tabemashita. Uta.
外
Soto.
墨
Sumi. The corner.
先週銀座で高い寿司を食べました。
先週銀座で高い寿司Wait, why? Duolingo, why would you do this? What happened? Duo, this is a duoism too. Why did you just randomly went with takai sushi o tabemashita? As in the kanji's lost, but that's fine. I ate expensive sushi in Ginza last week. It's fine. This
先
happens.
月浅草で昼ご飯を食べました。先月
I heard Asakusa de. Asakusa. No? Oh no.
先月浅草で昼ご飯を食べました。
Oh, I did hear. Oh.
浅草で昼ご飯を食べました。
I'm gonna have to think about how I'm gonna add my thoughts into this. Tonight, this evening. You know, okay, I'm gonna adjust this. I think every day 3. From now on, I'm gonna say every day 3, I will spend the first 2 days. So now I'm gonna spend the first 2 days. But when I get the new vocabulary, and then use the third day to really try to create responses. Because I think I'm already having a lot of engagement here on understanding this stuff at this point.
先月浅草で昼ご飯を食べました。
先月浅草で昼ご飯を食べました。
先月友達と渋谷に行きました。
先月友達と渋谷に行きました。そう。先月友達と渋谷に行きました。Oh, there's Harajuku. And Akihabara. Akihabara. Okay. Okay, alright. I went to Shibuya with friends last month. Yes. Look at this string of prepositional phrases. I wonder if, not for science. We're not doing science stuff today. Technically, they probably want... Oh yeah, they probably want this order. But you can technically say, last month, I went to Shibuya with friends fairly naturally. Or you say, I went with friends to Shibuya. Any of these. But I think the one that they're going for is you take the interior, right? You take the interior, go out, and then go out. Yeah, this is the order they wanted, even though it's a string of prepositional phrases. Oh, hey, hello there, buddy. Senshu, Tokyo no, Dobutsukan, Dobutsen, Dobutsukan, Dobutsen ni ikimashita.
Dobutsen.
Dobutsen, the zoo. I made it into a building, like a place. Dobutsukan. Anyways, okay, Dobutsen. Sure. Speaking of Hakubutsukan, Hakubutsukan.
Hakubutsukan.
Kubutsukan.
Hakubutsukan. Senshu.
Senshu.
Hakubutsukan.
Hakubutsukan. I wish I could be as relaxed as she is. Senshu Hakubutsukan ni ikimashita. Else edu saizu and esu saizu. Oh wait, I totally forgot about that in my recall. I'm pretty sure Edu Saizu and Esu Saizu is part of one of the... It's probably theme park. It was probably part of the theme park one. You can buy like a large size and small size of things, right? That's two vocabulary words that didn't come to mind. I went to a lovely animal cafe last month. Oh, they're throwing back already. These are throwbacks. I like it. I love throwbacks. So, sengetsu. Do I need any? No. Sengetsu, steaky. Sengetsu, steaky na dobutsu no kafe? Or do I don't need it. No. Dobutsu kafe. Dobutsu kafe ni ikimashita. Let's put this all together so I can actually read it.
Sengetsu.
Sengetsu steaky na steaky na Dobutsu kafe ni ikimashita. Good. So, sengetsu steaky na dobutsu
カフェに行きました。Full staff. Oh no, it's past midnight. One more. Oh, wait. Hold up. Let me see if use past tense. Let me see if the structure stayed the same. Okay, make transit plans. Yeah, they're still doing the same thing. So I don't know why they're doing this. So this is N1. This is R1. And then, you know, P1. Sometimes there's P2. And then this is N2. And this is R1. And this is probably R2. So we'll have to... Man... I'll do one more, and tomorrow I'll make it a little shorter. Maybe we'll do these, right? And then we'll do these. Because I need to get to R2. That's what we're doing. Yeah, we'll do one more lesson, because I want to get in a little bit more. Learning is... What? Wait, hold up. Yeah, oh, wait. So I actually... did not remember this correctly, because this is so there's P2, so P2 can be later actually, and then this is make transit plans. Wait, oh, interesting. So wait, I might have not remembered this properly. So this is R2, and the next one is also R2 down here, R2 before the review. What is that? R2, R1, and R1. Okay, I added one extra. Yeah, I really don't understand why they would place N2 here with this one. It used to be this way around. Yeah, so this would be R1, and this would be R2. So what happens is you would go back and forth after reviewing back to back. Once you review back to back, it goes to R1 and R2, and it was perfect. So it didn't change. It's fine. Whatever. Then I added one extra review exercise. I thought there was one more down here. Like there was another one down here. Okay. Revision. It's fine. Let's do one more exercise. Is that a crepe? Oh, crepe. Crepe.
Crepe.
Crepe. Crepe. Of course.
クレープ
Crepe.
いちごのクレープ。
いちごのクレープ。Strawberry crepe. Fair enough. いちご、no. 原宿のクレープ。原宿のクレープは美味しいです。Probably delicious.
美味しい。
Tasty. Kaisoku Rapid Service. Or express. Oh, I mean, nah, that doesn't work. Akarui. Akarui is hideous? Akarui. Akarui. I don't know. Nikiyaka. That's lively. I think it's hideous. Or like, I don't know alternative uses of it yet.
先週どこに行きましたか？
Why is ka highlighted? Senchu doko ni ikimashita? Ikimashita ka? Ikimashita ka? Oh man, that's kind of.
先週どこに行きましたか？
Ikimashita ka? Ikimashita ka? Oh my gosh. That sounds so weird.
先週どこに行きましたか？
Senchu doko ni ikimashita ka? Oops. Wait, yeah. I don't understand why ka is. Yeah, I don't understand. Maybe it's because it's a different predicate tense, and they just want to highlight it. You can still place the ka marker, like an unknown marker. You can put the unknown marker still at the end of this tense. Maybe that's the only reason they highlight it. I don't see any interpretive changes. Where did you go? No. Yeah, I don't see any other reason.
浅草でどんな食べ物を食べましたか？
Tabemashita ka? Tabemashita ka? Hard.
浅草でどんな食べ物を食べましたか？浅草でどんな食べ物を食べましたか？
浅草でどんな食べ物を食べましたか？食べましたか？
浅草でどんな食べ物を食べましたか？
食べましたか？食べましたか？
浅草でどんな食べ物を食べましたか？
浅草でどんな食べ物を食べましたか？
初めて生の卵を食べました。
初めて。Oh, 初めて. Oh, that makes sense. That's where the first time comes from.
初めて。
Yeah, 初めて. For day. Okay. The day for. Oh, okay. Okay. Got it. I had a related word, but I get how that's related. 初めて生。Oh, 生の卵を食べましたか？ I mean, 食べました。Not a question. 食べました。I've eaten raw eggs for the first time. Okay. I ate. Oh, right. I'm using helping verbs, which is more like pseudo. It's like pseudoing. I'm like naturally pseudoing things. I ate raw eggs for the first time. What I said was pseudoing it. I had eaten raw eggs for the first time. Or I guess maybe they have a future, what is that? Past perfect? They probably have a past perfect tense. Let me see. Hold up. They probably have a past perfect. Why is this site so bright? Oh wait, I don't know which one it is. Is it causative? Past perfect. Past perfect. I'm so... Oh, this stuff is super interesting. Yeah, past perfect. I'm talking to past perfect tense. You would do something like... I have already eaten. Interesting. No exact equivalent in Japanese, but sometimes you can use... Oh, okay. I'll have to look that up. Past perfect. I ate raw eggs for the first time. Instead of I have eaten raw eggs for the first time. 初めて。
初めて。
昨日何をしましたか？
昨日何をしましたか？しましたか？昨日 What the heck? Oh, yesterday? It's probably yesterday. 昨日昨日何をしましたか？ What did you do yesterday?
昨日
Yeah, 昨日。昨日何をしましたか？
をしました。昨日何をしましたか？
しましたか？あ。
昨日
昨日。Okay. 昨日は、昨日は、昨日初めて、What are we looking at? What is that? What is that supposed to be? Soba. Soba を食べました。Okay. 昨日 oh man, that just made my stomach grumble. 昨日は doing that. Stop! It's not a particle! 昨日初めてそばを食べました。
そば。
エリカさん、昨日何をしましたか？
エリカさん、昨日何をしましたか？ It'll become normal in a few days. In a few days, that'll become normal, I think. Hopefully. Maybe. 初めて、味噌汁。No, not 味噌汁。味噌カツ。Okay. Man, I thought they were gonna have soup, but okay. I guess it wouldn't be for the first time. It would be kind of weird to have miso soup for the first time, I suppose. I don't know. 初めて味噌カツを食べました。
先月原宿で遊びました。先月。先月原宿で遊びました。
原宿。
原宿で遊びました。
I gotta get used to all of this. Okay. Sengetsu. 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 Harajuku de asobimashita. 遊びました。
先月原宿で遊びました。
先月原宿で遊びました。We hung out in Harajuku, Harajuku last month. 全部でタオルクレープ辛い牛乳 What the heck is that? Pep? Okay. 昨日は公園のOh, what? Oh, 昨日は遊園の公園で遊園の公園で友達と遊びました。Okay. That looks so
友
weird.
達
Sorry, 上の公園で友達遊びました。Oh no. Yes. Yeah, 遊びました。昨日は上野公園で友達と遊びました。Okay, alright, you and your raw eggs. I get it. Raw eggs. It's very, I mean, yes. 星 That's new. It does remind me of Hoshi. Oh, so okay. That's probably for another time. Nama.初めて生の卵を食べました。
初めて
生の卵を
食べました。
昨日 Oh my god. Okay. 昨日どこで遊びましたか？遊びましたか？遊びましたか？昨日どこで遊びましたか？遊びましたか？遊びましたか？ it's starting to feel like the problem I had with insert name Sanwa, like Ken Sanwa. It's starting to feel that like that again. So, kino doko de asobimashita ka? All right. That's good enough. We're ooh, okay. All right. So tomorrow I might do a shorter day. Do I want to do a shorter day? Somehow we're gonna have to catch up. Somehow. All right, folks. Lotus, listen. Yes, we got to the lesson. All right. There's a lot of things going on, okay? The review was pretty good. I need to take a break. I think my mental energy has waned substantially. So we exposed ourselves to the mashita. The past tense, not the past tense affirmative. The past affirmative polite. Oh yeah, Sumi. Okay, yes. I don't remember how that phrase works. It's like it's a like thanks for the hard work, right? How does that phrase go? Oh, yasumi nasai. Yes. I know that one. How the the previous one. How does that phrase go? Okari. No, Otsukare sama. Yeah, Otsukare sama deshita. Is to be tired. It's like good work. Yeah, I saw that phrase written a bunch of times. I just didn't get used to pronouncing or like reading it out loud. So, Otsukare sama deshita. I don't even know if that's where. Is there a break in there somewhere, or is it one entire phrase? Otsukare. Maybe like Otsukare sama deshita. Say the tsu faster, no break. Oh, okay. Otsukare. Okay, I see. Otsukare sama deshita. Okay. Otsukare. Okay. Otsukare sama. Otsukare sama. Otsukare sama deshita. I'll hear a couple of samples. Don't worry. Made, right? Mada. This. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'll think of a response. Thanks, folks. Well, there you have it. I'll say my bit, right? It's a learning process. I really like how much I'm struggling with all of this stuff. It means that there's a lot of new things. Every sentence involves a predicate on doing shita. So, mashita is throwing a lot of the things that I'm very comfortable with out of the window, because masho is very comfortable before, masen and mas, right? So it's kind of nice to throw more wrenches in. What did we learn today? How to how to contextualize the past. So lots of past things was contextualized. And then they introduced that Japanese culture, like kabuki, the word culture. that's about it so far, actually. Yeah, that's about it so far. Not too bad. I gotta get used to saying all this stuff because you get so well practiced in something. I hope that they continue to introduce different predicate forms a little bit more rapidly. We'll see. All right, folks. What can I want to leave it on a positive note. You like how meticulous I am with the process? I think that's why it's worth it, in my opinion. If you're brushing through just doing what things have to do, right? Do you really get more out of it if you're rushing through things? I don't really know. Like, I think this is my thing. I enjoy this. I like when people have inputs. We can talk about weird things, and sometimes it makes us all better teachers, if you know what I mean. It makes us better educators and teachers if you see yourself going through it and be able to look back. At least that's what I'm doing this for. So it's gonna be exciting. I'm gonna see how I can change it up. I'm definitely gonna slow down. There's gonna be some slowdown, and then we're gonna keep working on our making things feel nice. And with that said, right, what should I end on? I hope all of you guys, wherever you are in your journey, like your language journey, like pick up a new language. It doesn't, you know, I can see that there are a lot of you are incredibly competent in Japanese. I would love to hear your little experiences and weird compare and contrast with other languages in the context of Japanese. I personally, I know this might sound very taboo, but I don't think I would be as interested in Japanese if I didn't stick with a tool that keeps it in the context of English. As far as I'm concerned, right, it would make it less interesting for me to stream rather than just to learn in the privacy of my own. Like, it would be me in complete silence the whole time, right? I'm not entirely sure if that meets the demands and the engagement of my quote-unquote brand. I like talking about things. I don't care how much it slows me down, but there's richness to be constantly thinking about other languages in tandem. And I love digressing about how English is this way, Japanese is another way, how they can be similar, that kind of thing. If it takes me triple the time or a lifetime, I'll do it with a smile. And that's what's worth it. So with that, I hope everyone else is doing something that's worth it. That you are self-motivated by your own strategies that are built upon other people's advice. It's not to ignore everybody's advice. The one thing that I can definitely think that makes motivation and the learning process so much more rewarding is constantly encouraging yourself to find new ways of creating actualization and ownership of the learning process, because then no one can really stop you, in my opinion. You'll be a force to be reckoned with unassailable experience. Regardless of how thin your skin is, it will be well protected by your ownership and all the effort and sweat that you poured into something that you're doing. So hopefully all of you have these things to propel you forward. That's probably the most wholesome thing I can do to summarize what today, day 75 or 75 days of Duolingo really exemplifies. So until then, stay safe, stay healthy in both mind and spirit, right? Mind and body. And until next time, as always, mata ashita. じゃあね。